Chapter 1071. Unify the Realm of the Gods. Yuan Shi and the others had transformed the palace where the starry sky throne was originally placed into an ordinary palace for drinking tea and chatting. They had moved in a sofa and a long table and placed them in front of the throne. After Yin Nuoxing entered, he was carried up by a few naughty girls with evil smiles on their faces. After he sat down, he heard everyone's chatter. A few of the girls were obviously trying to cause trouble. It was as if there were tens of thousands of ducks quacking beside his ears. It was so loud that his head was about to explode. However, in the end, he was able to extract the key information from the tens of thousands of words. During the more than 10,001 month that he had subdued the godly flame, some things had happened in the realm of the gods. One of them was something that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Anyway, that's the situation. There hasn't been any movement in the past 2 days. You should know more about the gods. I just wanted to ask what you think. Nightmare spread out her hands. Brother Yun, war, kill them all. Yuer excitedly jumped into Yun Nuoxing's arms. She waved her little fists and said something that made people sweat profusely with her cute smile. Fight! She also jumped up to join the fun. However, she was knocked down by Shi's blade. Yin Nuoxing silently looked at the two girls who wished for the world to be in chaos. He hugged Yuer, who was rubbing against him in his arms, and placed her on the armrest of the throne. Then, he elegantly picked up the teacup and took a sip. So what do you think? Yuan Shi wiped his sweat. Me? What does it have to do with me? Yin Nuoxing looked up and asked in confusion. Huh? Everyone was stunned. Looks like my guess is more accurate. Ming tapped her red lips with a proud look on her face. She had already said that her brother wouldn't care about these things. I know, little star. You're the ruler of the realm of the gods, right? Yuan Shi laughed dryly. That what does it have to do with me almost made him vomit blood. To be more precise, they're the maintainers and the repairmen who have been working hard for 10,000 years. Yin Nuoxing put down her teacup and sighed softly. She said, I don't care about that. They could do whatever they want in Myriad God Realm. I only want to protect Myriad God Realm, that's all. Chu Yingzhan thought for a moment before saying, So you're the only one who cares about whether or not the God Realm will explode? And you don't care about anything else? Yin Nuoxing nodded. Then, she felt that something wasn't quite right, so she sat up straight and said, In the past, it would have been like this. In reality, if there were no accidents in this life, if I didn't know you guys, I would have just watched from the sidelines. At most, I would have allowed the 9 god temples to be preserved. As for the rest, I don't care if it's a flood, a raging inferno, or if the demon race tramples over the god realm, or if the god realm destroys the demon world. It's none of my business. Then, everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What exactly was going on? Yin Nuoxing thought for a moment, then leaned back on the throne, crossed his legs, and rested his chin on one hand as he fell into deep thought. Seeing this, everyone became nervous. This was the true ruler of the realm of the gods. Although he said that he was a pitiful mechanic, his nature had not changed. His next words could very well determine the future structure of the realm of the gods. They were so nervous that their palms were sweating. After a few minutes, Yin Nuoxing blinked. Her diamond-shaped eyes turned a few times. She tilted her head and looked at Nightmare. She waved her hand and said, Let me borrow the crystal ball. It's the crystal ball that records the location of that god's awakening. Oh, but I'm not sure where it's recorded. This thing seems to have been widely distributed by someone. Nightmare quickly took out the crystal ball and tossed it to Yin Nuoxing. After the latter caught it, she waved her hand and stuffed it into the Book of Epics. The purple-red pendant on her chest shone brightly. With a soft sound, Yin Nuoxing slowly stood up. A huge continent appeared on the long table in front of her. It was about 200 feet long. Countless colorful lines outlined the detailed situation of this continent. She could even see the flow of heaven and earth energy and the super forbidden spell that enveloped this continent. A spot suddenly appeared on this continent formed by colorful lines. It was a small spot that was about 1/100th of the original region. The visualization of energy made that spot very conspicuous. It was continuously radiating powerful energy in all directions. The vibrating energy ripples spread across the entire original region before gradually weakening. Finally, it spread across most of Myriad God Realm. The Ganyuan region is closer to the southern plains. The owner of that energy, Yinuashing, narrowed her eyes and looked at the huge energy spot. That's a celestial god, one of the 5 remaining celestial gods in Myriad God Realm. This result made everyone's expression change slightly. Although they were already mentally prepared that anyone who dared to jump out and announce that they would unify Myriad God Realm was definitely not a simpleton and definitely had absolute power. Otherwise, they would not do such a foolish thing. However, when they heard Yinuashing tell them that it was a celestial god, they still could not help but be shocked. It might have awakened first. The power of the heavenly gods is enough to allow them to ignore part of the suppression of the natural laws of this world. It's not that they are immune to the powerful suppression of the natural laws of this world, but they are still able to use their own powerful strength and natural laws to offset part of it. At the very least, they would not suffer as much as the other gods. Otherwise, there would not be 3 heavenly gods in this era. It's just that in order to avoid unnecessary consumption, they sealed their own origin and went into hibernation. Yinuashing's explanation made everyone speechless for a while. It seemed that this was indeed the case. If the other celestial gods awaken as well, then there will be a show to watch. For now, we still don't know the depths of these 5 celestial gods. If one of them is willing to lower themselves. But do you think it's possible for a celestial god to lower themselves to submit to another celestial god? If there isn't a friendship that can be measured in epochs, then it's basically nonsense. Even if there's a huge difference in strength, it's still the same. Yinuashing said indifferently. Celestial gods were existences beyond the norm. Even if their strength was not on the same level, it was very rare for them to submit to another person. This was especially true in a situation where there were only 5 celestial gods left. That was even more impossible. There was a saying that one would rather die than submit. This was precisely the case for existences beyond the norm at this level. You think that they will fight? Chu Yingxian's eyebrows twitched. She instinctively felt that there was another meaning in his words. Yinuashing nodded his head. It's not a feeling. They will definitely fight if the other 4 celestial gods awaken as well. If a war between celestial gods occurs, and the goal is to snatch the divine realm, who knows how long it will take. It's inevitable that the entire divine realm will be involved. Yuanshi pulled at his hair with a headache. Right now, there's still 2 months before the demon world descends, right? 10 days over a month. Yinuashing's accurate answer caused everyone's cheeks to twitch again. The time was getting closer and closer. All right, 10 days over a month. If a few celestial gods fight during this time, and the demon world descends, then the difficulty will not be 1 + 1. The internal and external troubles will probably reach an unprecedented level. Yuanshi scratched his head in distress. Yinuashing also knew this point. It was precisely because of this that he felt a headache. He had just said that if he was alone in this life, then no matter what, he would not care too much about anything. He would just peacefully guard his 9 deities' palace. However, he was not alone now. God knows when so many people had gathered around him. Furthermore, they came from all over the place. Taiyuan region, Kuan-Yuan region, Divine Prefecture, Demon World. Yinuashing gently rubbed his palm on the armrest of the throne. He took a deep breath and raised his hand. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. He was about to land his hand on the gigantic model of the divine realm in front of him. Woo-woo! A white light rushed in from outside the main hall and quickly passed by the model of the divine realm. It split into 2 in midair. One of them pounced into Yinuashing's arms and circled around him. Then it burrowed into his collar. The other one directly stuck to his face. Everyone was stunned at the sight of its bouncy flesh. Ah, the 2 little fellows have also woken up. It seems like they have smelled Brother Nuashing's scent. Lon Sheener looked at the big fat ball that was swinging around Yinuashing's fringe. She could not help but laugh. Little Magic and Xiao Xian had been running around in the shrine. Today, when they sensed Yinuashing's scent, They could not wait to rush out. Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. His raised hand froze in midair. After a few seconds, he grabbed the fat ball that was swinging around his fringe and placed it on his head. He shook his head helplessly and did not continue his previous actions. Sometimes, it only took a moment to harden one's heart. If it passed in an instant, there was no need to harden one's heart. I felt that something extremely terrifying was about to happen just now. However, it was suddenly suppressed. However, he withdrew his hand very quickly. Nightmare still felt a chill run down his spine. He trembled violently. "Boss, were you planning to do something just now?" "No." Yin Nuoxing shook his head. "I was just planning to slap it." "Slap it?" Everyone looked at each other. "Yes, slap it. If I'm lucky, I'll make that troublemaker disappear from the world. If I'm unlucky, I'll make it disappear along with everything within a radius of 100 million miles. Yin Nuoxing nodded calmly. "Everyone, this guy was indeed a demon. Relying on the Great Guardian formation, he could even punish a heavenly god now. If that slap had landed, it was guaranteed that a 10,000 magnitude earthquake would have occurred in the Ganyuan region. Even the void would have collapsed." Sensing everyone's strange gazes, Yin Nuoxing shrugged helplessly. The Great Guardian formation did indeed have that kind of power. However, after using it, he had to rest for a while. If he overloaded it, the Great Guardian formation would collapse just like the last time. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he would not use the Great Guardian formation first. It was a trump card to prevent the realm of the gods from encountering any unexpected disasters. It was too wasteful to use the Great Guardian formation just to kill a heavenly god. It was like using an apocalyptic power to kill a fly. All right, a giant beast. It was not worth it. Ahem. Let's not talk about what the world is going to become or what it's going to be like. Yin Nuoxing let out a dry cough and waved his hand. The gigantic model of the realm of the gods gradually dimmed and disappeared. There's no point in sitting here and guessing. Let's return to the realm of the gods and take a look. The news from 7 days ago might be different now. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading to the Little Divine Prefecture. Is there anything else you need to take care of first? Will you be going to the Little Divine Prefecture for a long time? Yuan Shi asked. It's hard to say. That place is the Great Guardian Formation's closing point. If you take care of it, you'll be able to control it more accurately. But if you don't take care of it, it won't be a big problem either. After all, if you really use the Great Guardian Formation, it's basically announcing that the realm of the gods should be cleaned up. It doesn't matter whether you control it accurately or not. To me, cleaning up 100 million miles of land is no different from accidentally sinking 100 million miles of land. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. Everyone was speechless. What a dangerous guy. Also, if you're going to the Little Divine Prefecture this time, Fairy, and Chu Chun will be going there to level up and engrave the rules of the ancient era. After that, there won't be anything else. If you want to play in the Little Divine Prefecture, it won't be a problem for us to stroll around there. Yin Nuoxing said. He had been holding back until the Little Divine Prefecture level up because of the rules of the ancient era left behind there. As long as he engraved the rules of the ancient era into his own rules and karma, there wouldn't be a problem. The rules of the ancient era were powerful and could increase one's cultivation speed. They could even touch power that didn't belong to this era. It was just that very few people could touch it, so it wasn't impossible to stay there and cultivate. It's going to be chaotic outside. It's fine if you want to go to the Little Divine Prefecture to avoid it. Because of the dark elemental barrier, the Little Divine Prefecture is severely isolated from the outside world. No matter how much war there is outside, or how much flood there is, it won't have much to do with the Little Divine Prefecture. Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly and took a sip of tea. Oh, it's been a long time since we're going back to the Divine Prefecture. Yuan Shi stretched lazily. There's nothing to prepare. We can go there directly. Our cultivation has come to an end, so we can go and have some fun. Before he could finish speaking, a burst of light suddenly lit up beside him, causing everyone to turn their heads. They saw that the jade bracelet on Qin Yan's left hand had suddenly lit up. She was also stunned. She was about to touch it with her other hand, but before she could touch it, the jade bracelet's light dimmed. Then, a piece of paper floated out from there. It swayed casually in the air, then slowly fell down and was caught by her. Chu Yingzhan and Ming, who were sitting beside her, leaned over curiously. Qin Yin shook her head helplessly and moved the thing that seemed to be a letter a little further away so that they could see it. She herself also felt that this somewhat formal communication was a little strange. If it was an emergency, her father would directly send a message instead of throwing out a letter. Qin Yin, Ming, and the other two girls silently repeated it in their hearts. Chu Yingzhan even moved her small mouth to make a gesture. The others waited patiently. Just as they took a sip of tea, they saw that the three of them suddenly had strange expressions on their faces. They all turned to look at Yin Nuoxing. What's wrong? I can see a huge amount of information from your expressions. It seems like something earth-shattering has happened. Yin Nuoxing was also stunned when she was stared at like this. Yuan Shi and the others were also very curious. They hurriedly asked, "What happened? What happened?" Ming had a strange expression on her face. She looked at the letter again, and her golden eyes flashed. Seeing that Qin Yin and Chu Yingzhan were stunned and didn't say anything, she hesitated for a few seconds and smiled bitterly. "Brother, you might have to go to the Qin family first." "Oh, it's no problem. But why is it so sudden? Did something happen?" Yin Nuoxing nodded and revealed a curious expression. Ming took the yellowish letter and handed it to Xian for them to read. Then, she said, "You're going to get engaged." A bolt of lightning from the ninth heaven streaked across the sky, and everyone in the main hall was exhausted. Yin Nuoxing held her teacup, and her expression didn't react. After a long while, there was movement in the frozen space. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Only then did they remember that there was such a thing. They had been running around all day to cultivate so intensely that they had forgotten about it. At this time, the letter finally fell into Yuan Shi's hands. He looked inside and teased. They invited a lot of people. "Little star, you really have to go." "It's reasonable that I have to go." Nightmare crossed her arms and nodded. "Who told you to flirt with other people, you bastard?" Chu Yingzhan shrugged and sighed. "The evils you brought on yourself were the hardest to bear." After a while, Yin Nuoxing also received the letter. Yu who was sitting next to him, also hurried over to read it. There wasn't much content in the letter, but it was very clear. In fact, he could more or less guess some of it even without reading it. It wasn't like he hadn't seen similar situations before. Chaos was imminent, and recently, there had been frequent big movements. Although they were drifting away from the world, the gods' realm had long been in an uproar. Things that were more serious than the last had been stirred up. There was the saying of an engagement in the first place. So Qin Hai thought that while there was still a little bit of peace, he should quickly settle the matter of the two young people first. There might not be such an opportunity in the future. Yin Nuoxing sighed. There wasn't much to say about this matter. It was caused by her own sins. However, the two of them were in a more intimate state than acquaintances, so it wasn't good to fall out with them. The Nine Deities Temple and the Qin clan were also old friends. This made him even more vexed. He had single-handedly brought about this matter, but the girl herself was also muddle-headed. He just didn't expect that he would have such a day. And the day of a marriage alliance. Going back 70 years, he never thought that he would have such a day. She flipped through the pages of the letter with her slender fingers, folded it, and gently pushed it back to Qin Yin. Then, she turned to the others and said with a shrug, "Let's go. Let's go to the Qin clan first." They left just like that. They had stayed in the outer heavens of the divine world for a month. Now, it was time for them to go back. With Yin Nuoxing's speed, she brought everyone to a desolate mountain range in an instant. They were still sitting in the palace a second ago, but now they had arrived at a mountain range without even blinking their eyes. Everyone was stunned. The desolate mountain range was barren. Two suns hung in the sky like scorching suns. It was extremely dazzling. There weren't even any birds in the empty sky. The wind that blew from afar carried the scorching aura of the scorching sun. It stirred up a whirlwind on the yellow earth, causing sand and pebbles to fly. Where's this place? It was like a memory fragment. They had arrived here in an instant. Yuan Shi and the others didn't understand what had happened at all. They hurriedly looked at Yin Nuoxing. the aura of the northern wasteland. Nightmare took a deep breath and exclaimed, "We arrived at the northern wasteland in a flash. You, how strong are you now?" Chu Yingjian poked Yin Nuoxing and couldn't help but ask. Only then did everyone remember that this guy had subdued two types of principal flames. One was ranked 11th, so it should have been ranked 4th, and the other was ranked 5th. However, they had forgotten about it because of other things. Only God knew how ridiculous this guy was. The Soundstring Fire and the Red Lotus Fire are both principal flames. However, one contains the principal power of rhythm, while the other is the principal power of the divine world. It can purify everything. I don't really care about the effects of the flames themselves. These two types of divine flames have recovered most of my principal power. Because of my divine soul, the strength of my principal power has recovered to the level of a post-god. Yin Nuoxing raised her head and said, "The strength of the principal power that one carried was very important. The Emperor gods had only just begun to grasp the principal power, while the gods could use it to perfection. However, it was still more difficult to strengthen one's own principal power. The stronger one's principal power and causality power were, the less they would be affected by the outside world. They could even affect the space and even the world they were in. Just give us a specific explanation." Yuanshi felt a headache after listening to a long speech. He hurriedly said, "For example, your current strength. I can probably fight against the gods head-on. After all, my principal power has recovered so much." Yin Nuoxing said calmly, "The strength of my principal power and causality power only allows me to not be affected too much when facing the divine rights of the gods. The divine rights of those with lower principal power would not be able to affect me. After all, my remaining divine rights are the divine rights of heavenly gods. They cannot surpass me in terms of divine rights. They can only suppress me when my principal power is not very high. But now, this hidden danger has been somewhat fixed. Since there's no way to suppress me from a higher position, I can fight as I please. With over 50 heavenly god-tier, god-park weapons and a few divine right weapons, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill one or a bunch of deities, probably. Everyone, this guy is not human, out of the norm. He is literally out of the norm." Chapter 1072. What were the so-called rules? This mysterious question had probably troubled many people. Even those who had stood tall for a long time after the miracles were not clear about the mysteries within. The mysteries were very high. For some gods who only knew how to cultivate their own divinity, divine authority, and divine power, these hidden factors on the other side might only be unconsciously improved by themselves. They did not even know what would happen if they were improved, and what would happen if they did not improve. Even in the ancient era, the precise understanding of one's own rules and causality, or the concept of rules and causality within one's body, are all things that touch upon the very essence of the world. Doing these things is equivalent to messing around with the foundation of the world, but it would not affect the world itself. It would only change the effects on oneself. Yin Nuoxing twirled her fingers and cleared her throat. "I'll keep it short. Every world has its own rules. There are infinite worlds in the void, and even if two worlds were born at the same time, their rules would not necessarily be the same. Different rules would give birth to different things. Every life in every world has their own rules, and it is only a matter of strength. The higher their rules, the closer they are to the rules created by the world, and the closer they are to the rules that are the world's essence. When their rules reach a certain level, they could even ignore the restraints of the world's rules and transcend everything. To put it bluntly, they could mess around without being suppressed by the world." Nightmare said simply. Yin Nuoxing paused for a moment and nodded helplessly. "It's not impossible for you to say it like that. But if you say it like that, the mystery will be reduced a lot. This involves the power of the element of beginning. When the rules reach a certain level, the restraints of the world on the individual would weaken. When that time comes, they could do whatever they want in the world. Create, destroy, modify, change, and toy with everything in the world. There would be nothing in the world that could restrain such life forms, since their rules were much higher than the rules of the world, and the world would have to yield to them and obey their rules. But no matter how much you mess around, it's useless in the god realm. Yuan-Shi said softly. Everyone also nodded in agreement. This was a world created by the first-generation great deity, and its rules were even higher than the world it resided in. Even the world that the myriad divine world resided in would be affected by it. There was basically no life form that could act unbridled in the myriad divine world, not even those above the heavenly deity realm. After staying in the wilderness for a while, Yin Nuoxing opened the treasure map and checked the location. She also sensed the northern wasteland and the western wasteland. Just as she was about to enter the western wasteland, the fallen star city, she was stunned. She turned to Xian and said, Xian, I suddenly remember that your family is also in the western wasteland. Everyone turned their heads to look at Xian. She was also stunned for a second before she suddenly came to a realization. Ah, yes, I almost forgot. This sentence made everyone speechless. This little girl had followed Yin Nuoxing all over the world and had not returned home for more than 10 or 20 years. She had almost forgotten about it. Yin Nuoxing turned to look at Qin Yin and gave her an apologetic smile. Send Xian home first. Is that okay? Qin Yin nodded. You decide. Although she said that she wanted to settle the matter first, it was actually not too urgent. She guessed that her father was a little missing a certain daughter, and now that the world was in chaos, he used that letter to call her back. Yin Nuoxing nodded and sensed the direction of the western wasteland. Now that the Guardian formation had been revived, his control over the god realm had been restored to its former level. He could even use the Guardian formation to sense what was happening in the entire god realm, as long as he wanted to. With such meticulous senses, it was not difficult to find Xingyu City. In less than 10 seconds, they found the place. Yin Nuoxing opened his eyes. A white light flashed in the space in front of him. Then, the group of people disappeared on the spot. Their line of sight flashed again, and from the desolate mountain range covered in yellow soil, they came to a mountain range with green existences. They were still standing on the mountain, and uneven trees appeared one after another in the distance. The group of them stood at the edge of the mountain and looked out from the not-so-dense forest. They saw a city not far away, and there were many people hurrying to and fro. Oh, we're here. Yuan-Shi stood up shakily, and his cheeks twitched slightly. I suddenly feel very uncomfortable. In the past, it should have taken us 8 or 10 days to get here. Well, emergency situations require emergency response. The remaining time is not enough for you to fly all over the sky. It's more convenient to teleport here. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. It's just that this kind of hardcore teleportation is not as accurate as the star map. Unfortunately, over the years, we have tried to collect as many fragments of the star map as possible, but it hasn't been fully repaired. This thing is not used in the God Realm. The God Realm is just a small map. After listening to him angrily, the group could not help but be speechless. What did he mean by not used in the God Realm? Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and said, that star map is used in the 8 Elements realm, a fixed-point teleportation device in the void. This thing can even directly go from the center of the upper plane to the most desolate place in the lower plane of the 8 Elements realm. Everyone, after going off topic for a while, Yin Nuoxing came back to her senses. Waving her hand, she took the lead and flew towards Starry Universe City, which was not far away. The group quickly followed behind her. The streets that extended in all directions connected the medium-sized city on the plains. At the moment, the city was heavily guarded. Rows of soldiers stood on the city walls, and they were all demigods and even deities. They were not ordinary guards. The situation in the God Realm was very serious. There was an inexplicable pressure pressing down on everyone. The forces guarding the city were nervous, afraid that the incident that destroyed the city would happen to them in one night. Therefore, they even set up a great defensive formation to protect the city. Although they knew that the thin defensive barrier would not be of much use, it was better than nothing. It was a kind of psychological comfort. I have to say, it is a miracle that the incident has not caused panic until now. Yin Nuoxing looked at the people who were in a hurry on the streets and the cultivators who were flying around in the sky. They looked very anxious, as if they were in a hurry. There was some worry in their eyes, but they did not run around in panic. Are you talking about the incident that destroyed a city? She looked around and nodded. Indeed, as the demon world descends, the god realm is full of strange phenomena. There are a lot of major incidents, and 2 or 3 medium-sized cities were completely destroyed. Although I can feel the extreme tension in the air, it did not cause too much panic under such circumstances. It is incredible. However, these people are nervous. Ordinary people are the most likely to feel uneasy, followed by cultivators. However, the former are the most common. If they cause any panic, it will be troublesome to deal with it. Chu Yingzhan blinked and looked curiously at the pedestrians who were in a hurry, but in an orderly manner. She said, "My hometown in the Seven Elements realm is a small and remote place. I know how much panic the mortals will feel when something big happens in the cultivator world. After all, the mortals in the Eight Elements realm are very calm. Ordinary people in the cultivator world are only separated by a piece of paper. After so many years of experience, they have long been used to turmoil. It is just another turmoil. Their nerves are already strong enough to get used to this kind of thing." Yin Nuoxing said. He had been observing the god realm for a long time in the ancient era. He had seen everything that could be seen clearly, so he was naturally the most qualified to speak. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. They lived in the god realm all day, so it was not like they had never seen the sky fall. It was not like they did not know about the demon world descending from the records. They were already used to it. A group of people entered the city in a grandiose manner. Perhaps it was because of the chaos, but not many people paid attention to them. How should they put it? It made them feel a little unnatural. In the past, they would receive a lot of attention wherever they went, so they were used to it. There was a bounty poster on the city wall. There was a familiar face painted on it. Everyone trembled when they saw it. "Little star, someone put a bounty on you." Yuanshi poked Yin Nuoxing's elbow and laughed softly in his soul. "I know. Ever since those gods came back to life, this bounty poster appeared. Back then, I saw it in the ultimate plane region. I don't know who is looking for me, but no matter what it is most likely not a good thing." Yin Nuoxing nodded calmly. He tilted his head and looked at the bounty poster on the city wall. "Oh, it is already 1,000,000 celestial grade Xian crystals. Not bad, not bad. So stingy." Everyone had a strange look on their faces. This guy was really calm when he saw their bounty poster. But with his current combat strength, it was normal for him to be calm. But these guys were really stingy. This was a former peak divine realm expert, but they didn't know that. Walking on the bustling street, under the scorching noon sun, the street was bustling with people. There wasn't the slightest bit of lazy atmosphere at noon. The crowd was hurriedly walking. Although there were many more people on the street than in her memory, this familiar scene still made Yin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. Her small mouth opened and closed as if she was silently chanting something. Perhaps it was a name in her memory, or perhaps it was something that had once been on the street. "I used to come to this street often. There would be a lot of snacks at night." After turning a corner, Yin held Yin Nuoxing's hand and pointed to the street next to them. He smiled faintly and then hurriedly pulled her forward. The others also quickly followed. Knowing that she was temporarily immersed in her memory, they didn't say anything. And the girl, who used to be very determined and steady outside, also became a little excited at this time. She pulled Yin Nuoxing and ran faster and faster. Looking at the smile on her face, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. He ran faster and jogged side by side with her on this street that was much less crowded. Yin Nuoxing also remembered a little. He had been here before, but at that time, he secretly followed Yin through this street. Thinking back a little, he felt that what happened at that time seemed to have happened yesterday. Time has slipped away so sneakily. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed in the mortal world. He had spent more than 10,000 years in the light cocoon. What a long and short time it had passed in the blink of an eye. But where did that pagoda go? Yin Nuoxing raised his head curiously. If there was a soul building in Xingyu City, it must be the pagoda of the Xian family. Why did it disappear? He looked up, but as far as his eyes could see, the sky was empty. His soul sensing told him that there were many more high-level gods in the city. In the past, the strongest in this city was only a demigod. Well, at that time, he couldn't sense anyone more powerful. Xingyu City was also a remote place in the western region of the Divine Prefecture. He also thought that there wouldn't be much stronger here, but this was the Divine Prefecture. No matter how remote it was still the Divine Prefecture. Maybe there were strong gods in the Xian family back then, but he didn't know that. If Yunuashing could notice it, naturally Xian could. He couldn't find the pagoda. His heart skipped a beat, and he ran faster. He jumped into the air and swept a distance in a flash. The people behind him were confused, but they didn't ask and quickly followed him. After going around in circles, they soon stopped. Yunuashing raised his head and saw the house in front of him. His cheeks couldn't help but twitch. He turned his head to look at Xian. His heart was in turmoil because of the shock. Mei Mao couldn't believe it. When the others landed, they were also shocked. The house that appeared in front of them still had the plaque of the Xian family hanging on it. Under the scorching sun at noon, they could clearly see that the house in front of them was an abandoned ruin. The yellowed walls had cracks as thick as a thumb. The courtyard was full of rubble. The once tall pavilion had collapsed, and half of the roof beams had collapsed. Only the broken fences and broken walls were left. There were traces of destruction everywhere. Only the 1-meter-tall weeds growing in the corners of the courtyard and in the gaps between the rubble had a different color. Yin Nuashing hurriedly supported Xian with his hands, afraid that she would collapse in the next second from the shock. However, it turned out that he worried too much. Xian just stared in disbelief with her eyes wide open. Her jade-like hands held tightly onto his, trembling. Her body didn't show any signs of collapsing, which made him heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that the shock was still within an acceptable range. Did they encounter a dragon? How could a perfectly fine house be torn down like this? Nightmare couldn't help but ask. He really couldn't hold it in. How could there be a ruined house in a place so close to the city center? Yuanshi gave him a fierce look and hurriedly said, Xian, you didn't find the wrong place, right? Is it really here? The situation here was exactly the same as the Qin family and Yu family that Yin Nuashing used to live in. The house was empty, and there weren't many people around. There's only one Xian family in the entire Star University, Yin Nuashing said. After a while, he narrowed his eyes and said, There's someone in the ruins. Let's go in and see. The group of people nodded. Their energy surged and was about to erupt. Yin Nuashing pulled Ziyin and let her lean half of her body in his arms. He rushed into the ruins aggressively and found the life reaction in an instant. The other party didn't hide himself at all, and he didn't have the ability to do so. It was just an ordinary person, a tramp with unkempt hair and a dirty face. When he saw Yin Nuashing and the group of people rushing in with both feet off the ground, he was so scared that he almost peed himself. However, when he saw that they didn't plan to attack him and only asked him questions, he trembled all over and told them everything he knew. Then, he got out of here in a hurry. If that old guy didn't lie, according to the time, they disappeared about 10 years ago. The whole Xian family was taken away by a group of immortals. I guess they were middle-high level immortals. In the next 1 or 2 years, the old side of the Xian family was turned upside down by other forces in Star University. Even the Soul Refining Tower was blown up. Yuanshi said, when he saw Mei Mao dim and Xian about to faint at any time, he hurriedly said, I'll go out and take a look. Maybe I'll get some useful information. Cough. No need. That guy didn't lie. Yin Nuashing shook his head. He held Xian in his arms with one hand and used the Book of Epics to look back on what had happened in the surroundings with the other hand. He lowered his head and blew at her ear, saying, Girl, don't worry. Your family is fine. They just moved to another place. Xian trembled all over and blushed slightly. She hurriedly looked at him, saying, Do you know where they went? Father and the others and... Probably. Yin Nuashing nodded and rubbed her head. He muttered to himself for a while and said, I saw the clothes of the people who helped move in the image. They were probably from the Xian family. The Xian family? Everyone was confused. What did he mean? They moved themselves? I'm talking about the Xian family of the 8 ancient families. Yin Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw their expressions. He conveniently told them what he saw in Xingling City's Qin family and the Yu family. Everyone let out a long "oh" after hearing this. Xian also heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. After a while, she frowned and asked doubtfully, "But what does the Xin family have to do with our family? You'll have to ask Qin Yin about this." Yin Nuashing tilted his head and looked at Qin Yin. Qin Yin was stunned. She pointed at herself in a daze, saying, "Oh, we made a trip back to Star Spirit City. Previously, we had a guess that the Qin family, the Yu family, and the Xian family here are all related to the ancient families. We guessed that they might be a branch of the 8 families. Moreover, they are a family with a very strong and pure bloodline. Their purpose is probably to preserve the fire seed. However, we don't know the details." Yin Nuashing shook his head and said, "I know you don't know. It's fine. Anyway, it's about time to go to your family. We'll know when we ask." Qin Yin thought for a while and nodded. After all, she didn't know much. Although she was the goddess of the Qin family, she didn't care about anything. She naturally didn't know much about the family's affairs. Moreover, it was something that happened so many years ago that anyone would have forgotten about it. In the end, she accidentally flipped through the family records and discovered that the Qin family's bloodline had been lost outside. Thus, she hurriedly sent people to bring it back. It's probably something that happened a long time ago. Yin Nuashing shrugged. Everyone wandered aimlessly in the ruins. Looking at the vast and dilapidated land, their eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. They sighed in their hearts. They could roughly imagine what kind of scene this place used to be. It was bustling, brightly lit, and full of vitality. After the owner of the house left, this place gradually became dilapidated and was visited by many uninvited guests. Xian brought Yin Nuashing to the place where she used to live. There used to be a sea of flowers there. The sky was filled with petals that danced in the breeze and could be blown far away by the wind. It was very romantic. However, at this moment, only ruins were left. The sea of flowers was gone. The land here had been dug up, and the ground was filled with rubble and dust. The house in the sea of flowers was also gone. It was buried in this huge pit and became history. It's a scene of devastation. Xian smiled bitterly. After knowing that her family was fine, her heavy heart was relieved. It was just a place to live. She still had feelings for this place, but she cared more about the people who lived here. She had 1,000% trust in Yin Nuashing. He couldn't be wrong. She trusted him unreservedly. "Little star, I have nowhere to go." Xian buried her face in his shoulder. Her voice was a little low. When Yin Nuashing heard this, he sighed in his heart. He didn't say anything. He gently stroked the girl's head and hugged her tightly in his arms. What a helpless trouble Ming, who was watching from the side, gave him a look. Then he pulled Fenger and Bing Air to the side and whispered, "Now, let's leave this time for these 2 idiots." Is Xian okay?" Fenger was a little worried. She turned around and looked at Xian, who was silent. Her family was gone just like that. She had been traveling in the God realm for more than 20 years. When she came back, even her home was gone. Fortunately, her family was still there. They had just gone to another place. As long as they were still alive, they could still see each other. "Don't worry. With Brother Nua here, everything will be fine." Yishi shook her head and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She had once been like this as well, but at that time, she had been very calm and had accepted everything calmly. Although she had also felt a bit of a mental breakdown, as if something she had been pursuing for a long time had suddenly collapsed. Perhaps it was because of the passage of time, but she didn't take it too seriously. After all, her parents had long since passed away, and that insignificant family clan of hers had been destroyed. Battles were happening all the time in the God realm, and what had happened to them was only a small part of it. It was just that they had coincidentally encountered it. Chapter 1073. It was a moonlit night, and the earth was covered in silver. The blue moon was very close to the God realm, and the millstone hanging in the sky was very large. It looked like it was about to fall. Even at night, the entire God realm was not peaceful. This situation had been going on for several days. Many major events were happening in the God realm, and it affected many people's minds. Not everyone was panicking, and it was impossible to completely stop the panic from spreading. However, those trivial matters did not have much to do with this place at this time. This place was enveloped by the formation, and all irrelevant people were expelled. The weak power of the rules spread out, making it impossible for people to have any thoughts of approaching this place. The cool moonlight flickered with a silver-blue radiance, sprinkling over the ruins. In the faint moonlight, a clear and melodious sound drifted out from the ruins, as if a sweet female voice was singing in a low voice. The pleasant voice quietly reverberated in the ruins. In front of the hole in the ruins, two people were sitting together. Dark purple hair and colorful hair fell on each other's body, and they were entangled with each other. The girl with dark purple hair and picturesque features leaned on the other person's shoulder and fell asleep. Her jade-like hands clutched the other person's clothes tightly, as if she was afraid that he would disappear. Big Sister Xian is asleep? A voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz came from behind them. Bright lights scattered over a radius of a few meters, and a faint holy voice sounded. It sounded like the whispers of an angel, and those who heard it could not help but be intoxicated. An incomparably holy figure walked out from behind the two of them and sat down gently beside Yin Nuoxing. A pair of pure white wings lazily spread out, enveloping the three of them. Facing the moonlight, she raised her head, revealing an incomparably beautiful face. A gentle and holy smile hung on the corner of her mouth, and she was holy and gentle. Yes, it's a bit of a blow to see that our home is gone. Fortunately, Uncle Xian and the others were taken away and not broken into the Xian family and kidnapped. Yin Nuoxing nodded and reached out to pat the angel's head. Big Sister Xian felt very peaceful beside Big Brother, so she fell asleep. Ming smiled softly and leaned her head on his shoulder. I also feel very peaceful beside Big Brother. Oh, is this why you treat me as a bolster? Under the moonlight, the three of them leaned against each other quietly. Xian had already fallen asleep, and Yin Nuoxing had been hugging her slender waist. She wanted to spread her 6 wings, but when she saw Ming's huge white feathers, she thought about it and decided not to. Yin coughed. Little star, I'm going back first. You guys, come back tomorrow. Qin Yan's voice suddenly rang out in his soul, snapping him out of his tranquil state. He raised his head slightly, but he couldn't move his hands. His shoulders were occupied by the two girls. Are you going back to make preparations? There was a few seconds of silence before Qin Yan replied softly, Be careful when you go back. It hasn't been very peaceful recently. You silly girls, don't lose yourselves. Of course, even if you lose yourselves, I can find you back, as long as you don't mind being watched by me, Yin Nuoxing said with a smile. Qin Yin was speechless. She was the goddess of the Qin family, and a low-level god. How could she lose herself so easily? There's a portal here that leads directly to the Qin Tian sacred city in the western region. Our home is there. Will you come? Hearing these slightly cautious probing words, Yin Nuoxing almost spat out. His cheeks twitched violently. Can you not use such a tone as if I've abandoned you to say such aggrieved words? I don't have confidence. Qin Yan's voice was slightly downcast. If it weren't for that scene in the past, they probably wouldn't have come to this point. She wasn't a tough person, so she couldn't harden her heart to confess. She dragged it out and ended up like this. Compared to the girl beside him, she was not confident. Yin Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was also a very helpless problem. He only felt that the word miserable was written all over his face, but what could he do? He had given her a choice to announce that she had dumped him. He wouldn't care about this, and they could still be friends in the future. As for the eyes of outsiders, if he cared about this, he wouldn't have ended up like this. For a person who was ruthless enough to destroy the entire realm of the gods, why would he care about other people's eyes? What? Unpleasant sound? What unpleasant sound? The sound echoing in the void was very beautiful. It was mixed with the aftermath of the destruction of countless worlds, and the noise left behind was woven into the lingering sound in the void. It was very moving music. All right, he was a little overthinking. Back to the original words, this girl, this girl. Hiss. He couldn't say for sure, but he felt a little sad. Sigh, don't worry, I will go. I once told you that when everything is unavoidable, I will face it calmly. Moreover, what I said in the past still stands. If you feel regretful and don't want to do this, then if I could be ruthless, I would have been ruthless back then. Qin Yin smiled bitterly. She couldn't be ruthless anymore. Moreover, the Qin family and the Nine Gods Temple had been on good terms for generations, and she also valued Yin Nuoxing. Apart from her own hidden thoughts, she also had another thought in her heart, which was to let her family follow him to the next step. That's right, this thought once existed, but as time passed, it became a lot fainter, and the proportion of the former was increasing rapidly. Yin Nuoxing was silent for a while. Then he closed his eyes and said, Little Qin, do as you wish. You can do whatever you want, and I will respect your choice. Don't worry too much. I will leave the choice to you. I won't have any complaints, and there will always be a place for you by my side. This will not change no matter what happens. It's a promise. That incident in the past was caused by him, so he didn't mind shouldering any reputation. He didn't mind if it was a little unpleasant. Who asked him to be stupid at that time? There was a price to pay for doing things without thinking. Sigh. He had taught himself another lesson. There was no response from the soul, but he could faintly hear Qin Yan's breathing. It was faint and a little nervous. She was silent and didn't reply. After a while, even the breathing in the soul disappeared, which gave him a headache. He couldn't leave now. What about that little girl? She wouldn't have thought wrongly, right? He felt that there shouldn't be a problem with him handling this matter, right? Boss, Yuan Shi and I will leave first. Tomorrow, we will bring gifts to the Qin family in the name of the Nightwalker Alliance. See you in the sacred city of Qin Tian. Just as he finished sighing, Nightmare's noisy voice sounded again, and he was so scared that he almost jumped into the pit. Little star, tomorrow, the Yuan family. I think Big Sis will also go over. Anyway, you have to be prepared. We'll go back first. All right. Qin Yin just ran out with red eyes. She might have gone back to the Qin family. Did you make her unhappy? Yuan Shi's voice followed closely behind. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. That little girl wasn't unhappy. She was so conflicted that she was about to cry. Unfortunately, he was also conflicted to the point that he was about to cry. Damn it. How could there be such a troublesome thing in this world? Brother? Ming opened her eyes and saw Yin Nuoxing's distorted, conflicted, dark, soulless, distressed, bitter, and funny face. She was shocked. Are you not feeling well? No, my balls are hurting. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched so much that it was about to fall off. Ming's face turned red, and she muttered in a low voice. Let's talk inside the room. Yin Nuoxing, I was wrong. The Qin family, also known as the Qin clan, appeared in the middle and later stages of the primordial age. A powerful god had once appeared in the family and inherited the god's bloodline. Because of this, the family was able to survive for a long time. However, like many other large clans, there was no news of its founder. No one knew if he had died or gone missing, but it was most likely the former. The Qin family was located in the western region of the Divine Prefecture, near the center of the eastern region. It was located in Qin Tian Holy City, which was directly east of Fallen Star City. Most of the forces within a radius of 1 trillion miles were considered subordinate forces of the Qin family and were protected by the Qin family. However, the primordial 8 clans had always been very mysterious, just like the 9 god temples that stood at the peak of the god realm. Many people knew of their existence, but they didn't know much about them. The same was true for the subordinate forces of the Qin family. They understood the Qin family the same way everyone else did. They knew that the Qin family possessed extremely terrifying strength, and their orders were like the will of the heavens that couldn't be disobeyed. In this chaotic and vast god realm, it wasn't shameful to rely on such a big tree. Being able to develop peacefully under its protection was also a rather good way to do so. It was just like the status of the Qin family in the god realm. Those who knew of it all worshipped it as a godlike existence. This phenomenon was even more exaggerated in the eastern region of the western region, which was the subordinate force of the Qin family. It was even more exaggerated in this region, which was slightly east of the western region, where the subordinate forces of the Qin family resided. It was said that during a time of war, each and every one of them would loudly shout, "God bless the Qin family," and then fearlessly charge forward, scaring the enemy to death, just like fanatical believers. Then, the goddess of such a huge and extremely powerful clan was about to be engaged as someone else. Logically speaking, it should be an earth-shattering event. Although it wasn't known by everyone in the god realm, it shouldn't be too far off. However, when Yun Nuoxing and the others arrived at the Qin family's territory from Fallen Star City, they were surprised to see that it was a normal scene. Oh, to put it more clearly, it was as normal as any other place. There was a rush of people coming and going, and the city was enveloped by a huge energy barrier. It was as though the city was in a state of war. There wasn't the slightest bit of a festive atmosphere. When Yun Nuoxing and the others saw this, they thought that they had come to the wrong place. Because Qin Yin, Nightmare, and Yuan she had left, their group didn't seem to have decreased in number. There were a total of 11 people left. Lan Exen, Kai Xia, and Little Qing entered Yun Nuoxing's spiritual world, while the others followed outside. The group of 11 people walked out in a majestic manner. Chu Chan flew up from a city below. He spread his hands and said helplessly, "Big Brother Yun, I've asked around. There's no news of the Qin family's engagement. Those people all think that I'm crazy." At this time, it's understandable that you want to keep a low profile. Yun Nuoxing stroked her long hair and took out the letter to take a look. After confirming that there wasn't any problem, she said, "Anyway, let's go to Qin Tian's sacred city to take a look. If there's a mistake, we'll treat it as a visit." That's right. Not long later, there will be a grand event in the Divine Continent. It's said to be for the younger generation, but it might be more than that. This is because there will be God, the arch-experts present. Big Brother Yin, why don't we? Chu Chun grinned and twisted his body as though he was very excited. His white robes swayed in the air. When Chu Xianling saw this, veins popped out on his forehead. He slapped Chu Chun and sent him flying to the horizon. "Everyone, your brother flew away." Yun Nuoxing poked Chu Yingzhan. Chu Yingzhan crossed her arms and remained silent for a while. Then, she sighed and hooked her arm around his shoulder. She sighed and said, "Let's go." Everyone, was she not going to care anymore? The Qin family is also a world of its own, right? It's hidden in a secret space. Xian said softly. She had seen the secret space of the Nine-Deity Hall. Other forces of the same level were probably also hidden in those spaces that they had created. It should be. It might even be a world of its own. Yin Nuoxing smiled. The ordinary laws of heaven and earth are generally suitable for many people. However, for some people with powerful energy, it's not quite enough. Therefore, if you have the ability, you can create a space or even a world that is completely suitable for your needs. The efficiency will be much higher. I once carefully created 10 worlds for myself to store energy, all kinds of chaotic and violent energy. Unfortunately, it was completely destroyed in the final battle. Yin Nuoxing shook her head regretfully. With my current strength, it's not difficult to create a world. However, it's very difficult to carefully create it according to my own wishes. Chu Yingzhan was speechless. Gods are indeed gods. What's wrong with that? You'll learn in the future and quickly get used to it. Yin Nuoxing shrugged disapprovingly. They searched around 3 or 4 cities in the vicinity and asked around again. Indeed, no one had heard of any festive activities in the Qin family. If there really were any, their subordinate forces would have received the news. Either there was no news at all, or it was something that could be considered top secret. After confirming that there was indeed no news, Yin Nuoxing and the others did not stay any longer. They teleported a second time and directly arrived 1,000 miles away from the Qin Tian sacred city. As soon as they came out, they felt a special aura that was different from other places. Dense streams of light flashed across the sky. They could see many experts directly controlling the power of space to fly across the sky or riding on rare exotic beasts. The surroundings of the Qin Tian sacred city were very lively. There were even some small towns not far from the city. If it continued to develop to this extent, In about a few decades, these small towns will be connected to the Qin Tian sacred city and become a part of it. Wow, this place is really lively. Chuchen looked down from above and could not help but exclaim. This place was so lively. Even in this tense atmosphere, it did not become deserted. The great city protecting array, with the Qin Tian sacred city as the center, covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles and established a huge energy barrier. In the northeast corner of the small town and the sacred city, there was a huge grassland. The lush greenery filled the eyes, and there was a thriving vitality. In the grassland, there was a huge silver-blue pillar. Extremely astonishing power of space was released from it, condensing the power of space in a large area, and through this pillar, it was transmitted to the many teleportation gates. The space in this square was extremely hard. A little further away, there was a slight distortion in space. From time to time, silver-blue lightning would streak across the sky. The huge teleportation gates, which were tens of thousands of zhang tall, lowered silver-blue curtains, and countless figures would flash out from the curtains and then gently land on the grassland. This is the first time I've felt the benefits of being high up in the sky. This fool's idea is not bad. Chu Yingxian patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and chuckled. Standing at this height, one could see half of the Qin Tian sacred city. That's the sacred city. The Qin family should be inside. Looking at the majestic city, Xian smiled lightly and said to Yin Nuoxing beside him, "It seems to be as prosperous as the Origin region sacred city. After all, it's also a sacred city. Apart from the scale, its level should be the same." Yin Nuoxing nodded, not surprised at all by the magnificence of the Qin Tian sacred city. Look at the 9 sacred palaces, 9 floating islands, and they have their own world within a world. The defense is so thick that even a peak heavenly god can't break through. Weren't those defenses set up by you? Chu Yingxian's pretty face was full of confusion. Yes, what's wrong? Yin Nuoxing nodded. No, nothing. This was the first time Chu Chun and the others had come to the territory of a famous and powerful force in the realm of the gods. There wasn't anything special about the layout of the city. It was on the same level as the Origin region and the Divine Land sacred city. However, he felt a different aura. It was very fresh and exciting. There were so many dazzling things that he couldn't finish looking at them. Big brother Yin, you said that they're all here to participate in that. That. Chu Chen's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yin Nuoxing curiously. I don't think so. Yin Nuoxing wasn't too sure either. He waved his hand and said, but there's no point in thinking so much. Let's go down first. The Great City Defense Formation contains the might of a god. It's a true god formation to protect the city. The other sacred cities should also have such a foundation, but they don't usually use it. Once the god formation is activated, it will automatically absorb the energy of heaven and earth. It can be said that it will never dissipate. Even if a god-level expert comes to attack, it won't be that easy to destroy this place. Many people in the air were flying towards the Qin Tian sacred city. Their expressions were calm, and one couldn't tell what they were thinking. However, there was still a tense atmosphere. Many people were probably hiding in these sacred cities in order to seek shelter. They didn't want to be destroyed along with the city. They could still find a sense of security in these sacred cities. If these sacred cities were destroyed by others, then there wouldn't be many safe places in the realm of the gods. Oh, I feel a bit of pressure. As they rushed down from the air, Chu Yingxian felt a faint pressure. The huge energy barrier had a great pressure that made her soul tremble slightly. She had felt this feeling many times from Yin Nuoxing, who was beside her. She understood that this was the so-called might of a god. Yin Nuoxing's mind moved, and a gentle energy enveloped everyone around her. As soon as this energy was released, Xian and the others felt much better. The might of the god was blocked by the thin energy barrier. Now that my laws have returned to the level of a god, this level of god's might can be easily blocked. Yin Nuoxing smiled, then paused for a moment. But if this god formation is switched to a more powerful defensive mode, its defensive power might reach the level of a heavenly god. At that time, I can only use my divine weapon to block it, and I might not be able to protect you. These sacred cities with god formations are forbidden to fly within a certain range. Gods can't allow others to look down on them. Yun Nuashing smiled mysteriously. Look at them. The closer they are, the stronger the god's might is. If they directly collide with it, even their souls will be shattered. They can't resist it, so they can only go down. Although we can ignore this pressure, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, let's go down too. Qin Tian's sacred city was usually open to the outside world. Half of the people inside were from the Qin family, and the rest were from the outside world. However, that was a normal situation. The current situation was abnormal, so the number of people from the Qin family was 1 or 2 times higher than the number of people from the Qin family. Most of the people came here to seek shelter. As for the small towns outside, they were about the same. The people of the Qin family mixed with the people from the outside world. Yun Nuashing stood at the city gate and looked at the many people around him. Those fellows who were usually full of arrogance could only obediently turn over and dismount from their mounts when they came here. Then, they led their own strange beasts and obediently accepted the inspection of the Qin clan guards at the city gate without saying a word. They were scanned by dozens of knife-like gazes all the way. It was not easy for them to enter the city. Their backs were probably soaked in sweat. Looking at the many people coming and going in Qin Tian's sacred city, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile. She signaled to the people beside her. Let's go in too. Get closer. Chapter 1074. Being pushed by the crowd towards the city gate, Yun Nuashing pulled the group of girls to his side and stuck close to them. His aura permeated their bodies and faintly produced some power, causing the people who were squeezing to back off a little. The closer they were to the city gate, the more people there were. It was very crowded as they pushed and shoved. There were also some who were leading their mounts that were hundreds of feet long. Those strange beasts alone took up a lot of space, and there were quite a few of them nearby. When they reached the city gate, Yun Nuashing and the others habitually turned their heads and looked at the city wall. In the end, they didn't see anything that could possibly appear there. Hey, idiot, there's no bounty for you here. Chu Yingxian's beautiful eyes kept glancing at the city wall. She wanted him to look in that direction, but he had noticed it a long time ago. He was not surprised. This was the Qin family's territory, and they had to follow the Qin family's rules. The people from the God Spirit forces who had awakened, as long as they had a normal brain, would not put up a bounty here, unless they had some sort of relationship with the Qin family, or if the Qin family had already been subdued. There were 2 rows of soldiers wearing black armor with golden edges standing on both sides of the city gate. There were about 100 of them when they entered Qin Tian's sacred city. Each of them was holding a long spear and looked very fierce. Except for the 10 or so soldiers who were in charge of the inspection. The rest of them were standing straight like spears. Their sharp and cold eyes kept scanning the surroundings, and a fierce aura spread out. The people who were close to them didn't even dare to breathe loudly. When they got close to the 10 or so soldiers who were in charge of the inspection, they realized that they were different from the soldiers in armor. They seemed to be the direct disciples of the Qin family. They were wearing white robes with golden patterns. There were 12 of them, and the men were handsome and the women were beautiful. They were especially eye-catching. There was a gentle smile on their faces, and some kind of friendly aura quietly spread out. It made the tense people relax a little. They were very serious about inspecting the people who came to Qin Tian's sacred city, checking if they had a pass or a pass that represented a strong or friendly force. From time to time, they would say a few words to the people who came. If you don't have either of the two, you can only stay in the city for a month. When the time is up, please leave the city on your own accord. Otherwise, someone will kick you out. This is a special policy, so if you have any objections, please keep it to yourself. There's no point in talking to us, so please save some saliva. Don't push the back row. That little brother over there, I'm talking about you. If you continue to push, we'll throw you out. Can't you see that the young man beside you is about to be squeezed out of the crowd? Maintain order. If you have any objections, you can raise them, but we have no right to change them. If you want to complain, then hurry up and go in. Fighting is not allowed in the sacred city. If you want to cause trouble, The Qin family has the right to ask you to stay in the dungeon for 2 days or ask you to fight with the King of Hell. Those who have mounts, please take good care of your mounts. Those who don't know how to shrink, turn left when you enter and receive a shrinking pill. When you leave, please receive a restoring pill. The streets are filled with giant beasts. Do you still need people to stand in the sacred city? This brother, please stop. There is something wrong with your aura. Oh, it's a demonic cultivation technique. I can't sense the characteristics of a demon. And you can go in. Don't stay in front. Guards, throw out those maggots. They're squeezing around. Damn it, I told you stop squeezing. If you want to play dominoes, go home and play. Don't disturb the order here. Hearing the dozen or so disciples of the Qin family saying these words calmly and with a gentle smile, Yin Nuoxing and the others couldn't help but blush with shame. These days, the service attitude was really good. If it were them, they would have pulled out a bunch of weapons and put them on the other party's neck. Damn it, you can't even stay in the city. How can you go in? You was a little uneasy as she squeezed into Yin Nuoxing's arms. She was a member of the demon race. She didn't expect that the Qin Tian sacred city would be so strict with the inspection. Now, it was too late for her to enter his spiritual world. Don't worry. Yin Nuoxing stretched out his hand and patted the girl's head. He smiled faintly. A weak star energy entered her body and quietly dissipated. Just stay by my side and you'll be fine. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and followed the group to the front. It was their turn. When the disciple of the Qin family saw him, he couldn't help but be stunned. His eyes were filled with amazement. After being inspected for half a day, it was rare for him to meet someone so pleasing to the eye. He couldn't help but want to take a few more glances. Shill. Yin Nuoxing put up a finger in front of his mouth. Then, he slid his arm out of his sleeve a little. He was holding a 9-colored token in his hand. The token was engraved with exquisite patterns. The token was emitting a faint light. With just a glance, the disciple instantly understood something and his whole body trembled. Yin Nuoxing blinked his eyes and gestured to Xian and Yuer behind him. He smiled slightly. Mesmerized by the bewitching smile, the disciple's face turned red. After a while, he quickly coughed dryly and said, "Cough, cough. Let them pass. There's no problem with this big family. Those in front, hurry up and go inside." Yin Nuoxing stuck out his tongue and kept the token. He cupped his hands and led Xian and the others past the disciple. The disciple was still in a daze as he looked at the big family. There was a row of beauties in front of him. His eyes were fixed on them. He only came back to his senses when the people behind him urged him. After walking through the city gate with ease, they finally entered the Qin Tian sacred city. Yuer heaved a sigh of relief. She was holding her breath just now because she was worried that she would reveal any flaws and make it difficult for Yin Nuoxing to deal with. That's great. The 9 deities shrine's token is really useful, Chu Yingzhan said enviously in his soul. The 9 deities shrine has been on good terms with the Qin family for generations. Even during special times, they don't have to be hindered by those rules. By the way, it's the same to go to the Xian family and the Yu family. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. At first, I just asked them to create a shrine to protect the world of the gods. Although we could have survived the great reincarnation because of us, I didn't expect it to develop like this in the future. The current Qin Tian sacred city was quite lively. After entering the city gate, walking out of the main street and turning a corner, the number of people instantly decreased by a lot. However, there were still quite a lot of people walking on the streets. Perhaps it would be less when one got closer to the center. Although many people hid in the city out of worry, those who could stand here were mostly experts with decent strength. Beginner gods could be seen everywhere on the streets. Of course, most of them were beginner gods, and there were also some mid-level gods. However, it was rare to see high-level gods, at least from his detection on Yun Nuo planet. Those guys with extremely high energy reactions were all gathered in the center of the sacred city. What's next? Do we find a place to rest and then enter the Qin family? Or do we go straight in? Xian tilted his head and asked Yin Nuoxing. Well, I asked little Qin to come out and pick us up. She asked us to go to the 2 pillars in the center. The gate of the Qin family is there, Yin Nuoxing said. Everyone nodded. After taking 2 steps, They jumped into the air and flew at a low altitude toward the center of the sacred city. Although they couldn't fly outside, it wasn't a problem to fly inside the sacred city. After all, the city was so big. If they only walked slowly, they didn't know how long it would take. The two pillars that looked like gate pillars were very eye-catching. They were two huge golden pillars that were hundreds of feet tall. They were engraved with mysterious runes, and there was a strong energy wandering in the pillars. It contained the power of space and the power of rules. They were connected to another space and also served as a stabilizer. That place was a square, and it was completely empty. The entire square was paved with green bricks, and a refreshing aura spread out from the ground. This square was only 3,000 feet in size, and it was only built to erect two golden stone pillars in the center. Other than that, there was nothing else. Fisk, why are there pillars again? I'm a little allergic to pillars now. Seeing those pillars, Chu Yingxian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Now, she could see those incomparably huge pillars in the sky every day. No matter where she went, she couldn't avoid them. The sky seemed to be blocked by a wall of pillars. Now that she saw those two golden pillars, she couldn't help but want to say something. Yin Nuoxing was embarrassed. This had nothing to do with her. It wasn't the pillars of creation. The pillars were surrounded by many warriors of the Qin family. At this time, these warriors were bowing slightly to the front. They also saw from afar that there was a graceful figure standing in front of the two golden pillars. She had changed from the black dress she usually wore to a black robe with golden edges and golden patterns. Part of her hair was tied up appropriately. Her hands were folded in front of her, and she stood in a dignified and beautiful posture. She didn't move even when the breeze blew past her. She raised her head slightly and looked into the distance like a stone statue. Even the space around her seemed to be frozen. Seeing the people flying quickly from afar, Qin Yin slowly recovered from her statue-like state. She raised her jade-like hand and waved at the sky, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Yin Nuoxing and the others appeared in front of the pillars in a flash. Qin Yin walked forward and said with a faint smile, "You're here. It's impossible not to come." Yin Nuoxing shrugged and looked at her with her colorful eyes for a while. No one looked away. After a while, Qin Yin took a light breath, turned around and waved her hand, saying, "Let's go in first." Sensing the slightly strange atmosphere, Zi Yin and the others looked at each other in dismay. None of them said anything and just quietly followed behind him. When they really got close to the two golden pillars, they found that there was a thin layer of something that looked like a light film between the two pillars. It looked like a mirror, but the mirror was like a layer of fog. It didn't move at all. Even if they poked it with their hands, it wouldn't cause any movement, and there wouldn't be any ripples on the surface of the water. When Yin Nuoxing saw the mirror-like thing that looked like a mist, his eyes flickered slightly. How nostalgic. This is already a very ancient space-fixing technique. With the knowledge of talismans in this era, it is impossible to replicate it. It's something from that era? Xian asked softly. The Qin family was left behind from the primordial age. It wasn't surprising that they used things from that era. Yin Nuoxing nodded. Qin Yin led them into the fog. There was only a flash of white light in front of their eyes. Everyone felt a weak surge of spatial power, and then they arrived. It was a bright world. With just a flash of light, everything in their line of sight was different. What they saw was a sky. They stood on a floating platform high in the sky. After walking out of the door, they stood on the edge of the platform. Standing at this height, they could see everything below at a glance. There were undulating mountains and palaces hidden in the valleys of the mountains. This was a prosperous continent full of vitality. There were even many small floating islands in the sky. There were also palaces standing on them. It seemed to be the residence of other people. Wow, the Qin family's realm is like this. Chu Yingxian's eyes lit up when she saw this beautiful place. Although it was also in a self-proclaimed space like the Chu Jie, this place was incomparable to the Chu Jie. This space of the Qin family was created by the ancestors of the Qin family. There are many places where it left traces of its meticulous arrangements. Qin Yin smiled faintly and pointed down. The main body of this continent is a floating continent surrounded by many floating islands of various sizes. Some of them are the residences and cultivation bases of some of the elders. There are also some floating islands that contain worlds within worlds, which are man-made arcane realms. Each of these arcane realms is extremely large and have different sceneries. There are worlds filled with lava, raging volcanoes, and icy worlds that have been sealed in ice for countless years. Some of these arcane realms have even given birth to their own lives because of the stable environment they exist in. Everyone followed Qin Yan's finger. Their gazes drifted around and landed on the floating islands that were far away. These floating continents that were only the size of a thumb were naturally not that small. Some of them even had spatial power that folded the space. He could easily see many magnificent scenes on the main body of the continent. Those scenes did not only exist in man-made mystic realms. This place seems to be more beautiful than the Nine Shrine, Chu Yingzhan said with a smile. Mei Mao floated towards Yin Nuoxing faintly. Yin Nuoxing glanced at her and said, "The Nine Shrine, including the dark shrine that once existed, those floating islands are all folded spaces. Because there are not many people, there is no need to expand them. Let's just leave them there. In the future, when there are more people and it becomes lively, the space will naturally be expanded. Look at the Light Shrine. There are only 65 people in the entire shrine. Other than Yaohua, they're all peak emperor gods. Why do they need so much space?" Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. So they nodded. Although the Nine Shrine was the strongest force in the divine realm, the number of disciples in it was really too small. However, there was no other way. The Nine Shrine's recruitment of disciples was based on fate. It was not easy for them to announce that they were recruiting a batch of disciples. Tens of millions of people rushed to sign up. In the end, perhaps only 100 people would really enter the shrine. In terms of quality, no one could compare to them. 20% of the Nine Shrine's disciples are from this era, the previous eras, and even the current era. The rest are naturally left behind by the 9 spaces of the Nine Shrine. There are no ordinary people, only powerful cultivators. Although there are small cities in the Nine Shrine, those are the fruits of the Nine Shrine's development over dozens of eras. Compared to this, the Qin clans and the other clans' realms are much more lively. Yin Nuoxing said, "It's a shrine made up entirely of cultivators." Qin Yin nodded. "The Qin clan is different. It's just that we have ordinary people at the grassroots level. They do not have the blood of the Qin clan flowing in their veins. It is said that they're the descendants of the relatives and friends of our ancestors. Some of them also have the blood of the gods, but there are not many of them. After years of development, they have become a part of the Qin clan. This is something that the outside world does not know. The blood of the gods has been passed down from generation to generation. There are not many of them." Yin Nuoxing nodded. His soul sense had detected many reactions. Most of them, almost 70%, were ordinary people whose energies were not very strong. There are many high-energy reactions. The Qin clan has left behind a god. Was he born in this era? Everyone's gazes suddenly became strange. They all tilted their heads and looked at him. This guy must have gotten used to detecting things. Every time he went to a place, he would use his soul sense. However, no one could detect his strange technique. He had seen everything. Sensing that everyone's gazes had become strange, Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. "I'm used to it. There's a complete God spirit magic array here. It should be the Qin clan's asset to survive the big reincarnation." Ouch! Qin Yin shook her head helplessly as she lightly hit the peeping Tom's head with a knife. She could not prevent him from doing anything. However, she did not think that there was a need to prevent him from doing anything. After standing there for a few minutes, Qin Yin waved her hand and took the lead to fly out of the floating platform. Yin Nuoxing brought his people and followed. Before they left the floating platform, he released a weak energy to cover the group of people around him. Only then did he catch up with Qin Yin, who was not in a hurry. Due to the weak layer of energy, everyone could feel an invisible pressure falling on the thin, invisible layer of energy outside their bodies. They immediately understood why Yin Nuoxing did this, but they did not know where the pressure came from. Probably an elder of the Qin clan. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at Qin Yin. The elder of your clan has some subtle prejudices against me, right? Qin Yin's expression changed. Her red lips opened slightly. She wanted to say something, but Yin Nuoxing waved his hand. This is your home. I won't do anything rash. Well, in fact, I have thought of many situations along the way. This is considered light. Speaking of which, the Qin clan should know my identity, right? Aren't the Nine Gods Temple and the Qin clan good friends? The Qin clan knows that the Nine Gods Temple has a new young hall master. They also know that it is you, but they don't recognize you. Qin Yin blinked and looked at Mei Mao. Her words made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. To put it bluntly, the Qin clan did not recognize Yin Nuoxing. This was not surprising. He had never revealed his identity to the public. Therefore, the Qin clan was still in the dark about the new young hallmaster. So it's my fault? Yin Nuoxing spread his hands helplessly. What would he do if things turn out this way? He was also in despair. However, he suddenly thought a good idea. With a thought, the 6 colorful wings stretched out from his back. He flapped them lightly and then retracted them, as if he had unintentionally stretched. The effect was immediate. Suddenly, the pressure on his body disappeared and turned into curious gazes. It seemed that they had recognized him, but were still sizing him up. So wings are the real body these days. Chu Yingxian was instantly stunned. They could not recognize him, but they had to see his wings to recognize him. Or was it that this fool's wings were the most memorable part? Qin Yin laughed dryly. Chapter 1075. The floating continent above the Qin residence was floating everywhere. It looked like a huge floating continent that had exploded. It was not fixed in the air, but was slowly rotating around the center. The scenery in the Qin residence was different from what Yin Nuoxing and the others had imagined. Of course, they had already expected the scenery to be magnificent. Everything in their eyes was constantly changing. There was also a sun in the sky, so the time in the Qin residence was about the same as the time in the outside world. By the way, aren't the two of you engaged? Why is it so cold? There's no sense of celebration at all. Chu Yingxian went up to Qin Yin, put her hand on her shoulder, and asked curiously. The latter had returned to the Qin residence half a day earlier than them, so she should have learned something. Qin Yin turned her head to look at Yin Nuoxing and said softly, "The first reason is that this is a special period. The celestial realm is about to enter a period of turmoil. Although the elimination of the remnants of the demon world went smoothly, we don't know if there are more of them. If the defense forces of other cities are transferred away at this critical moment, it is inevitable that there will be accidents. With the Qin family's influence, there will be a lot of people coming. The second reason is that Little Star's identity has not been announced to the outside world. Even many people in the Qin family don't know about it. According to the Nine Gods Shrine and my father, they don't want Little Star to stand in front of the stage so soon. So, they didn't announce it. It suits my taste." Yin Nuoxing immediately laughed happily. His original intention was to just stand behind the scenes. If the Qin clan announced the engagement of their goddess, people from all over the world would definitely come. In the end, his identity would be exposed. Then it would be like that. It would go against his wishes. However, if that was really the case, it wouldn't be a big deal. If he couldn't make a new plan, it would be fine. As they got closer to the center, the number of floating islands in the vicinity increased. The mountain range was ring-shaped, and there were peaks and palaces everywhere. Fog lingered around, and it was like a fairyland. There were powerful auras hidden everywhere, and there were also many people watching them. Yesterday, the news of Qin Yan's return had already spread in the Qin family. It was likely that the news of the engagement had also spread. Then today, Yin Nuoxing and the others came. Moreover, they were brought back by Qin Yin, which attracted a lot of attention. At least, he could feel the gazes of dozens of high-level gods sweeping over them. At first, Yin Nuoxing thought that after arriving at the Qin family, he would have to stay at Qin Yan's place for 1 or 2 days before he could see Qin Hai, the head of the Qin family. After all, managing such a big family would definitely have many things to do. Even if he did not have to deal with a myriad of affairs every day, it was more or less the same. Moreover, the realm of the gods was currently in a tense situation. This kind of matter concerned the survival of the gods, and things like the engagement could be postponed indefinitely. Therefore, he followed them with the mentality of sightseeing. Who knew? Rest? Oh, I was planning to directly ask you to come with me to see Father. After hearing Qin Yan's words, Yin Nuoxing could not help but laugh awkwardly. He tilted his head and looked at Xian, Ming, and Feng, and was instantly speechless. If he brought these beautiful girls to talk about the engagement to someone else, wouldn't he be misunderstood as coming to cause trouble? As if she knew what he was thinking, Qin Yin laughed softly and shook her head. Father likes to be lively. When there's nothing going on, there's no one else in the palace. Only Father and Mother are inside. Qin Yin, how many mothers do you have? Chu Yingzhan suddenly poked Qin Yin. As soon as this question was asked, the flight path of the group was all messed up. Yin Nuoxing almost crashed into the floating island that passed by them. Chu Xianling and Chu Chun directly fell to the ground. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and rolled their eyes at their sister. Qin Yin was also stunned. For a moment, she did not realize the profound meaning of this question. She honestly replied, "Two, but I'm the only daughter in the family." Hearing this, Chu Yingzhan responded with a meaningful "oh." Her eyes kept glancing at Yin Nuoxing. When she saw him looking at her with a dark expression, she could not help but roll her eyes at him. "I'm worried that you'll be beaten to death by others. How can you go to another girl's house for engagement and bring a group of ridiculously beautiful girls with you?" Before Yin Nuoxing could answer, Xian looked at them thoughtfully. Then, she pulled Yin Nuoxing's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "Little star, should we leave for a while?" Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. He only felt pain in his stomach and liver. There was no way to answer this question. No matter how he answered, it would be wrong. He simply remained silent and pretended to be thinking about something else. The palace where the patriarch of the Qin family resided was at the center of this huge ring-shaped mountain. It was located on a faintly discernible celestial mountain. The mist was ethereal, and the sunlight passed through the mist to form layers of light screens. When it landed on the magnificent and holy palace, it was like an inextinguishable sacred light. The palace was not very gorgeous or majestic, but it contained a sense of mystery. A kind of ancient and distant aura seeped out from it. It even formed a thin layer of solid golden light that flowed slowly on the palace's main body. The light that revealed the aura of time also exuded the smell of divinity. The smell of an era. There's time that surpasses an era flowing here. It's eternal and endless. Generations of divinity have gathered here. It's ancient and sacred. Yin Nuoxing's gaze became slightly deep as he said softly, "This palace is the residence of the patriarchs of the Qin family. It's also the place where the spirits of all the members of the Qin family gather," Qin Yin said softly. Standing at the entrance of this palace, Yin Nuoxing tidied his clothes and took a deep breath. He was actually a little nervous. Of course, he was not nervous because he was about to meet an Emperor God expert. It was purely because the person he was about to meet was the father of the girl beside him. In addition to what had happened between the two of them, he felt like he was meeting the parents. Even Xian and the others took half a step back slightly, as if they were deliberately distancing themselves. They even threw him an encouraging look, which made him even more dumbfounded. After pushing open the palace door, Qin Yin led Yin Nuoxing and the others in quickly. First, she helped Xian and the others to settle down. Then, she pulled Yin Nuoxing to the entrance of the main palace. Ahem, is it okay to go in like this?" Yin Nuoxing coughed softly and looked around. This palace was ordinary in size and looked more like a slightly larger mansion. However, there was some kind of spiritual power attached to this place, which made people feel very close and warm. There was a very gentle atmosphere. How should he put it? It made him feel like he was at home. The other palaces he had seen did not have this kind of aura. It was more like a big, cold house. Qin Yin did not reply. He turned his head and saw that the girl was also very nervous. Her lily-white hands were trembling slightly, and she was constantly taking deep breaths and exhaling. It was only when he could not help but pat her shoulder that she came back to her senses. She nodded, walked forward, and slowly pushed open the door. Yin Nuoxing swallowed his saliva. A series of scenes were playing out in his mind. When he was ready, his eyes revealed some deep and faint vicissitudes of life, and he prepared to walk in with Qin Yin. However, there was no one in the palace. Father is not here. Qin Yin laughed dryly. Yin Nuoxing was speechless. He had already mentally prepared himself, but in the end, there was no one here. Let him be speechless. There was no rule that said one had to sit in their own hall all the time and wait for others to come and visit. If it was him, living in such a big palace, he would definitely not sit in the hall all the time. He would definitely stay wherever he was comfortable. Therefore, it was normal that he did not see Qin Hai when he pushed open the door to the hall. After entering the palace, he did not try to sense for any signs of life. Who knew if there was anyone behind the door? Probably there. Qin Yin tilted her head and closed the door. Then, she turned around and led Yin Nuoxing to the side of the long corridor. They actually left the palace and walked towards the back of the palace. It was originally built for a mountain, and the palace was halfway up the mountain. After walking for a while, they arrived at the back of the mountain. After making a turn, they saw two figures at the end of the mountain path in front of them. Yin Nuoxing had already seen one of them. Although it had been a period of time, about 10,000 years to him, that middle-aged man in a black-edged golden robe had short black hair. He was not very tall, and his appearance was delicate and pretty. He was about 30 years old and looked like an ordinary person. The middle-aged man in front of him was Qin Yan's father, Qin Hai, the current patriarch of the Qin clan. He was a person who held great authority and was also a peak emperor god expert. He did not have any impact at all. At first glance, no one would associate him with the patriarch of the Qin clan. He looked more like an uncle next door. Beside him was a woman in a gorgeous black dress. Her black hair reached her waist, and she did not wear any makeup. She had an extremely beautiful face, and a faint smile hung at the corner of her mouth. She was somewhat similar to Qin Yin. However, when she smiled, there was also a sense of tranquility. Yin Nuoxing subconsciously guessed that this might be Qin Yan's mother. She was gentle, elegant, and quiet. Although they were not mother and daughter, they looked more like sisters. Furthermore, they exuded a sense of tranquility from their bones. They did not have a strong sense of presence. Although they were so beautiful, if they did not speak, it was really easy for people to forget them. Yin, you're here. When Yin Nuoxing and Qin Yin saw the two people opposite them also saw them. They slowly stood up and looked at the two beautiful figures walking towards them. They smiled faintly. After that, their gazes turned from Qin Yin to the person beside her. They were slightly stunned. "This is your friend?" Qin Yin could not hold back her laughter. She covered her mouth with her jade hand. Her body trembled slightly. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks trembled. It seemed that many years had passed. His appearance had changed again and again. After he had changed into the appearance of a 14 or 15-year-old, and after he had completely changed into the appearance of a girl, Qin Hai could not recognize him at all. Cough. Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly. He took a deep breath and clasped his hands. "Uncle Qin, it's me." In his impression, Qin Hai was not like this. It seemed that he would only show his original appearance when he was out of the sight of the other people of the Qin clan. It's little Yin. After being reminded by Yin Nuoxing, Qin Hai suddenly realized, "You've changed a lot over the years. I can't even recognize you." "Yes, there have been some changes." Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. On the other side, Qin Yin was laughing so hard that she almost fainted. She quickly hugged her mother to stifle her laughter. "Ha! I've been hearing your name in the realm of the gods recently." Qin Hai smiled and shook Yin Nuoxing's hand. The storm that Yin Nuoxing had caused in the Kuan-Yuan region had not dissipated since her birth. Her glorious achievements were enough to overshadow all the self-proclaimed geniuses and heaven's prides. "Thank you for taking care of me in all aspects." Yin Nuoxing stuck out her tongue. Qinghai was probably referring to cultivation, and cultivation-related matters. She dared to conclude that even the Qin clan wouldn't be able to preserve the divine tier, 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 divine tier. Actually, they didn't have much to talk about when they met. It was as if they were chatting about their daily lives, talking about some topics related to cultivation. I really can't see through you now, mysterious little fellow. Qinghai gazed at Yin Nuoxing with admiration in his eyes. Qin Yin stuck out her tongue in her heart and stood aside with her mother. They were talking about their trivial matters, while Yin Nuoxing and Qinghai were talking about their matters. However, when she heard this, she couldn't help but look at Yin Nuoxing with a strange expression. This divine lord was called a little fellow by others. He didn't seem to have any reaction. Anyway, he alone took on a lot of roles. At this time, he was probably playing the role of a junior. Well, I called you back this time to talk about you too. Qinghai coughed softly and said bluntly, I see a great possibility in you. I had this feeling back then, and I guess yours is the same. This girl has a lot of ideas, but she doesn't like to show them. However, I can still understand her thoughts. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and glanced at Qin Yan. The latter simply hid in her mother's arms and pretended not to see anything. This made Qinghai speechless. He really hadn't thought about this problem. At this moment, a great era is coming, or should I say, a chaotic era is coming. A powerful storm has gathered in the divine realm, and it will drag the entire divine realm into it. No one will be lucky enough to escape. There are too many descendants of great clans, descendants of gods, and descendants of gods. There are too many people. Although the Qin clan has been passed down since the ancient era, too many things have disappeared with the passage of time. We can't take care of everything. Right now, we are only an extremely strong force on the surface, but there are definitely more powerful existences in the dark. Qinghai sighed softly. Actually, I don't care about status. If Yin likes it, she can pursue it herself. But, as parents, we will always blindly worry about our children, even if they're already past the age where we should worry about them. Yin Nuoxing nodded to show that he could understand. Although he didn't have any memories, he could still understand. Moreover, Qinghai and the others had wanted to rope him in before they knew that he was the young master. This was also the truth. I can see that what you have is not as simple as potential. More importantly, you seem to be a reliable guy. Qinghai closed one of his eyes and coughed softly. It's just that there are a little too many girls around you. Yin Nuoxing staggered and fell to the ground. Qin Yin hurried forward and helped him up in a flurry. He really didn't have the ability to refute at all. In the past, when I saw how intimate the two of you were, I thought that the two of you were in a relationship. Therefore, I wanted to entrust Yin to you and let her follow you. Who knows? She might be happier. At the same time, I wanted you to take good care of this girl cough. At this point, Qinghai looked at him meaningfully and then looked at Qin Yin, who was supporting him. His expression was strange. So, what is the relationship between the two of you? Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and glanced at Qin Yin. His expression was a little strange. It seemed that she had already explained everything last night. She only looked at him deeply and didn't say anything. Her jade-like hand gently patted the dust off his body. All right. He was a little stupid when it came to matters of the heart. After all, there was still a chain around his soul. The chain of the heart that he put on in exchange for the speed of his cultivation. Although there were some flaws now and the effect was a lot weaker, it still existed. Moreover, this was not the only reason. His soul had a lifespan of dozens of years. The passage of time was engraved in his soul, making him feel faint. However, this didn't mean that he couldn't sense any feelings. When did Qin fall in love with him? He didn't know that this question might have to be pushed back for a long time. It might have to be pushed back to the time when they first met in the everlasting night forest. After that, it would be a long period of time together. As the saying went, love grows with time. After all, they met every day and went to the same place to do more or less the same thing. As they spent time together, this was only one of the possibilities. However, he probably had nothing better to do than to think about this matter so seriously. Feelings came and went in a flash. He probably sealed his feelings back then because it was troublesome. He never thought that it would break out. Companionship was the most long-lasting confession of love. The two girls told him this. He also admitted that if a person was willing to spend the rest of her life with him, and for a long period of time, this was the most precious gift. This was a one-sided companionship. She didn't need to accompany him. He knew this. He knew this. It was because he knew that he felt lost and at a loss. This was the first time he faced this kind of problem. What should he do? He didn't know. He couldn't figure out. He was so anxious that his whole body was covered in sweat. If these girls would leave after persuading him, he wouldn't be so distressed. Didn't they say that although some things were sad, at least they wouldn't cause harm to others? It wasn't like he hadn't said that before. But look at this. What's the use of this? What did he think of Qin? He liked her, but logically speaking, it shouldn't be the kind of feelings between a man and a woman. If they had some feelings for each other, it would probably stop here. It would be a lie to say that he didn't care. After all, she was the only person around him that he cared about. He could only care about the group of people around him, as well as some people in the past. Most people would probably feel that this was very normal. People only cared about that small group of people in their lifetime. However, he had already lived for hundreds of millions of lifetimes. He couldn't even count them. In the end, the dust had settled, and everything turned to ashes. In Quartermoon's lifetime, there weren't many people left. In the Shadow Emperor's lifetime, although his memories weren't complete, according to Zai, everyone he knew had passed away in front of him. In the end, what was left? What would he care about? What was left for him to care about? His mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. His expression changed drastically. Conflict, distress, confusion, headache, pain in the balls, and all sorts of other expressions flashed across his face. The three of them were stunned. This was the first time they saw someone who could show such rich expressions on his face at the same time. Let nature take its course. All the complicated emotions eventually turned into these 5 words. Yin Nuoshing released all the energy in his body. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was really a debt that he owed in countless lifetimes. He had to pay it all in one go in this lifetime. Qin Yan's lily-white hands trembled slightly. This answer was a little out of her expectations. She didn't expect it to be such an answer at all. She had made a lot of mental preparations, but in the end, she didn't need them. Knowing him, she roughly knew what he meant by this answer. It could be said that he had compromised. In fact, nothing had changed. In other words, he said, let her do what she likes. If she could understand, then Mr. and Mrs. Qin naturally could as well. The two of them looked at each other, then looked deeply at Yin Nuoshing. It was a normal answer. They could see that he was struggling, so they couldn't give him any comments. However, Qin Yin did tell them everything last night, including what Yin Nuoshing had said to her. Therefore, they could probably give him a relatively satisfactory score. Well, let nature take its course then. I'll leave this girl to you. Qin Hai patted him on the shoulder and smiled faintly. At least for now, Yin'er felt that she would be happy to stay by his side. This was enough. As for the future, they could talk about it in the future. Yin Nuoshing scratched his head. So about that matter? Oh, about the engagement? Didn't Yin'er tell you? Qin Hai chuckled and said, let's keep our attitude for now. That's right, let's keep it in the state of engagement. As for the future, who knows? Yin Nuoshing's body trembled. If Qin Yin hadn't supported him, he would have fallen down. Looking at the smiling Mr. and Mrs. Qin, Yin Nuoshing only felt physically and mentally exhausted. Really, it wasn't as tiring as it was after a big battle. All right, You two little guys can talk by yourselves. Yin go visit Ya's mother later. She misses you very much. Qin Hai smiled and left with Mrs. Qin, leaving Yun Nuashing and Qin Yin looking at each other. Chapter 1076. The news that the goddess of the Qin family had returned to the Qin family had spread throughout the Qin family last night and early this morning, including the engagement that Qin Hai had once mentioned. However, it was not spread to the outside world, and it was not to the point where everyone knew about it. Today, the group of people that Qin Yin had personally brought here attracted a lot of attention. They were trying to find the guy who was about to abduct their goddess. However, when they saw that the group of people were all girls, many people were a little confused. Fortunately, they still found a male creature, which confirmed that the person today was the one who had come to discuss the engagement that they thought was abnormally absurd. In fact, the matter between Yin Nuashing and Qin Yin was only known by the higher-ups of the Qin family in detail who the two little guys were. The others only knew a little about it. They knew that their goddess was going to get engaged, but they did not know who she was going to be engaged to. The reason why things had developed like this was also because of Yin Nuashing. His identity was more or less an unstable factor, so he did not tell the clan too much. This was referring to his identity as a spiritual, godly body. Therefore, the current situation was caused. The outsiders did not know about this matter, but the higher-ups of the Qin family knew about it, but they did not say anything. The mainstay and the others were confused. In any case, there were hundreds of pairs of eyes that saw the group of people going to the patriarch's house. Although they felt as if there were thousands of ants crawling around in their hearts, making them feel unbearably anxious, that was the place where the patriarchs of the Qin family lived. It was the spiritual sustenance of the entire Qin family, so no one dared to cause trouble there. Some of the elders did not feel uneasy, but the ones who were really restless were the young talents of the Qin family, those of the younger generation who had feelings for the goddess. After this restless state lasted for an hour, someone thought of a way to write a letter in a more serious way and asked someone to send it to the patriarch's palace. Then, the other young people realized that this was not causing trouble and would not disturb the patriarch, so they all followed suit. As for the content, it would not be any better. The problem is, are these people crazy? In a somewhat exaggerated living room, there were several thousand letters of all kinds piled up on the table. Ziyin and the others were speechless when they saw this. The pile of letters was as high as several people. The problem was that the contents of the letters were all noisy and almost the same, but that was not the main point. With a wave of her hand, Bing Er caught a letter that fell to the ground. She flipped it open casually. The person who wrote the letter didn't fold it properly at all. The content of the letter, other than a bunch of noises, was a cross drawn on a profile picture. There were also strange pictures of swords, spears, swords, and halberds. This profile picture was Chu Chen's. I really F asterisk king. Chu Chen was so depressed that he didn't know what to say. He tore the letter in his hand into pieces and threw it to Feng. Feng knew what he was doing and burned the shredded paper with fire. That idiot doesn't look like a man, no matter how you look at him. There's no other man here besides you, so it's normal for him to look for you. Chu Yingzhan expressed her understanding. She shrugged and patted him on the shoulder. She sighed and said, Xiao Chun, go bravely. Anyway, you won't die. But thinking about Qin Yan's position in the Qin family, the possibility of her being abolished is not small. Big Brother Yun. Chu Chen's expression was tragic. He had become a shield. When will your date with Big Sister Qin Yan end? Seeing this kid shouting and jumping up and down in the living room, the girls shrugged and calmly sat on the sofa, elegantly sipping their tea. At the same time, they caught Little Magic, Xiao Xian, and the three girls who were running around the living room. There were many decorations in the living room. It would be embarrassing if they ran around and knocked over something. The heat of the sun was filtered by the mist that permeated the mountains, turning into a cool shimmer that fell from the sky. The mountains were quiet and secluded, and the shadows of the trees on the ground were like a group of happy people dancing. Yin Nuashing and Qin Yin strolled hand in hand on this immortal mountain. They held hands, and kept a distance of half a meter. Neither of them spoke. One was clumsy and didn't know how to speak, while the other was quiet and rarely spoke. Contrasting with this quiet environment, they enjoyed the feeling of silence. Yin Nuashing had spent time alone with the girls around him. Now, he could clearly say that he didn't talk much when he was alone with any of them. He just accompanied and got along quietly. It seemed that this was enough. This way they would feel happy. As for himself, he didn't know what he was thinking. He simply felt that this kind of time was not bad. If it could continue, it would be peaceful. Unfortunately, peace was only a luxury to him. Inadvertently looking back, his memory of his life was filled with chaos, violence, and destruction. The peace and tranquility that he pursued was so far away that he couldn't touch it. He was a god, but he couldn't exchange for too much peace for himself. When did this kind of peace and quiet start to give him an exceptionally comfortable feeling? It allowed him to settle down a little, but it couldn't really restrain his violent thoughts. He was always thinking about very complicated things. The cool light sprinkled down. The fine sunlight struggled to break free from the shackles of the leaves and landed on the two of them. A hazy light screen enveloped the two of them. The cool breeze blew, making them feel a sense of peace from the bottom of their hearts. I thought that you would. It was unknown how long the two of them walked like this. Qin Yin suddenly spoke softly. Her jade-like hands clenched a little, and her bright black eyes secretly glanced at the person beside her. What? Yin Nuashing's lips curled into a faint smile. He walked for a while with his eyes closed. Qin Yin hurriedly pulled him and made him jump up to avoid the stones in front of him. Only then did she open her eyes and continue speaking. Did you think that I would leave you behind? Or something else? Qin Yin pursed her red lips and murmured. Yin Nuashing tilted his head and looked at her. Her tall body appeared a little hazy in the light screen. That loose robe couldn't cover her graceful figure. Her fine black hair casually draped over her shoulders and fell in front of her chest and on her perky buttocks. Her beautiful face maintained the kind of tranquility that had never changed in 10,000 years. She was as beautiful as an otherworldly fairy. Yin Nuashing turned his head and let out a long sigh. In a low voice, he said, I have said what I should say before. In the end, you still maintain this choice. I won't say anything. Moreover, I have my own promise. To the people around me, this is the only thing that I will not back down on. You are willing to stand by my side, and I am also willing to protect you forever. From now on, we will share honor and disgrace. If I can't do it and my life is in danger, I will not hesitate to pay any price to protect your life. Even if I have to sacrifice the entire world, I will not hesitate. Qin Yin repeated softly. Yin Nuashing stretched out his other hand and gently flicked her forehead. You don't have to repeat it. Qin Yin rubbed the spot between her eyebrows as she glanced at him, her beautiful eyes flickering. Then, before Nie Tian's foot could land on the ground, she gave him a hard tug with her jade-like hand, causing him to tilt to the side. Wah! Yin Nuashing exclaimed. His body spun. Before he could steady himself, he felt a gust of fragrant wind. Then, he threw himself into a soft embrace. Qin Yin hugged him tightly with both hands. She buried her face in his shoulder and took a light sniff. She whispered, It's very warm. A few seconds later, she gently pushed him away and continued to lead him forward. Yin Nuashing didn't react to what this girl was thinking. He tilted his head and followed her without hesitation. He glanced at Qin Yin, who was half a meter ahead of him on the left. A helpless smile appeared on his face. This girl's ears were completely red. Following the lass, they walked on the mountain path and soon arrived at the top of the mountain. There was actually a small residence here. The back of the residence was facing the mountain and was covered by a dense fog. When they first flew over, they didn't see it. This is Raising Immortal Building, the place where the Qin family's patriarch cultivated and recuperated. Usually, only father and I come here. Ordinary elders will not come here if they have nothing to do. Qin Yin said softly. The small house hidden in the fog was only 6 meters tall. It was a 2-story house. It was very small and inconspicuous. Moreover, they could feel a dense energy flow around it. Yin Nuashing felt the fluctuation of a rays in the vicinity. It seemed that there were many arrays hidden under the ground. There are many arrays that condense energy and make people's state of mind peaceful. Yin Nuashing said softly. He walked to her side and looked at the red door in front of him. He could feel a weak life aura inside. He tilted his head and asked, that person is inside, right? Qin Yin nodded her head. She's about to die. Her life aura is seriously fading. And Qin Yin nodded her head. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and said softly, You want me to save her? I have wishful thinking, but that Qin family's god has also seen it. It is the god that you sensed. Qin Yin and Mei Mao were somewhat gloomy. They didn't seem to have any hope. Long before I was born, Ye Er's mother was already bedridden and hasn't recovered. When I was young, I often came here to accompany her. She taught me a lot of things. She suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but look at him with a bitter smile. It seems that everyone's family has some kind of situation. Yin Nuashing pointed at himself and was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. In Yuan Shi's family, Yuan Shui once made a mistake in her cultivation. Xu Yingzhan's aunt came up from the lower realm and didn't complete the conversion of energy. It left serious sequelae and caused the distortion of her soul. Xian once lost the origin of the 5 elements, and her body would go crazy every once in a while. Needless to say, Ming and Little Purple Soul were the same. They didn't have any memories of the past. Thinking about it, it seemed that everyone had their own problems. It's quite good. Qin Yin was stunned. What did he mean by quite good? But before she could say anything, she saw Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh. At least, we're still alive, aren't we? This is just a microcosm of the world. Birth, old age, illness, and death follow the laws of nature. It's just that when something happens, we can still reach out and help. At least we're still alive, still alive. If only I could reach out and touch someone, if only I could pull them back from the underworld. Sigh. He shook his head, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Qin Yin looked at him in a daze. She reached out her hand and gently rubbed the corner of his eyes. There were only some tears flowing out. Yin Nuashing wrinkled his nose and said, I don't cry, and I can't cry. It's just that when I talk about it occasionally, my eyes won't listen to me. You can hear that my voice doesn't sound nasal at all. Go in and have a look. Your mother is still awake. Yin Nuashing tilted his head and pointed at the door. Qin Yin looked at him, and after a while, she nodded. She gently pushed the door open and walked in. This was just an ordinary small residence, and it was different from what it looked like from the outside. The interior was decorated like a bamboo house, and the floor and walls were made of flat bamboo. The most ordinary furniture was placed there, and everything was simple. There was a layer of dust on the stairs leading to the second floor. It was unknown how long it had been since someone had set foot there. On the first floor, other than the hall, there were only 2 rooms. The weak aura of life came from those rooms. When I was young, I always felt that this house didn't match the outside. It was a little strange, Qin Yin said softly. This is Qilin immortal bamboo. Yin Nuashing looked at the floor and walls made of emerald green bamboo and couldn't help but exclaim, Girl, this is a bamboo house made of fairy items. They really put in a lot of effort. Qin Yin was stunned for a moment. She had a certain understanding of fairy items by now, but when she heard him say that this house was made of fairy items, she was instantly stunned. Ew, are you sure? Qin Yin shook her head, and her body trembled. She looked at the emerald green house in disbelief, and then looked at him in shock. Yin Nuashing glanced at her and reached out to pinch her cheeks. You actually don't believe me. Qin Yin shook her head and quickly dodged his hand. She rubbed her face. It's just a little hard to believe. I often came here when I was young, and I didn't feel that there was anything unusual about this place. Qilin immortal bamboo's effects, other than alchemy, is its second effect. It's best to use it to calm the mind and recuperate, Yin Nuashing said as he lightly tapped on the wall. Ding! The emerald green bamboo made a crisp sound, as if someone had knocked on a crystal. Then, the place he tapped on suddenly lit up with a blue rune, emitting a pale white light. Moreover, the pattern of the rune continued to spread in all directions. When it spread to a certain extent, The originally lit rune gradually dimmed, forming a ring that spread throughout the entire bamboo house, lighting up different runes along the way. Yin noticed that the runes that appeared along the way of the house seemed to form a certain shape. There's no need to guess. Seeing her deep in thought, Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly. If these Qilin immortal bamboo came from the same bamboo forest, it will eventually depict the appearance of a real Qilin. It's not something that those fake Qilins can compare to. Qin Yin cocked her head to the side and looked at him. After the light faded, she pulled him towards a room. The two of them stepped on the bamboo without making the slightest sound. Even if they slapped the bamboo with all their might, they wouldn't make a sound. The Qilin immortal bamboo will only react if you tap on an energy node with a special force, Yin Nuoxing explained. The two of them tiptoed to the door of the house. Qin Yin gently pushed the door open. Yin Nuoxing also craned his neck to see the situation inside. It was still very ordinary. There was a bamboo bed, a table in the corner, and a few bamboo chairs. There were also a few boxes on the table that looked very new. On the other side, there was a window facing the cloud-shrouded mountain. They could even hear the sweet chirping of birds. It was quiet and elegant. This place was very suitable for recuperation. There was a woman sitting on the bamboo bed. She looked very young, about 25 years old. She was wearing a clean white dress and was extremely beautiful. Her temperament was otherworldly, and her skin was white. However, perhaps because of the slight imperfections in her white skin, her long hair was white. It wasn't the beautiful silvery white of Ming. Instead, it was a kind of dead and lifeless pale white. It was like an ancient tree that had withered in winter. The green leaves were falling, and the tree was withered. It was alive with a trace of vitality that couldn't be revealed to anyone. She propped her arm on the windowsill and rested her cheek on her palm. She looked out of the window and was in a daze. When she heard the sound, she couldn't help but turn her head and smile faintly. Yin is back. Yin's mother. When Qin Yin saw that she was struggling to get off the bed, she hurried over and reached out to support her. She said softly, Yin came back last night, but she was a little confused, so she didn't come to see you. The woman in white's face was also pale and bloodless. Her lips were also white. Her eyes were empty and lifeless. When she stared, it was as if she was looking at a deep black well. She couldn't see anything. Obviously, she was blind. Yin Nuoxing looked at her and found that she seemed to be a godmaster. Although her breath was weak and undetectable, he could see the difference between a godmaster and an ordinary person. He could see through it at a glance. It was impossible for a beginner god-level person to have any disability on their body. It could only be caused by that injury. It was just that he couldn't see what the injury was. Hi, and the others came to see me yesterday. The woman in white smiled and rubbed Qin Yin's black hair with her white palm. Then she turned her head and looked at Yin Nuoxing. She said, "Is this your little boyfriend?" Qin Yin blushed and didn't say anything. She just turned her head and looked at Yin Nuoxing. He also didn't know what to say. In the end, both of them were silent. This made the woman in white slightly surprised. She was just joking. Although she could feel that their mood had changed slightly, they didn't deny it, which surprised her. "Hello." Yin Nuoxing looked at the lifeless eyes and blinked. He walked closer from the door and said softly, "My name is Yin Nuoxing. Now, well, I'm taking care of Qin Yin." "You." When he came closer, the woman in white was slightly shocked. She used to be an emperor god. Even if she couldn't see with her eyes now, she could still feel things. Her senses were even sharper. She could even notice things that others couldn't. She could feel the extremely terrifying aura on Yin Nuoxing's body and the terror that was hidden behind him. It was enough to make the world sink into absolute darkness. He was like a demon king, and he had the power to make people lose all hope. She was shocked. That kind of aura and that kind of darkness were not things that ordinary people could bear. She couldn't see, but she instinctively felt that death was standing in front of her. That person was like the god of death, like a dark monarch. She knew that she couldn't provoke this person in front of her. She didn't know how Yin knew this person, nor did she know whether this person was telling the truth or not. However, she was very calm and didn't panic. Even though half of her body was paralyzed on the bed, she still bowed with great effort. Her voice was clear and steady. Yin, God, please forgive my rudeness. I can't get out of bed to meet you. Qin Yin was stunned. Yin Nuoxing was also stunned. He didn't know what this woman saw from him, but no matter what it was enough to kill an ordinary person with just one look. Those things were dark and deep and incomparably frightening. She could still bow, which made him a little, ahem. Don't be like this. I'm familiar with Qin. Yin Nuoxing quickly reacted. He stretched out his hands to hold her arms and slowly pressed her back on the bed. He said, no matter what you saw, you don't have to care. I don't care about these things. If I put on airs in front of Qin Er's elders, she will bite me to death. Qin Yin rolled her eyes at him and whispered in his ear, what's going on? Yeah, Er's mother, it's probably a feeling. Yin Nuoxing replied in the soul, your mother should have been a high-level god. Even though she lost her vision, the power of her soul has never weakened. People will transfer part of their power that they don't need to use to the part that they need to use, let alone gods. Everyone has the ability to adjust their body's self-adjustment. Without her vision, her perception is extraordinarily strong. She probably saw something on me, and she could only see it clearly when she was close to me. But you can't see it, and ordinary gods may not be able to sense it. The woman in white looked at him suspiciously and nodded slightly. But she was still slightly frightened, and cold sweat broke out on her body. Don't be so nervous. Yin Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. I just followed Qin to see you. Yes. Qin Yin nodded repeatedly, and the fear in the woman's heart weakened. If she was alone, she would not be afraid of anything. If he attacked at this time, the Qin family would have ways to resist him. But with Yin here, she could not afford to be careless. Yeah. Er's mother, I wanted to take a look at your injury. Qin Yin said after seeing that she had calmed down. The woman in white looked at her quietly and was a little surprised that Yin, who was so indifferent, would confide in another person. Then, she looked at Yin Nuoxing and shook her head. She sighed and said, Qin Yin thanks you, Supreme God Yin. However, this injury has become a source of trouble. The Supreme God of the Qin family has also taken a look at me, but Er's mother, little Xing, this guy is different. Let him take a look at you. Qin Yin shook her arm and almost called Yin Nuoxing by her nickname. She blushed and quickly changed her words. The woman in white pondered for a while. It was not that she was suspicious, but her injury had been seen many times by the people of the Qin family, and no one could cure it. Moreover, the injury had been for a long time, and there were a lot of sequelae. Even if she was cured, it was estimated that she would be like this for the rest of her life. Anyway, I'm your personal physician. You can ask me to treat anything. Yin Nuoxing shrugged helplessly. Yuan Shi, Chu Yingzhan, and now Qin Yin all thought of him as one of those old medical sages who could bring people back to life. Well, I could take a look at you, but if you refuse, I won't say anything. Yin Nuoxing said softly. Yeah, Er's mother, just let him take a look. Qin Yin said softly again. The woman in white frowned slightly. If she refused, she was afraid that Supreme God Heian would do something. She hesitated for a while and could only nod. Okay. Chapter 1077. It was still the Book of Epics. Yin Nuoxing held the golden ball of light with both hands. The gentle golden light shone on the white-clothed woman's face, making her feel very warm. The faint vigilance in her heart had unknowingly dissipated, and she relaxed. Yin Nuoxing sighed bitterly in his heart. The Book of Epics that could analyze the world, the void, the sun, the moon, and the stars and trace back to ancient and modern history had been used by him as a medical encyclopedia to treat difficult and complicated diseases. He felt that if the Book of Epics had a soul, it would probably cry out now. But the Book of Epics originally had such a function. It was not wrong for him to use it this way. He just felt that it was a little overkill. There was no other way. He was now just a god with a false appearance. Or rather, he did not even have a face. Without the Book of Epics, he really could not find a very detailed detection method. Moreover, using the Book of Epics was very fast. Qin Yin held Qin Yin's hand tightly. Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuoxing nervously. That day, Chu Yingxian also looked at him nervously. He did not expect that it would be her turn today. After a while, the light of the Book of Epics gradually returned to normal. Yin Nuoxing also opened his eyes. His expression became extremely strange. "How is it?" Qin Yin hurriedly asked when she saw this. Yin Nuoxing blinked and looked at her. He smiled bitterly. "How did your family encounter such things? Although this is a common occurrence in the realm of gods, isn't this a little too that?" The white-clothed woman looked at him in confusion. She did not understand what he saw. The laws and concepts collapse. The cause and effect that make up one's integrity is flawed. The god's divinity is contaminated by the power of others, and the soul is damaged. This is not a simple injury. This is not something that can be explained by a simple injury or disaster. Yin Nuoxing put away the Book of Epics and smiled bitterly. He looked at Qinya with a gaze full of sympathy and strangeness. "Right now, your body is on the border between existence and non-existence. Any small mistake can cause you to fall into the abyss of collapse and be consigned to eternal damnation. You might not even be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Could it be that you were seriously injured by a god?" The injuries of the laws were extremely strange. Those who were injured by them might not even feel that they were injured. Instead, they would feel that a part of their body was missing. A part of their body was empty and uncontrollable. Moreover, the injuries of the laws were extremely painful when they spread. It was as if their body was gradually disappearing and they could no longer feel it. However, on the surface, there was no injury at all. Some people would also call this a scar of the Great Path, but it was different. After all, the people of this era were the ones who confused the great path of heaven and earth with the laws of the world. In fact, they were two different things. The laws were a limitation of the birth of this world. This world operated according to a law. The great path of heaven and earth was just a self-definition produced by practitioners when they tried to analyze and understand the laws of heaven and earth. It was similar to a saying that the laws of heaven and earth were born by distorting the laws of heaven and earth. Because it was related to one's own cultivation and cultivation, it was called such. If the two were placed in the same place and drawn two circles, then the latter should be dozens of times smaller than the former and should be included in the circle. Yin Nuoxing would occasionally say the term Great Path, but it was just to make it easier for Xian and the others to understand. However, he was still not used to it. In his understanding, these were two different things. To be more precise, when ordinary people, or even gods, tried to analyze, understand, and communicate with the laws of heaven and earth, they only achieved one-sided results, which they called the Great Path. On the other hand, the laws of heaven and earth were all the laws that belonged to the divine realm and were limited to the first macro world. One day, when those people reached the god level, they would probably turn around and scoff at what he had said. Hearing this completely different result from what she had heard before, Qinya's expression changed slightly and became even gloomier. Although she didn't quite understand what the concept of the laws of heaven and earth had collapsed, she had once been an emperor god and had mastered the power of the laws. She knew how terrifying that power was. Little star, Qin Yan's pretty face turned slightly pale. She had been following him for a long time, so she knew a lot of things that she didn't know in advance. Therefore, she knew more than Qinya how serious the situation was. Her pretty face instantly turned pale. Seeing that she was so frightened that her body swayed and looked like she was about to fall, Yin Nuoxing quickly reached out and caught her. He smiled bitterly and said, "Calm down. Don't let another one fall before you recover." Huh? Qin Yin was stunned. Her expression eased a lot, and she asked, "Can I?" "Sigh. It's not a matter of whether I can or not. I told you before that if this happened to me, even if there was only a 30% chance of success, I would still try my best. However, she is not me." Yin Nuoxing scratched his head in distress and said, "Yes, I have a way, and the success rate is quite high for me. Among all the things that I have encountered, there's a 50% chance of success. If it were me, I would laugh until I fainted. However, she is your mother and a member of your family. There are some decisions that need to be made by neither her nor you. Do you understand what I mean?" Qin Yin gritted her teeth and nodded silently. She understood what he meant. She was afraid that she would have to ask her father, Qin Hai, about this matter. However, her father, her mother, and yet Er's mother were all very good friends. How could they allow someone who was half a family member to do this? Moreover, there was only a 50% chance of success. This time, it was different from the time with Chu Chomping. This time, it would be really dangerous. Even if he used the power of the Pillar of Creation, it would not be better. That broken pillar only had the simple ability to carry out 3 steps, which was less functional than some other advanced Matrix devices. It might be easier for him to do it himself, but this could not change the fact that there was a 50% chance of success. If he failed, Qin Hai and the others would probably eat him alive. So this matter, the collapse of the concept of rules. This kind of damage to the rules, once it starts, I just said that your existence wavers between existence and non-existence. Once it starts, even if it's just an attempt, there is no turning back. There are only 2 outcomes. You can live or die. There is no such thing as being half dead. Girl, I can't help you with this matter. Yin Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. If his strength had recovered to a certain extent, as long as he retained his soul, he would be able to solve any kind of injury. At most, he would leave a trace of his soul to be reconstructed and resurrected. Unfortunately, he had not reached that level yet. Fortunately, the collapse of the concept of rules had not affected his soul for the time being, so there was still a way. However, looking at the extent of the collapse, sooner or later, it would affect his soul. If it really reached that stage, it would be even more troublesome, and the failure rate would also be higher. Damage to the rules was very difficult to deal with. The gods themselves could solve the damage to the rules on their own souls, but how to treat others was a problem. In the ancient times, many gods were worried to death in this aspect. It was said that doctors could not treat themselves, but in this aspect, it was the other way around. Doctors could save themselves, but at the same time, they could also kill their patients. He hated being caught in this kind of entanglement the most. On one hand, it was his friend, while his ambiguous friend's family. On the other hand, it was the ordinary success rate which made him dizzy, because this was a very serious matter, and he himself was not very confident. He told them everything without giving an ambiguous answer. In the end, they would still be the ones making the decision. He could help, and even if he failed, it would not be a problem for him to bear some responsibility. He just wanted to make it clear. After all, he was playing with other people's lives this time, not his own. Yin Nuoxing sighed again and said, "Also, don't move. Don't kneel down. If you kneel down, how are you going to live?" He saw that this girl's legs kept moving. If he had not hugged her, she might have already done that by now. And Qin Yan's sudden change in expression also confirmed his thoughts. This girl might have really had that kind of thought just now. Qin Yan's expression was gloomy. She was not an unreasonable person. She knew what he was worried about, and she knew that this was not something that she could decide on her own. Just now, she was frightened by the serious consequences that he said, so she was stunned for a moment. Now that he had reminded her a few times, she calmed down a little. "Little star, is there really no safer way?" Qin Yan asked softly in her soul. Her voice was soft and somewhat pleading. Yin Nuoxing sighed softly in his soul. "Qin girl, you're not that crazy girl Chu Yingxian. It's fine if I'm just joking with her, but what I just told you is the most accurate answer. There are originally only 2 outcomes, to live and recover, to die and collapse. A person can't be in the situation of living and dying, so there's only a 50% chance. This is the limit of the laws of the world. Even if there's only a soul left, it can still be defined as living. So the other 50%, you can treat it as the death of the body and the destruction of the soul. The damage to the concept of the laws is not as simple as you think." Qin Yin and Mei Mao became increasingly gloomy. When Yin Nuoxing saw this, he could not bear to see her like this. He hurriedly said, "If you don't pay attention to it, your Qin Yin can still live for a few hundred years. But that's it for the rest of her life. Slowly, she won't be able to feel the existence of her body. When the body is destroyed from the concept of rules, it will be the soul's turn. All right, I won't say any more." When he saw her eyes becoming increasingly gloomy, he could only stop, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yinuashing let out a long sigh. He patted her shoulder lightly and said softly, "Accompany your mother. I'll wait for you outside." After he finished speaking, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked straight at Qinyan. When he saw her nod gently, he patted her head again. Then, he stood up and walked out of the small house. When he walked out of the bamboo house and passed through the red door with his back facing her, he took a light breath and said softly, "Uncle Qin, come out. I know you're here." As if he was talking to himself, a weak wave of energy spread out, causing the clouds in front of him to tumble. The thick clouds dissipated, and a large group of people landed in front of him. The two people in the lead were naturally Qin Hai and Qin Yan's mother. Behind them, there were 10 to 20 god emperors. Qin Hai was stunned. Uncle Qin, you guys are..." Qin Hai sensed the situation in the bamboo house. When he saw Qin Yin and Qin Yi talking, he was also stunned. He smiled bitterly and waved his hand to ask the god emperors to leave. Then, he said, "Just now you suddenly transmitted a dangerous thought to me. I thought something had happened to you. See, I was so anxious that I called a group of people over. This is the Qin clan's territory. If something really happened, it would be a huge matter." When Yinuashing heard this, he only felt depressed. He couldn't help but look back at the door. Then he sighed. Fine, they actually treated him as a dangerous person and guarded against him. This made him feel a little unhappy. Wasn't it just that his aura was a little darker and he was a little more dangerous in the past? Now, he was openly visiting them. "Ahem, Uncle Qin, let's not talk in riddles. It's troublesome to talk in circles." Yinuashing shrugged. Then, he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. He said softly, "Well, anyway, you should have heard the sound inside. I didn't turn on the shield just now. After all, this is the Qin clan's home. I don't use energy if there's nothing." When they heard this, Qin Hai and Qin Yan's mother's expressions turned serious. They looked at each other. Qin Hai scratched his head and said, "Little guy, I really don't understand you now. Who exactly are you? Who do you think I am, Uncle Qin?" Yinuashing replied with a faint smile. "Spiritual divine body? The young master of the 9 deities temple?" Yinuashing shrugged. It seemed that Sister Jean and the others did not say anything. However, this was normal. His identity was considered an absolute secret of the 9 deities temple. "Then I'm the spiritual divine body and the young master of the 9 deities temple," Yinuashing said with a smile. "I'm me. I've never changed." Qin Hai laughed bitterly. Qin had made such a big commotion just now. It was obvious that she was extremely frightened. After being with her for so many years, he naturally knew that the girl's senses and spiritual sense were very sharp and powerful. Although he was not sure what had happened just now, yet Er's cry as Supreme God Yun had frightened both of them. Qin Yan's mother wrinkled her nose. Suddenly, she walked forward quickly and quietly to Yinuashing. He tilted his head and looked at her. Then he laughed and said, Then, in the next second, Qin Yan's mother suddenly reached out her hand as fast as lightning. She grabbed Yinuashing's face and pulled it with all her might. He cried out in pain, and his colorful hair stood on end. Qin Hai, after pulling his face, Qin Yan's mother walked back. She looked at her hand faintly. Then, she looked at Yinuashing, who was jumping up and down in pain. Then, she nodded at Qin Hai and said, he's just a child. Qin Hai took a deep breath and said, Cough, cough. Do you have a way to deal with Er's matter? Qin Hai coughed softly and asked seriously. Yinuashing gasped and rubbed his face. When he heard Qin Hai's voice, he quickly regained his serious expression. However, he still covered his face with one hand and said, You heard it clearly just now. There's a 50% chance. Besides, Uncle Qin, are you sure you want to leave it to an outsider? What are you talking about? You're half a member of the Qin family now, Qin Hai said seriously as he glared at him. Yinuashing laughed dryly. Then, his expression became serious. After muttering to himself for a while, he said, There's no way to increase the success rate. After the entire process starts, there will only be 2 outcomes, life or death. This is something that cannot be transcended from the natural order. God emperors can only use the power of natural order. They can't transcend the natural order. They're not like gods, who can control their own outcomes. She should have been heavily injured by God-level power, right? A complete God-level array. A direct hit. Qin Hai's expression was serious as he nodded. That was something that happened many years ago. Even now, when he thought about it, his face still turned pale. He had never felt as hopeless as he did that day. What made him feel even more hopeless was when he saw her appear in front of him. At that moment, his heart was about to break. There's not much difference. Yin Nuoxing sighed and said, she was already lucky that she didn't die at that time. You said it yourself. In a few hundred years, at most, she will die from the injuries caused by the natural order. Why don't we take a gamble? Qin Hai smiled faintly. However, the smile on his face was very forced. You have to think carefully. If you don't touch her, she can live for at least a few hundred years. If you fail, you won't even have a few hundred years left. Yin Nuoxing's voice was solemn. He was just confirming. Since Qin Hai had said so, he must have made the necessary preparations. Seeing him nod, Yin Nuoxing also nodded heavily. They all understood the principle behind it. Yin Nuoxing did not delay any further. He pushed open the door and said, there's no time to lose. Let's begin now. Huh? Qin Hai and Mother Qin were both stunned. Don't we need to prepare anything? Materials or something like that? Injuries caused by the natural order can't be treated with medicinal pills. Unless there are some extremely special and unorthodox medicinal pills. Unfortunately, I don't have any on me. You probably don't have any either. Materials are also very rare. Furthermore, the success rate of those medicinal pills will be even lower. To put it bluntly, medicinal pills can treat internal and external injuries. Qin Hai sighed softly. You still say that you're not a doctor. Yin Nuoxing was about to cry when he heard this. Uncle Qin, I'm really not a doctor. The door was gently pushed open, causing Qin Yin and Qin Ya to turn their gazes. When they saw Yin Nuoxing and Qin Hai walking in together, the former was stunned, while the latter was not surprised. Father? Why are you here? Qin Yin stood up in confusion. Then, she saw Yin Nuoxing's helpless and solemn expression. She also saw the heavy expressions on her parents' faces. This made her heart skip a beat. As smart as she was, she understood something in an instant. Qin Hai and Mother Qin rubbed her face. Then, they gestured to her. The two of them sat by the bed and whispered something to the woman in white. Qin Yin looked at them in a daze. Then, she turned around and walked to Yin Nuoxing. She raised her head and looked at him. She opened her mouth, but she gritted her teeth tightly. She did not say anything. She just looked at him with a pair of hopeful eyes. Yin Nuoxing reached out and hugged the girl who had something to say, but did not say anything. He said softly, just believe in your mother. You trust her very much, don't you? Qin Yin nodded. However, she was stunned after hearing this. She looked at him in confusion. She felt that there was something wrong with his words. Xiao Yun, we're ready. Qin Hai turned around and saw the two figures sticking together. He was slightly stunned, but his voice was still solemn. Do I need to do anything? Qin Ya asked. Yin Nuoxing rubbed Qin Yan's black hair. He walked to the bed and looked out of the window. Suddenly, he said, the scenery here is not bad. It's quiet and elegant. The outside world is still very exciting. You want to live, right? Qin Ya looked at him in confusion. She did not quite understand what he meant, but she still nodded. Yin Nuoxing also nodded. Then hold on to this obsession. Don't let go. Think more about beautiful things. Think about the source of power that has supported you for thousands of years. Maybe you can cut through the darkness and catch that ray of light. Then I'll start. Yin Nuoxing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. 6 colorful wings spread out from his back. Round balls the size of a fist appeared in midair and slowly rotated above Qin Ya. They represented the combination of 13 types of energy. The rotating radiance sprinkled on her body, making her feel a power that seemed to come from the world. Buzz. Yin Nuoxing slowly opened his eyes. His 2 eyeballs had already turned into 2 dark purple fireballs. Endless energy and the power of rules crazily condensed in his hands. In the end, it condensed into a dark purple scepter that was 2 meters long. It was blurry and its true appearance could not be seen clearly. Behind him, 5 extremely dim divine halos quietly appeared. The appearance of the 5 divine halos made Qin Hai and the others tremble in their hearts. They almost suffocated as their eyes widened. Ding! Yin Nuoxing did not pay attention to them. He gently waved the scepter in his right hand. Hanging on the scepter, something that looked like a bell or a string of beads shook and made a crisp sound. His colorful long hair began to fade, and the dark purple scepter became even more resplendent. The 13 source pearls left Qinya and entered the scepter. He gently shook the scepter and then slowly lowered it. The tip of the scepter was gently held in front of Qinya's forehead. The order of reincarnation and karma has appeared in your eyes. You are nothing and everything. Time is infinite, the rules are determined by heaven, and the void is boundless. My words reverse all the established principles in the world. At this moment, time has stopped, the rules are disordered, and the void is disintegrated. Your eyes emit the hope of light. Your path leads to the darkness of death. Chaos and light intertwine. Your reality will collapse from the soul to the only result. It was as if he had become a life form of energy. His voice trembled slightly and was ethereal. It seemed to have come from the source of time and transcended the world. No rules could analyze the voice he made. Go and find yourself. Chapter 1078. This was a very mystical process. Even though Yin Nuoxing himself did not see anything mystical about it, as he had transformed into a body of laws. From his point of view, everything would either be acknowledged or denied. Thus, he could not see any difference. However, it was completely different in the eyes of others, such as Qin Hai and the others. This was also the first time that Qin Yin had faced such a scene. In her days, she seemed to have seen the beginning of the creation of the world. A flash of light appeared in the void, and a thin film separated the inside from the outside world. A torrent of energy washed over the new world. It was very mystical and indescribable. Her body and mind felt as if they were about to sink into it. This was a domain that she could not understand. This was a light that she could not see through. Every flash of light carried a huge amount of information that was enough to cause the spirit of a godly emperor to collapse. It was also as if she saw the scene of the world collapsing. The world that had been burning for hundreds of billions of years suddenly collapsed from a sky full of starlight into a grain of rice. Everything disappeared. Then, everything in her line of sight really disappeared. The sky full of starlight, the boundless void, and the dazzling brilliance disappeared. Only Yin Nuoxing was left standing quietly in front of her. She gloomily pulled at her long hair, which only had 1/3 of its color left. As for Qinya, she had already fainted. Now it's up to her. Yin Nuoxing sighed softly and waved her hand weakly. Whether the part that makes up herself and the soul that makes up herself can search for it on her own, whether she wakes up or disintegrates will depend on whether her willpower is strong enough. Her existence had begun to collapse from the concept of laws. She had already lost a part of herself. At this moment, she was sent into the concept of laws to search for the part of herself that she had lost. If everything went well, he would see her return in one piece in less than a day. If things did not go well, he still felt that Qin Hai would eat him alive. You can stay by her side and let her feel more hope of living. Perhaps the probability of her waking up will be higher. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and nodded at Qin Hai and the others. Yawning, she walked towards the door and said, "I'm tired. I'm going to rest." Qin Hai and the others were still in a daze. It wasn't until Yin Nuoxing spoke that they snapped out of their daze. They looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was sauntering toward the door, with a strange look in their eyes. They wondered if they were hallucinating. They rubbed their eyes hard and winked at Qin Yin. Only then did Qin Yin come to her senses and hurriedly chase after him. "This kid did I see wrongly just now?" When the two of them left the bamboo house, Qin Hai had a strange expression on his face. In that instant, he seemed to have seen 5 divine rings. With his Qin family's many records, he naturally understood what it meant if it really was a divine ring. Moreover, he indeed felt an irresistible power, so it shouldn't be fake. "You saw it too," so it shouldn't be wrong. Mother Qin slowly retracted her gaze and looked at Qinya, who was lying on the bed. Her expression was gentle as she said to Qin Hai, "We'll ask her about it when the time comes." Now, Qin Hai nodded and retracted his gaze. It was the same mountain path as before, but this time, Yin Nuoxing and Qin Yin were walking back. Yin Nuoxing looked more miserable and dispirited. She looked a little depressed and absent-minded. She was supported by Qin Yin as she walked slowly. Qin Yin supported her with force. She couldn't help but turn her head and say softly, "Thank you." Yin Nuoxing nodded weakly. After a while, she reacted and said, "It's too early to say that. If it fails, your family will kill me." Qin Yin didn't comment and didn't continue on this topic. "Where do you want to go? Sleep? I want to find a good place to sleep." Qin Yin nodded slightly and said, "Then I'll send you back to your family Xian's place. By the way, I'll be scolded by them." Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh. She couldn't help but snicker. After going out and coming back with white hair, she would definitely be lectured. As expected, as soon as Yin Nuoxing and Qin Yin returned to the palace and saw Xian and the others in the living room, they also turned their heads and saw the two of them walking in. Then, thousands of letters flew all over the place. The group of people was dumbfounded. It was as if they had gone out and been squeezed dry before bringing them back. Seeing this, they instantly had dozens of ideas. Any one of them could turn the palace upside down. Crash! Qin Yin tossed the letter in her hand onto a nearby table, and Ziyin and Hong Ming hurriedly ran to their side. When they saw Yin Nuoxing's dispirited appearance, especially his hair, which was only a tenth of its original color, they were both shocked. They hurriedly took him from Qin Yan's hands and asked, What happened to him?" "Nothing. I borrowed your little star for a while. Didn't you feel the fluctuation of godly right just now?" Qin Yan laughed dryly. Chu Yingxian came over in surprise and grabbed Qin Yan's shoulder. She exclaimed, "How did you torture him just now?" As soon as she said this, everyone in the living room finally collapsed to the ground. Qin Yan's face had an unchanging smile, but her forehead was starting to turn black at a speed visible to the naked eye. She raised her hand, and Chu Yingxian flew out. Her head hit the sofa, her legs stretched out, and she stopped moving. Seeing that Yin Nuoxing was swaying back and forth, her eyelids were fighting, and even her brain was about to stop working, Xian and Ming hurriedly carried her out of the living room. They had strolled around nearby and found a place to rest. Now is the time to use it. While Xian and Ming carried Yin Nuoxing into the room, Qin Yin quickly explained the situation in her soul. Only then did everyone realize what had happened. Then they all calmed down. Little Star was too soft-hearted. In the end, he would definitely help. It was just that this matter involved too many people, so he needed others to guarantee it. "Let's not talk about that. What's with these letters?" Qin Yin waved her hand and casually picked up a letter floating in front of her. She casually opened it with her slender fingers. "Have you been bombarded by my family's suitors?" "No." Feng Er shook her head helplessly. Feng shook her head helplessly and said, "These letters are for Chu Chun, but they were originally for Xing Xing. There will be a banquet in the sacred hall tonight. Please come with the goddess." Qin Yin looked at the letter in her hand. Her expression was strange, but she felt that it was quite normal. Bing Er patted little magic in her arms. The little guy nimbly ran to Qin Yin with a letter in his mouth and winked at her. The latter smiled and rubbed his soft fur. She took the letter and casually opened it. Then, within 3 seconds, her pretty face turned dark. She tore the letter into pieces and threw it to Feng Er. The latter immediately lit a fire. Seeing the helpless and bitter faces of the people in the living room, Qin Yin finally understood why they were all so listless. They must have been disturbed by these things. Especially when she saw that there was a portrait of Chu Chun in the letter, she understood even more why the young man was pacing back and forth in the living room with a manic look. It seemed that he had been mistaken, but it was no wonder. He was the only male in their team. Well, the other one did not look like him at all. Walala! A sound like paper being flipped sounded in the living room. Qin Yin saw that Chu Chun and the others had goosebumps all over their bodies. Then, They looked at the door of the living room as if they were looking at an enemy. She could not help but look over as well. A group of letters. Yes, it was really a group of letters. They rushed over like a flock of birds from afar. F***CK. Here they come again. Chu Chen's black hair stood up as if it had been struck by lightning. Qin Yin was just about to attack when the letters piled up neatly on the floor of the living room. At a glance, there were hundreds of letters. She was speechless. What are these people thinking? Even Bing Air could not help but say such a sentence with a dark face. Is this a new type of mental harassment attack? Qin Yin smiled bitterly and helplessly. This is where the family heads of the past lived. It is the spiritual sustenance of the entire Qin family. Without permission, no one is allowed to barge in. No one is allowed to make a ruckus here. Otherwise, they will be severely punished by the Qin family. Then, they came up with such a thing. Chu Yingzhan dangled a letter between two fingers. Can I sue them for mental harassment? Everyone smiled bitterly. Casually flipping through the new pile of letters, the content was similar. Qin Yin was speechless. She could not help but look at Chu Chan. Aren't you going to rebut them? Chu Chan lifted his dark face from behind the letter. With a gloomy face, he crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it at Fomer. It was burned to ashes. Only then did he sigh with a relaxed expression. Big Brother Yin is quite nice to me. He doesn't like these troublesome things. If there are too many of them, his emotions will become unstable easily. Then, I'll block them for him for a while. It's not a problem. Have you completely become that idiot's little fan? Chu Yingzhan's face was filled with black lines. She didn't know why her younger brother and sister worshipped that crazy person so much. Fine, if that guy didn't get crazy and just casually sat somewhere with a better view, it would be a perfect view from every angle. If he drew it and took it to a competition, he would be the champion for several hundred years. He was beautiful, he could fight and resist, and he was also a mysterious god. If word got out, tens of thousands of people would throw themselves at him. Sister Xian, are you thinking about something strange? Seeing Chu Yingzhan's pretty face turn red, then black, then purple, then green, Chu Chun trembled all over and suddenly felt that his life was in danger. He quickly moved 5 or 6 meters away from her, and Chu Xianling also silently moved to Feng Er's side for safety. Only then did Chu Chun ask in a trembling voice. No! Chu Yingzhan shook her head violently. Qin Yin quickly flipped through the letters. After confirming that 80% of them were useless, she called softly, Feng. Then, with a swing of her hand, she threw thousands of letters to Feng like a fairy scattering flowers. Feng nodded slightly. She did not even need to move. The letters that were 3 meters away from her all burned automatically. In a short while, thousands of letters were burned to ashes. It was clean and environmentally friendly. There was really no ash left, but it made the temperature of the hall slightly higher. Qin Yin clapped her hands lightly. She smiled at Chu Chun and said, in those letters, there are many young experts from the Qin family. They range from demigod level to mid-level gods. The range of age is as high as 6,000 to 7,000 years. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's face turned green. However, this wasn't the end of it. Qin Yin continued with a smile. There are also some combatants from the Thousand Ascension Army, which is the main defensive force of the Qin clan. Even the most ordinary soldiers in the army are at least at the demigod rank, and they're all elites in this realm. I won't go into the details of the rest, as I don't think you'll want to know. Ahem. Chu Chun coughed heavily. With his hands behind his back, he sighed and shook his head. I'm only a soldier. However, my heart is not on the battlefield. I only want to enjoy the beautiful scenery. As for the rest, I will leave it to Big Brother Yin. Ouch! Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched by a furious Chu Yingzhan. Chu Yingzhan could not help but roll her eyes. Can you be more shameless? Chu Chen scratched his head and laughed dryly. Qin Yin shook her head and sighed. Little Star's combat strength is out of the norm. If we include him, will there still be anyone at the beginner god level? Everyone nodded thoughtfully. It seemed to make sense. So, are you going to the St. Hall's banquet tonight? Feng Er took a sip of tea and asked calmly. I think I have to show my face. Qin Yin sighed helplessly. Although I really don't want to go, there is a letter with the St. Hall seal. I have to go at least to show my appreciation. What is the St. Hall seal? Is it related to the St. Hall? Chu Chun jumped onto the sofa curiously. The St. Hall. Just treat it as a place like the Elder Parliament. It has a lot of decision-making power in the Qin family. Qin Yin shrugged. She took out the letter that was left at the side and placed it on the table in front of her. Everyone gathered around and saw that there was a golden seal on the letter. There were many patterns in the seal, and it looked like a sleeping snake with wings. The content of the letter was much more formal. It was not like the other brainless provocations. It was also very simple. It was just a gathering of a group of young people. This time, Qin Yin had reached the beginner god level early and broke the record. Many elders attached great importance to her. They wanted her to share her experience with others, especially those who were still in the demigod level and were a few times older than Qin Yin. To put it bluntly, they saw that you broke through so quickly and wanted you to share your cultivation experience. It might be helpful to those who have been in the demigod level for a long time. But Chu Chun jumped back after reading the letter. He lay on the sofa and mumbled, but he did not finish his sentence. He had heard a lot from his sister and understood a lot. The matter of the Jiesu secret realm was no exception. Qin Yin nodded bitterly. The reason why she had broken through the time limit and entered the early god grade ahead of time was because she had broken through in that place, which contained the essence of a heaven god's lifetime cultivation. Moreover, almost half of the elders knew that she was cultivating a high-level godly technique of unknown origin. When she came back last night, she was dragged by a group of elders and her father to undergo the baptism of the beginner god level. They also checked her at the same time. It was similar to the time when the Golden Princess helped her to check her potential at the Nine Deities Temple. Many people present knew about the strong waves of the godly technique. It shocked the god of the Qin family so much that he opened his eyes. If she reached the beginner god level, the god of the Qin family would probably jump out of his seat. That godly technique had a weak wave of divinity and godly authority. Once it was activated, it would be revealed. Ordinary godly techniques did not have such an effect. She could not expose yin washing. This was not the Nine Deities Temple. Who knew what would happen if she said it? What if she offended Little Star and the Qin family? She did not even dare to think about it. So, are we going? Bing Air played with her blue-blonde hair and asked casually. Yes, we have to go. Qin Yin nodded with a troubled smile on her face. It was obvious that she was reluctant. However, she had to go. The St. Hall had a lot of influence and decision-making power in the Qin family. This letter was said to be for Chu Chun, but it was more accurate to say that it was for her. However, she was not sure if it was sent by the elders of the St. Hall or the young experts in the St. Hall. There were a total of 10 young experts there. If more than half of them agreed, the St. Hall seal would be issued. They also had a vote when voting on important matters in the family. However, 7 people had to agree before they could cast a vote. They were the 10 elites of the Qin family. However, the young experts here generally referred to those below 100,000 years old. If they were converted to realms, they would be below the god or underworld realm. Therefore, these 10 people would not remain unchanged forever. Well, you don't have to go. The St. Hall seal is only effective on me. You are the guest of the Qin family and have no right to order you. Qin Yin shook her head. Hey, however, if you don't go, you will have a lot of difficulties. It's not easy to be a goddess, especially when you're involved in some kind of trouble. A burst of undisguised laughter came from the door, causing everyone to be stunned. They turned their heads in unison and saw 2 people walking in side by side. One of them was wearing a snow-white robe, looking as elegant as the wind, while the other had a crazy smile on his handsome face. He was wearing black clothes, had black hair, and had black eyes. When the 2 of them stood together, they looked like the black and white impermanence. The loud laughter came from the latter, and he even kicked the door open. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, you are here. Didn't you say that there would be other people coming? Chu Chan was so excited that he cried. With these 2 people who were more handsome and gentlemanly than him, he did not need to be a shield anymore. Probably. Why would they come? Yuan-shi smiled bitterly and shook his head. When we went back, Qin Yin said that the Qin family did not tell other forces and wanted to keep a low profile. So, there was no need to bring people here. It won't be too late to come when the wedding is going on. Then, as soon as I entered the house, my sister and the others dragged me away and asked about me. I almost couldn't get out. Huh? Did your family force you to get married? Chu Yingzhan teased. No way. If that was the case, I would have called you. Yuan-shi smiled bitterly. My sister threw a tantrum and insisted on changing places with me. She didn't want to take care of things and asked me to go back to take care of it. She wanted to go out with Little Star to play. My father saw that I was already a beginner god with a god spirit body and thought it was okay. It was time to change people, so he agreed to my sister's request. Then, my little follower sent me a message before the news spread. I quickly dismantled the voice transmission token and ran away as fast as I was being chased by Little Star. I think my sister will be furious. As he spoke, his face turned ashen. He could not help but cry. He could foresee that the next time he went back, his buttocks would be smacked into 8 pieces. Everyone was also in tears when they heard this. It's not easy. Bullshit. Before I returned to the Alliance's camp, I received news that I didn't need to go anymore. I was just about to turn around and run away when I was caught. They kept me in the Alliance and said that I didn't do my duty as the Son of God. My demon body is already a beginner god with a god spirit body and a god spirit body. It's time for me to take care of the Alliance's affairs. My head hurts. I haven't even gone to Little Divine Land. Nightmare looked like he was about to break down. He scratched his face with both hands. Everyone sighed. It's not easy for you either. Nightmare and Yuan-shi sighed. It's not easy. Didn't he run away with his life just to follow Yin Nuashing around? He didn't realize it before, but now he felt that following him around to play and cultivate was much more comfortable than staying at home. Chapter 1079. Scarlet moonlight spilled across the land. It was moonlight from a different dimension that had penetrated through all obstacles. The entire mountain range was dyed a faint red. Against the dark forest, the gentle breeze swayed gently. It was a rather frightening scene, but everyone was used to it, so they didn't think much of it. After all, there was another type of life in the realm of the gods that only needed this red moonlight. It was beneficial to them, and it didn't hinder the growth of other life forms. The moonlight shone on the huge stone floating in the air, casting a huge shadow on the mountain range. At the center of the circular mountain range with a gap in it, a group of heavenly palaces stood in great numbers. When the faint red moonlight fell on their walls, it reflected a strange brilliance like a mirror, forming a gorgeous curtain of light in the air. These palaces all carried traces of an ancient aura and were brightly lit. Even the hidden palace on the highest celestial mountain emitted a faint brilliance that penetrated the mist. Why did you drag me to the banquet? Yawn. And why are you two back so soon? Outside an exceptionally grand and luxurious ancient palace, a group of people sat in a long corridor that extended from both sides. They were dressed in extremely formal and luxurious robes. The figure with half of his hair, snow white, was unnaturally twisting his body. A few pairs of small white hands were constantly tidying up his slightly messy clothes due to his discomfort. Haha, I missed you. I can't stay at home anymore. If I stay any longer, you won't be able to see me for 10 years. But if I run out this time, I'll be bitten to death by my big sister the next time I go back. Starting from my arm, there's an 80% chance that my whole body will be cut into 100 pieces and eaten by my family. Yuan-shi said with a smile. She didn't look like she was worried about being killed when she returned. The white robe she was wearing was different from usual. It was very beautiful, and she had an extraordinary aura. She looked very confident. Ziaming, hey, I really don't fit these. No, don't touch there. Ha! Since you're all dressed, let me adjust myself. Wah! Everyone couldn't help but sigh as they watched Yin Nuashing being tidied up by Zian, Ming, Feng and Bing Er. Brother, pay attention to your image. Although there was no one here, and the barrier was activated. As for why they were tidying up here, that was actually not the reason. Originally, when they were tidying up at Qin Yan's house, Yin Nuashing felt uncomfortable all over and made a fuss, so they had no choice but to stop here to tidy up. There are 10,000 dragons roaring in my head. They're making a mess. Let me rest for a while. Look at my hair. Girl, don't tie my waist so tightly. It's gonna break. I'm very slim to begin with. Yin Nuashing mumbled uncomfortably all over and kept tugging at his chest. The patterns of these clothes were too complicated and formal. It was obvious that there was a shadow of a formal dress inside, but it wasn't just that. It was very luxurious and gorgeous. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, and Qin Yin, who were born in rich families, had to personally wrap it up. Moreover, it took a lot of effort to choose these clothes. This was the rhythm of using power to oppress others. It had to be in line with the temperament of the 13 otherworldly experts. What a shameful name. Who gave this name at the beginning? Yin Nuashing couldn't help but complain. Just now, this name had been decided before he woke up. Although he didn't have to call it that, it was just a way of calling himself. Yes, as for how the word otherworldly experts came about, wandering away from the world, this was what it meant. It was said that Little Moon shouted this name, and then everyone agreed to it. But did you forget? Goo, I'm dying. Relax a little. Among the 13 of us, there are 5 who aren't human. Ming, Feng, Bing Er, and you're? Yin Nuashing gasped for breath after saying a word. He was being strangled. Speaking of which, he really didn't understand. They were already wearing these clothes, so why were Xian and Ming still struggling behind him? Hey, don't worry, boss. This is just a self-title. At most, we'll promise you that we won't say out loud. Devil Nightmare chuckled. His tight black robe with demonic runes made him look like a core member of some underground organization. As for Chu Chun, he had also been ruined by him to the point where he was almost the same. If you don't like it, you can call it 13 stars. This name suits your temperament, Chu Yingzhan said as she flipped through her long gloves. The girls were also wearing short skirts, long skirts, or a combination of windbreakers and long skirts. They looked more graceful and elegant than ever before. They were incomparably beautiful, with a hint of fierceness and heroic spirit. On this special occasion, Yin Nuashing also managed to escape from Xian and the other girls. It was rare for him to wear men's clothes. It was just that. It wasn't what he was wearing. I say, idiot, why do you look like a girl even when you're wearing this? Chu Yingzhan covered her face speechlessly. This was indeed men's clothing, proper men's clothing. The long robe and long cape were black with colorful patterns. The black contained the colors of the star domain, and it looked like he was staring at a starry sky. The colorful patterns were based on the divine runes on his body and the unique symbol of the 9 deities temple. They were made in a rush in the afternoon with the help of Xian, who was most familiar with his body size. Yin Nuashing almost vomited blood when she saw this. He could walk without fixing it, and it fit him perfectly. What exactly did this girl do to his body? However, the clothes that were supposed to set off his majestic, mysterious, and elegant appearance made everyone spit out water when they saw him from the front. He looked like a 16-year-old girl wearing the most beautiful gown to get married. What was going on? In the end, everyone unanimously agreed that half of his face was used to confuse people, and it was hopeless. No matter how hard Xian and the other girls tried, they couldn't make him look more masculine. They couldn't even take off the pair of amethyst earrings. In the end, they could only give up helplessly. It was useless no matter how hard they tried, so they might as well just stick to his original appearance. Then let's go in. Yuan Shi waved his hand. Yin Nuashing shook his head helplessly. He was still having a headache. After the barrier was removed, the voices outside quietly approached his ears again. Yuan Shi was just about to open the door when he saw a black shadow flash past in front of him. He was stunned for a moment, and then he heard a loud bang, and the door opened. Bang! Everyone, we're not going to cause trouble. However, they panicked for a moment and immediately recovered. They put on a haughty expression. Those people had sent them a bunch of letters. Other than provocation, there was more provocation. Even if they really agreed to participate in this so-called Holy Hall banquet, they definitely couldn't show weakness. Just like now, there was no one in the empty hall. They were just putting on an act for the air to see. Yuer was still in the posture of kicking the door. When she saw that there was no one in the grand hall, she almost sprained her waist. Yin Nuoxing silently looked at Qin Yin, who was covering her face, and sighed softly. Little Qin, is this really the holy hall? Yes, it's here. Qin Yin nodded repeatedly. She looked around and then looked into the distance. That's right. This is the place where the Holy Hall banquet is held. This entire place is the Holy Hall. Qin Yin stretched out her finger and drew a circle, including the mountain peak they were on and a mountain range slightly further away. Then, she pointed at the hall in front of them. This is the place where the Holy Hall banquet is held. Look, it's all prepared inside. Maybe the people haven't arrived yet? Yuanshi leaned in to take a look. Sure enough, he saw a row of tables and chairs with many wine jugs and wine jars. All kinds of delicacies were placed on the tables. Obviously, I didn't go to the wrong place. There's no energy fluctuation in the space. There's nothing unusual. They must have arrived early. Yin Nuoxing shook her head helplessly. She couldn't help but cover her face. She had acted out a stupid play, and there was no audience. 1 minute later, the 13 people sat at the table gloomily. They looked at each other gloomily and couldn't help but lower their heads and sigh. Some covered their faces and sighed. Yin Nuoxing drank a mouthful of tea and lay on the table gloomily. In just 1 minute, they had changed from the arrogant and noble 13 stars to the 13 idiots who talked to the air. They were so gloomy that they couldn't say anything. Sigh. The 13 people sighed faintly. What was the reason for today? Yin Yin, why are you here so quickly? A voice suddenly came from the door on the other side. Everyone trembled and immediately sat up straight. Qin Yin turned around and saw a white-haired woman slowly walking over. She couldn't help but be shocked when she saw her. Then, a kind smile appeared on her face. Seventh great-grandmother. When Qin Yin saw her, she quickly stood up. Yin Nuoxing and the others wanted to stand up as well. However, the white-haired woman whom the former addressed as seventh great-grandmother waved her hand with a smile. A gentle wind blew and asked them to sit down again. She looked very young, only about 30 years old. She was young and beautiful, but her eyes were full of vicissitudes. This was normal. It was very easy to stay young forever. However, other than the immortal, no one could deceive their actual age. Yin Nuoxing could more or less feel that the age of the person in front of her was probably measured in epochs. Yin Yin's friends are all handsome young men and beautiful girls, so don't be restrained. Sigh, the Holy Hall's banquet isn't that easy to hold. Grandma was against it, but those little fellows are too noisy, and I can't stop them. I think they're probably here for you. Time. How did Yin Yin become so big in such a short time? I remember you were still so small yesterday, but now you're so beautiful that Grandma almost can't recognize you. You're going to get married so soon. Who's your partner here? Aren't you going to introduce them to Grandma? The white-haired woman quickly walked over to Qin Yin and started chatting with her. She cupped Qin Yin's face, pinched her face, and rubbed her hair. Her eyes were almost overflowing with love. This 30-year-old beauty was calling herself Grandma, and she was holding Qin Yin's hand as if she was an elder. In front of her friends, Qin Yin was very embarrassed, and her pretty face was completely red. However, she couldn't say anything to refute her. For the sake of saving face, the group of people from the Yin Nuo star could only stifle their laughter, and their faces were all twisted. Seventh great-grandmother, it's him. Then, in the next second, Yin Nuoxing couldn't laugh anymore. Qin Yin pulled him up and pushed him forward. She silently took a step back and explained in detail. The seventh great-grandmother suddenly understood. Then, she pulled Yin Nuoxing's hand and asked about his well-being. He was also embarrassed. Xian and the others were about to collapse from holding back their laughter. Seventh great-grandmother, where are the others? Qin Yin timely saved Yin Nuoxing, who was about to faint, and asked hurriedly. The little ones are at the martial arts practice field. Don't you know? Today is the day of the assessment of the Qian Tang army. The Holy Hall banquet will be delayed for 2 to 4 hours. Hey, I just sneaked in to find something to eat. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I'll punish you. The seventh great-grandmother chuckled and reached out to pluck a piece of meat from an unknown beast from the table. Then she stuffed it into her mouth and finished it in a few bites. Yin Nuashing and the others looked at her helplessly. Hey, I'm leaving. I only ate one piece. What meat is this? It's so fragrant. Give me another one. I'm leaving first. It's still early. If you're not in a hurry, you can go to the martial arts practice field to take a look. It's so fragrant. The seventh great-grandmother said as she plucked a piece of meat from a table. Then she walked out from another door. Everyone, seventh great-grandmother is a little. Qin Yin laughed dryly at everyone. You don't have to say anymore. We all know. Yuan Shi and the others waved their hands to stop her from explaining. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, the older one was, the more immature they were. This seventh great-grandmother really had a personality. The air was silent for more than 10 seconds. Yuan Shi felt that the oppressive atmosphere was unbearable. He quickly stood up and said that, let's go to the martial art practice field to take a look. It's boring to be in a daze here. All right. Qin Yin staggered to her feet and trembled. This way come everyone's side. They only felt tired in their hearts, their souls, and everywhere else. The group of people walked very quickly. It was unknown if they were trying to leave something behind in this way. It seemed to be something very important, but it had just been broken. Moreover, it was scattered all over the ground. It seemed to be a matter of moral integrity. In a short while, Yin Nuashing and the others followed Qin Yan's guidance and arrived at another mountain. This place was still within the range of the sacred hall. There were many palaces and palaces on this mountain range. In the center, surrounded by the palaces, there was an ancient plaza that had weathered the wind and rain. Wisps of ancient aura permeated from every corner of the plaza. Around this ancient square, there were circle after circle of 1,000 Ascension Army, warriors wearing golden black patterned armor or golden black patterned robes. Their sharp eyes constantly swept back and forth in the surroundings. Occasionally, they would look at the center of the square below with a joking expression. There were more than a dozen battle stages there, and fierce battles were being carried out. Energy waves were constantly being emitted, hitting the barrier that encompassed the entire center, causing faint ripples to appear. As Qin Yin appeared at the edge of the plaza, Yin Nuashing and the others immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Instantly, strange gazes were cast over, causing many people to be stunned. Then they sneered in their hearts. Seeing that Qin Yin was about to lead them to the seats in the center, Yin Nuashing hurriedly pulled her hand and said softly, "Let's find a place to sit." Qin Yin hesitated for a moment. After looking at him for a while, she nodded. Then she inadvertently changed her pace and sat down at the highest point in the outermost circle where there was no one. Yin Nuashing flung his robes and sat down next to her. Then a group of girls sat in a row on both sides. Yuan Shi and Nightmare pulled Chu Chin to the front and sat down. They began to release faintly discernible energy. I feel that there's no need to release pressure. It feels a little. Chu Chin's expression was calm, but he could not help but mutter in his soul. He had already made a fool of himself once. If he did it again, it would make his little heart tremble, especially when he was being watched by thousands of people. The 1,000 Ascension Army has an assessment every year. Oh, it's just that I'm not in the clan, so I'm not too sure about the specific date. I think an elder mentioned it to me yesterday, but I don't remember. Qin Yin whispered in his soul. I'm afraid that you're not interested, so you forgot about it. Yin Nuashing gave her a sideways glance and said. Qin Yin laughed awkwardly. While they were chatting, the battle below the stage did not stop. There were 2 layers of barriers in this ancient square. One layer blocked the outermost part of the square, so that the movements here could not spread out. The other layer covered the stage, so that the energy inside would not spread to the outside. It was no wonder that they did not feel the movement here just now. The people who appeared in this square were all members of the 1,000 Ascension Army. However, on the high platform in front of the stage, near the stage, there seemed to be a group of people with a strong aura sitting there. They were all middle and high-level gods. It was unknown whether they were the warriors of the 1,000 Ascension Army or the elders of the Qin family. While Yin Nuashing was looking around in boredom, a group of people walked out from the high platform. Their destination was clear, and they walked straight to the remote place where they were. The young man in the lead was also wearing a black robe with golden patterns, which was a little similar to Qin Yan's. His aura was strong, and there was a strong, murderous aura faintly coming out. The young man walked to the front of the crowd and cupped his hands in salute to Qin Yan. Then he smiled very kindly and said, "Yinner, it's rare for you to be in the mood to come here. Why don't you go to the main stage and have a seat?" Just as he opened his mouth, Yu-Er, who was sitting in front of him, thought for a moment and immediately stood up. She pulled Little Moon and Chu Xianling to the side and sat down. She was still muttering something, which made the crowd confused. The three girls had left Yin Nuoxing and Qin Yan behind. "It's fine. I'll stay here and accompany my friends. You guys go ahead." Qin Yan didn't even raise her head and kept staring at the battle stage below. She didn't seem to like this person and wanted to draw a clear line with him. The young man was stunned and looked thoughtfully at Yin Nuoxing and the others. He smiled faintly and said, "That's true. Not everyone can go to the main stage. I understand your concerns. Since that's the case, we'll sit here with you, Yin-Er." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and sat down. The group of people behind him also casually sat down. "My name is Qin Yan. Don't call me by that mushy name." Qin Yan frowned, and her voice was a little stiff. She even looked at Yin Nuoxing and moved closer. "Oh, my father once told me to get along well with you. Since you don't like this name, then forget it." The young man wasn't annoyed and just smiled indifferently. Then, as if he knew his place, he moved away and stopped when he was more than a meter away from her. "Hee, Big Sister Goddess hasn't told us yet. Since Big Sister has personally brought a friend here, he must be an extraordinary person. I heard from the elders in the clan that Big Sister has a partner. Who is this handsome guy? Why don't you introduce him to us?" A young girl sitting next to the young man smiled and said in a relaxed and joking tone. Her eyes kept glancing at Yuan Shi and the others who were sitting one level ahead. "That's right. The few of you look very unfamiliar. Why don't you introduce us, goddess?" A young man couldn't help but say. His gaze swept across Yin Nuoxing and the other girls. Then he retracted his gaze at the right time and smiled faintly. Qin Yin frowned slightly. Yin Nuoxing and the others' conversation in their souls came to an abrupt end. Then they all sighed in their hearts in tacit agreement. Yin Nuoxing sighed and said, "That's why I said we should sleep in the palace." "Oh, I forgot that Qin girl has to come. Then there's no other way. Judging from your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with this world." Chu Yingxian teased. "Oh, I hate this world." "That's right." Yin Nuoxing also smiled faintly. They were all communicating in their souls. Not everyone in this group was easy to recognize, but at the very least, Yin Nuoxing, Yuan Shi, and Devil Nightmare were easy to recognize. As long as it was a large faction, there would be a portrait of them. Even though it had been a while since they had appeared in front of the world, it was still a while since they had last appeared in front of the world. Qin Tian, I think that's his name. I told you before. He's one of the 10 young people in the sanctuary. He's older than me by a few zeros. Qin Yin whispered in her soul. She was referring to the young man who was sitting 1 meter away from her. He had a strong, murderous aura around him. She couldn't even remember such things clearly. It seemed like she really didn't care much about her family. "You don't like to stay in the Qin family?" Yin Nuoxing asked quietly. She also casually paid attention to him. That guy named Qin Tian was a divine underworld expert. If he had to say more, he would add the word "only" at the end. He was just a few zeros older than her. It was nothing. Given some time, Qin Yin and the others would be able to leave him far behind. "I often cultivate at home and don't like to show myself." The title of goddess was added because I'm the most talented person in this generation. However, there's actually a small part of the responsibility that comes with it. It's just that I don't like those things. Those old fogies won't allow me to leave the title of goddess. Qin Yin said helplessly. The few people who spoke saw that no matter if it was Qin Yin or Yin Nuoxing, none of them said anything. It didn't even look at them. They couldn't help but feel their faces heat up. They were a little annoyed. "Ahem, it seems like you all don't like to talk." One of them laughed embarrassedly. "Indeed. After all, we came with the goddess. It's natural that you look down on us. I'm afraid that you feel that it's beneath your dignity to talk to us." Yin Nuashing and the others looked at each other in their souls. "Little Qin, your reputation in the family is a little bad." Yin Nuashing couldn't help but say, "Oh, it's much worse than my reputation in the family. At least no one in the Yuan family dares to point at my nose and say that." Yuanxi nodded honestly. Qin Yin smiled bitterly. She didn't really manage the family's affairs. She did manage the family's affairs for a period of time before she went to the everlasting night forest. Moreover, she only managed the family's affairs for less than 2 months. After that, she followed them on their travels. Naturally, she didn't have much reputation in the family, even if she was the goddess. Yin Nuashing and the others sighed in their souls again. They continued to remain silent on the surface, causing the group of people who came over to have their hot faces pressed against their buttocks. Their faces were ashen. Chapter 1080. Qin Tian also waved his hand to signal for them to stop talking. Yuan Shi and Qin Yin all let out a sigh of relief. They sneaked a glance at Yin Nuashing, and seeing that he didn't do anything, they let out another sigh of relief. They were afraid that this guy would blow up this group of people because of his hot-bloodedness. He didn't know how to control his strength, so who knows what would happen if he acted rashly. In short, long live peace. The calm little star was still very cute. While they were talking, the battles on the dozen or so platforms below were still in full swing. The people around them were watching the battles below with various expressions. Some were nervous, some were mocking, and some were taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Powerful energy collided and exploded into even stronger shock waves, causing ripples to appear on the thin layer of light screen from time to time. Fist against fist, energy against energy, elemental entanglement, weapons fiercely clashing, all kinds of fighting methods were used. Yuan Shi and the other two lowered their heads and whispered to each other. They would occasionally point at the people on the platforms and laugh foolishly. This made Yin Nuashing very curious. He couldn't help but go over and ask, "What are you guys laughing about?" "Little star." Yuan Shi was startled. When he turned around and saw that it was Yin Nuashing, he scratched his head and pointed at the platforms below. He grinned and said, "I made a bet with Nightmare. From left to right, the two people on the fourth platform will win. The bet is half a month's worth of breakfast. I think it's Shiny Guy will win. Boss, what do you think?" Nightmare also grinned foolishly. No. I think that the fire elemental will win. The fire elemental restrains the metal elemental." Chu Chun shook his head vigorously. Yuan Shi also nodded in agreement. Yin Nuashing sat up straight and looked down. On the fourth platform, there were two demigods, both at the late stage. One controlled the fire element, while the other controlled the metal element. In terms of the elements, the latter was restrained. Even though the metal element's defense was very strong, it was still very difficult to deal with the fire element. He was sweating profusely from the heat. On the other hand, the fire element controller's aura was stacked on top of each other, showing no signs of exhaustion. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became. Layer after layer of blazing and violent energy exploded, causing the entire platform to tremble. Moreover, it was a dark green flame. Although it was not a divine flame, it was still a flame that was more powerful than the ordinary fire element. On the other hand, half of the metal element controller's body was red. It was obvious that he was already at the third stage. Yin Nuashing looked carefully and found something strange. He couldn't help but laugh softly and said, "The metal elemental one." Ah! Yuan Shi and the other two, as well as Xian and the others, were stunned. Only Nightmare excitedly slapped Yin Nuashing with a proud face. It was as if Yin Nuashing's words were destined. Under the curious gazes of a group of curious babies, Yin Nuashing mysteriously shook his head and smiled faintly, revealing an expression that said, "See for yourself." On Qin Tian's side, someone sneered disdainfully. Obviously, he didn't agree, but he didn't say anything. Yin Nuashing and the others didn't care, treating it as fart. The battle between demigod rank experts wasn't something that could enter the eyes of the elders on the main platform. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to the fourth platform and were paying attention to other places. For example, the battle between two god kings on the first platform. However, the fourth platform still attracted the attention of many people in the surroundings. Even the soldiers of the 1,000 soaring army who were standing guard were observing the battle with interest. They seemed to have seen their own appearance in the past. 5 seconds. The outcome has been decided. The metal elemental won, Yin Noashing suddenly said, causing everyone to open their eyes wide. They hurriedly shifted their gazes from other places to the fourth platform. The moment everyone's gazes focused, the metal elemental was suppressed to the point that he almost fell off the edge of the platform. His metal armor had melted, and only a few pieces were left to protect the vital parts of his body. His entire body was red and black. The fire elemental's aura suddenly soared. A huge dark green flame soared from his arm, containing a trace of the power of destruction. He punched with a huge force, causing the surrounding people to cheer loudly. It was as if they could already see his victory. Boom! A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the platform. Then, a huge force erupted like an oppressed volcano. The shockwave rolled up a strong wind and blew away the dark green flame that was close to the fire elemental. That dazzling light dazzled the fire elemental. The energy in his body became turbulent, but the power in his hand didn't weaken, and he continued to punch forward. It was also at this moment that the metal elemental emerged from the golden light. He leaned to the side and dodged the heavy blow. Suddenly, he punched out a golden straight fist and ruthlessly smashed into the former's chest. Immediately, the fire elemental was sent flying. His heavy aura dissipated, and he crashed into the outside of the platform. His face was deathly pale, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Wah! A series of exclamations sounded from the platform. Not only the soldiers of the 1,000 soaring army and the surrounding onlookers, but also Little Moon and the other girls, Yuan, Shi, and Chu Chun, also opened their eyes wide in astonishment. Huh, half a month of breakfast. You have a treat? Everyone a breakfast for half a month. Nightmare laughed and patted the ashen-faced Yuan Shi's shoulder. This why? Yuan Shi shook his head and his neck cracked. He looked at Yin Nuashing in confusion and unwillingness. But he's about to lose. He's already been forced to this extent. Qin Tian and the others looked over in confusion. They didn't care much about that level of battle, but they still couldn't understand why the metal elemental had won. Yin Nuashing smiled in a profound manner. However, he threw his gaze towards Mo Yin and said, "Why don't you tell me why you feel that he will win?" Nightmare grinned and laughed dryly. No, he guessed the fire elemental, so I can only guess the metal elemental. We each have to choose first. Moreover, I think that person is a little ruthless. Everyone, Yin Nuashing coughed dryly and wiped off his cold sweat. All right, then I'll tell you. It's true that the fire elemental restrains the metal elemental. Both of them are at the demigod 9th transformation stage. Their auras are similar in thickness, and their elemental purity is similar. It can be ignored. Furthermore, both of them fight with their physical bodies. In that case, be it the fire elemental or the metal elemental, they both mainly cultivate their physical strength. As for energy attacks, they might not pay much attention to them. As for the metal elemental, you must have preconceived that his defense is very strong. After all, you're right. Everyone nodded. The metal elemental and the earth elemental were known for their defense. Although they also had offensive means, they were not as strong as their defense. However, the metal elemental cultivator cultivated his offensive power. Moreover, the explosive power in that instant was about 40% stronger than the fire elemental cultivator's all-out attack. His golden armor was used for defense, but as long as he wasn't stupid, he wouldn't condense the golden armor when fighting the fire elemental cultivator and the lightning elemental cultivator. When the difference in their realms wasn't big, it would only make the other party's attack more effective. Unless he had other plans. In the last attack, he was forced to a dead end. The fire elemental cultivator intended to use his strongest attack to kill him, but the metal armor that he condensed half of his strength into was blown up by the metal elemental cultivator, as if it was pure energy. It offset 50% to 60% of the former's strength and reduced his attack range. After Yin Nuoxing finished speaking, everyone was dumbfounded. The thousands of Tang army soldiers standing behind were also dumbfounded. They didn't expect that he could see so many things in that instant. Goo, this doesn't count. Next, look at the first battle platform. This won't do. Look at these 15 battle platforms. That's right, we'll give 15 results and see who's right. Yuan, she said, unwillingly. The wager. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it after I win. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Playing with Little Star, wasn't this like an old man hanging himself? Was he tired of living? Nightmare. Record down what Yuan, she said, and the results he said. Yin Nuoxing revealed an interesting expression and chuckled. I'll analyze and explain at the same time. Anyway, you guys can't wait for me to lose. Zian and the others laughed dryly. Hey, boss, I'm done recording here. You can start now. Nightmare turned around and made a no-problem gesture. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing twisted his neck, pinched his palms, pointed down with his chin, and licked his lips. First battle platform, 2 divine kings. Fire and thunder elements, wind and water elements. Their auras are similar, and their energy intensity isn't too different. The former focuses on attacking, and it's an extremely powerful explosive attack. The subsequent explosive power is impressive, but it's too much, and the energy in the body isn't easy to coordinate. Although the divinity is slightly stronger, it doesn't affect the current situation much. The latter combines wind and water. A wisp of wind and a drop of water can split his power into millions of pieces. The former loses. Second battle platform, Divine Sun Realm. Earth and earth elements collide. The blue-clothed one's aura isn't condensed. It's probably because the demigod realm's energy isn't completely pure and forcefully broke through to the elementary god realm. Furthermore, the first tribulation didn't fix this flaw, leaving behind a seed of disaster. On the other hand, the blue-clothed one's aura is long and heavy. There's no explanation for this. The latter wins. Third battle platform, Divine Master Realm. One has a bee soul, and the other doesn't have a bee soul. It's a pure competition of strength. The former has a bee soul with powerful attack power, but the one without a bee soul has powerful soul energy fluctuations. He can even split his attention to use his soul energy during battle. He might be an alchemist or something. Moreover, his focus is also on strength. In a situation where their strengths are equal, the soul energy can do many things. If there's no accident, the thunder element wins. Fourth battle platform, Divine King Realm. There's no need to look anymore. The Array Master one. The difference in their realms isn't that big. A Lightning Array Master can do anything as long as he can delay for a minute. On the fifth towering platform, although the 9th Revolution Godchild cultivation base was higher than the 6th Revolution Godchild's, the difference in cultivation base doesn't mean everything. The 9th Revolution Godchild's cultivation base had reached a very high level, but the 6th Revolution Godchild's cultivation base was even higher. Not only that, the 6th Revolution Godchild cultivation base was at the minor completion stage. In the end, the 6th Revolution Godchild won. 6th battle platform, Metal Element and Metal Element? Interesting. The difference in their realms and other conditions isn't big enough to affect the battle. The only difference is that both of them are metal. However, one of them is the metal element that refines life, while the other is the metal element that controls metals. Between the two, the former relies on the body, while the latter relies on powerful control, especially the mind and soul. Moreover, it also consumes a lot of energy. In a one-on-one battle, the metal element is at a disadvantage. Isn't this just courting death? The strengthening of the body by the metal element is several grades lower than the metal element. Using one's weak point to attack the other's strong point, the metal element is bound to lose. And then the 7th, listening to him talking nonstop, the more the crowd listened, the more shocked they became. More and more sweat appeared on their foreheads. Yuanshi's face was also getting paler and paler. His body was shivering nonstop. The people in the surroundings were also sweating profusely. He was clearly analyzing as he watched, and there were some parts that he couldn't see completely. Soon, the results of 6 or 7 battle platforms were revealed. There were no surprises. He could even tell who won easily, who won miserably, who won by a narrow margin, and who lost by a narrow margin. 12th battle platform. Oh, the two of them are fighting very fiercely. Their conditions are similar, but the golden-haired one has preserved a lot of energy. Because of this, he was forced into a difficult situation. To create such a situation when fighting with an opponent of the same condition, there must be a trap. Who knows? He might have left a powerful gift for his opponent. 13th battle platform, God King Realm. 3 elements collided with 2 elements. Fire, water, wind, wood, and metal elements. The degree of condensation is the same. The difference in aura is not more than 2 revolutions. The former has powerful mental energy. The latter has powerful soul energy, and he is also an array master. Although his level isn't high, he can still use auxiliary arrays. The grade of the divine arts and mystic arts he cultivates are the same, and their conditions are roughly the same. It's not a head-on clash, but rather a battle of attrition. However, it's obvious that he didn't fully display the might of the 3 elements. He just messily kneaded them into a ball of mud. Although the 2 elements didn't fuse perfectly, the degree of fusion is more than 60%. 14th battle platform. Sigh, there's no time to analyze. 1 minute later, the black-haired one won. Although he was forced into a dead end, he didn't use any elemental energy at all. He's accumulating his strongest attack, and I can feel it brewing. Finally, the 15th battle stage. Yin Nuoxing looked at the last battle stage and was slightly stunned. The two of them were locked in battle. No matter if it was aura, elements, energy intensity, spirit, or soul, they were all about the same. There was also life force. It was rare to see 2 people who cultivated in all aspects. Both of them cultivated in all aspects, which requires a very good balance of the body. This is not the normal balance. It is the balance of the energy control and the coordination of the soul control. This kind of person is the hardest to deal with because they control a lot of things. Their methods are also very flashy. I'm just using compliment. Don't think too much about it. Just understand what I mean. Their myriad of attacking methods are very difficult to defend against. And even their cultivation of the divine arts and Heart Sutra is about the same. How interesting. Looking at the last battle, he was a little conflicted. Because he couldn't find a breakthrough, he also opened his evil spirit eye and ocean eye, but he couldn't feel anything. After looking at it for a while, he frowned and said, the 2 of them didn't attack wildly. The one in gold probably won. He has more energy left. If there's no accident, he should win by a small margin. Haha, little star, I bet that the one in black will win. Qin Yin suddenly opened her mouth, causing everyone to turn their heads and look at her in confusion. So far, Yin Nuoxing was right. Why was this girl so confident that the one in black would win? Yin Nuoxing blinked and looked at her strangely. Could it be that you have some information that I don't know? Asterisk off asterisk. Let's not talk about this for now. Nightmare. Tell me Yuan Shi's answer. Hearing this, Yuan Shi trembled. He smiled bitterly and waved his hand. No need, I lost. Little star is indeed little star. I'm really seeking my own death. He said it clearly and logically. Basically, no one could refute him. What else was there to say? From his second battle, he had already bet wrongly. At that time, the bet was over. Qin Yin, why don't you tell me why? Yin Nuoxing glanced at Qin Yin, who was shoulder to shoulder with him. However, before the latter could answer, he smiled faintly and said, well, the battlefield is ever-changing. There are only a dozen or so normal battles that appeared here. It's not difficult to guess, but there are more battles that are difficult to analyze. Some of them can even kill opponents who are several realms higher. The highest realm that appeared on the battle platform just now was only half a realm higher. The person who was at a lower realm won because I saw that he was going to stake everything on a single throw. Taking advantage of the moment when his opponent relaxed, I bet that he would win. Actually, there are a lot of battles that even I can't see through. The crowd rolled their eyes non-committally. Then they nervously looked at the two people who were entangled on the 15th battle platform. They watched the golden-robed man and the black-robed man fight back and forth. They were so excited that they were sweating. They wished that they could become the black-robed man and defeat the golden-robed man. Then, they would be able to see Yun Nuoxing's stunned expression. Qin Yin was very confident and looked relaxed. Yun Nuoxing was also a little suspicious. However, he couldn't see anything wrong with the two people at all. Fight! Hurry up and end it quickly. It's the strongest attack. I dodged it. TSK, how did it hit? Wow, don't fall out. Chu Chun was so excited that he felt uncomfortable all over. His whole body trembled as if he had experienced an earthquake. The others also widened their eyes as they looked at the two guys who were entangled with each other. They were having a lot of fun, but they didn't know that there were more than 100 people staring at them. Yin Nuoxing didn't lower his voice just now, and everyone around heard it. After the crowd waited anxiously for a while, the battle on the 15th battle platform had evolved to a white-hot degree. Energy bombarded here and there, bombarding indiscriminately. The barrier was constantly flickering. Then, when the golden-robed man fiercely pounced and prepared a powerful energy to severely injure his opponent, the black-robed man's eyes suddenly lit up with a resplendent golden light. "Oh no!" Yin Nuoxing exclaimed. He felt an abnormal energy fluctuation and couldn't help but widen his eyes. That was divine word art, heavenly dipper cross. An energy storm of more than 100 feet suddenly erupted on the battle platform. A huge golden cross cut through everything like the clouds and the sun, shattering the space. The powerful energy swept across the entire battle platform. That was the divine word art that Qin Yin had used. According to her, it was a powerful secret technique that only the core disciples of the Qin clan could learn. Its power would increase along with the increase of one's cultivation level, and it had a powerful divine might. That golden light blocked a lot of vision, but Yin Nuoxing could clearly see a figure flying out in a sorry state. In the end, he heavily fell outside the battle platform. He couldn't help but sigh. The person who flew out was the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man helplessly got up. He cupped his hands towards the black-robed man and sighed. "I lost. Oh. The moment those three words came out, a sudden burst of ear-piercing screams and shouts from a remote part of the spectator stands. Everyone was scared out of their wits. They thought that the audience was cheering for the black-robed man, so they also applauded and cheered. Gradually, thunderous applause sounded from the entire arena. Many people were cheering loudly. The black-robed man who won felt a little embarrassed. He cupped his hands in all directions and hurriedly ran back to his seat with a red face. Yin Nuoxing was surrounded by screams and shouts. Xian and Qin Yin were excitedly pushing him back and forth. Yuanxi was also roaring and laughing in front of him. He could only maintain a wooden expression. However, he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. That's why I said that the battlefield can change in an instant. God knows what will happen in the next second. However, it was likely that no one heard his words because the cheers were too noisy. His weak argument was torn apart by the roars of the storm like a breeze. Let's not talk about anything else. Treat me to a meal. This meal is yours. Yuanxi laughed and slapped Yin Nuoxing. Yin Nuoxing's face darkened. He glared at him and said, "Hey, you lost. We'll talk about it after you win, right? Then I have a condition. I'll mention it to you when the time comes." Then Yuanxi depressingly ran to the side and squatted down to draw circles. Yin Nuoxing was stunned when his sleeve was pulled. He turned his head and saw Qin Yin looking at him with a pair of bright eyes. There was even some pride and satisfaction in her eyes. "Do I have a condition too?" Qin Yin smiled sweetly. "No, but you only have one match, Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this girl to join in. Seeing her determined look, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You still have a wish." Okay, I can promise you another condition." Qin Yin smiled happily. Then she high-fived Xian, who was sitting on the other side of him, and laughed. Her voice, which was as pleasant as silver bells, kept echoing, making him feel a little helpless. He could only hug little Magic in his arms and give it a squeeze. The little fellow patted his arm with its tail, feeling wronged, making him feel even more helpless. But why? How did you know he would win? Yin Nuashing still didn't understand and couldn't help but ask. That person is a core disciple of the Qin family. It's normal for him to know the holy speech incantation. Qin Yin said with a smile, making Yin Nuashing speechless. What would he do? He wasn't a member of the Qin family. How would he know so much? Little star lost. He actually lost. Xian leaned on his shoulder and couldn't stop laughing. Yin Nuashing's face darkened. He pinched the girl's face again. Do you really want me to lose? Xian looked at him with a pair of big innocent eyes and breathed in his ear. Because Little Star has always been winning. Anyway, he's one of us. If he loses, then so be it. Yin Nuashing was speechless. I thought it was a chick, but I didn't expect it to be a sissy. How disgusting. That mouth must have tasted a lot of blood. Only an outsider can see it so clearly. Who doesn't know how to talk nonsense? Blah, 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 blah. You're so noisy. When it comes to fighting, you don't have so many words to say. The sudden voice extinguished the lively atmosphere and shattered the good mood of many people. At the very least, Yin Nuashing and the others were stunned. Then, their expressions darkened within 3 seconds. Someone seemed to have a different opinion. Chapter 1081. You can't stop talking. You must be very popular with women. Could it be that all your thoughts are on how to strengthen your mouth? Blabbering on and on. Can't you be quiet while watching an assessment battle? What's so interesting about a battle between a beginner god and a demigod? What a useless ability. You have a good mouth. No wonder you have so many women around you. Who knows how many people you have fooled? Some subtle words spread in the area, causing many people's expressions to change slightly. They all turned their heads. Many people from the Qin clan had already recognized this group of people who had appeared together with their goddess. Among them, there were a large number of people who had sent letters to provoke them. Seeing them appear here, there were originally people who wanted to say something, but when they saw Qin Tian and his group, they all subconsciously shut their mouths. Yin Nuashing and the others looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. They closed their eyes and sat upright, not caring about what they said. He was calm, but the people beside him were not looking so good. They could feel that the anger bars were slowly spewing out. Even Qin Yan looked at that person with a slightly cold expression. On Qin Yan's side, there were also a few people who were slightly puzzled and frowned. They looked at the people beside them, and then looked at Qin Tian, who did not care about anything, and frowned even more. When they saw Qin Yan's extremely cold gaze, they thought for a few seconds and moved there, but away from her. No matter what, this was the goddess, the daughter of the patriarch, and the person who had inherited the purest bloodline of the Qin family. She was the most powerful person among the younger generation in the family. They did not want to offend her and make life difficult for them in the future. Forget it, forget it. Don't talk about it. Someone waved his hand repeatedly as if he was persuading them. Then he smiled faintly at Yin Nuashing and the others and said, "Everyone, please don't blame them. They're used to being free and speak without thinking. They're a little too straightforward. Oh, a little too straightforward." Yuan Shi and the others' eyebrows twitched fiercely. These words were really impolite. Qin Yan, and Mei Mao were frighteningly cold. Just as she was about to scold them, Yin Nuashing gently pressed a hand on her head, making her instantly silent. She looked back at him in confusion. Well, why do you care so much? What if they stop talking after you scold them? Yin Nuashing flicked his finger between her eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "If a beast on all fours raises its butt and spits at you with its fur puffed up, are you going to spit back?" Everyone's faces darkened. They couldn't help but imagine it. Then, after thinking for a second, they suddenly felt that this description was very realistic. Qin Tian's people's cheeks twitched fiercely. A youth stood up with a cold expression. "Shooting your mouth off is not a good thing. It's not a good thing to be used as a tool, or are you proud of it?" So today, when he went out, he purposely didn't wash up. You can smell that overflowing stench even from 8 light years away. Yin Nuashing looked ahead indifferently. "It's not your fault that you're ugly. Why did you come out to disgust people? Look at these soldiers. They can't even stand properly because of your stench. They are members of the Qin family. How can you bear to lay your hands on, no mouth on them? You, Chin lass, this place is a little smelly. I suspect that there is feces left here last night that hasn't been washed. Why don't we change places? Yin Nuashing pinched Qin Yan's face and said with a smile. Sure. Qin Yan smiled and nodded. She stood up and gestured with her hand. Please don't be offended by our lack of hospitality. Later, Yin will find a better place. Yin Nuashing and the others all stood up with a faint smile and moved to the side in a scattered manner. Luckily, this is the Qin family. Yuanshi held the back of his head with both hands and walked forward lazily. His words were what everyone was thinking. And because this is the Qin family, Yin Nuashing nodded. Her words were similar, but had two different meanings. She then said, Luckily, we didn't participate in that holy hall banquet. If we did, I'm afraid we wouldn't have the appetite to eat. Oh, I feel a little nauseous. Some people really think that after going to many places and seeing a little of the world, there's nothing to be afraid of in this world. They're only half a god. This is the Qin family. Another person sneered. At this moment, Qin Yin saw that Qin Yin and the others had walked 4 to 5 meters away. He frowned and couldn't help but say, Qin Yin, although I don't know what those old men in the upper echelons are thinking, if they don't even have the face and responsibility to face this kind of situation, I advise you to let go as soon as possible. This world is very fair. If you want to climb up the social ladder, you will definitely be at a lower position. If you don't have the mental preparation to face all kinds of difficulties, you will only blindly run away. There's no need to care about these kinds of people. You should be glad that you are not facing those old men today. They will only be more ruthless. Think about it yourself. Qin Tian crossed his arms and lightly tapped them. He vaguely stated his purpose. Qin Yin, who was walking at the back, stopped and turned around to look at them. Her eyes were deep and cold. After a moment, she returned to her calm appearance and said indifferently, Qin Tian, I advise you to put more effort into your cultivation and pursue a higher realm. Don't instigate your group to meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in. Qin Tian, this is only the Qin family. You guys don't know anything and just randomly come out. Why don't you think about why those elders didn't do anything at all? Take care of yourselves. Qin Tian frowned. Before he could think deeply about the meaning of these words, Qin Yin and the others had already walked quite a distance away. The young man beside him, who was the most talkative, also frowned. He stood up and wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, his eyes suddenly widened. Pucci! Hundreds of blood arrows suddenly burst out from his body. It was as if his blood was desperately trying to escape from his body. Blood flowed out from his eyes, and his mouth also coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He fell to the ground in an instant. The blood that flowed out from his body dyed the surrounding ground red. His eyes were still filled with confusion and fear, causing the surrounding people to turn pale with fright. Qin Tian's gaze suddenly became frightening. Those few who took the opportunity to distance themselves earlier had their cheeks twitching fiercely. They still had lingering fear in their hearts and could not help but look at Yin Nuashing and the others who had walked more than 10 meters away. If they said that it was not them who did it, no one would believe it. However, they completely did not know how they did it. They could only rejoice that they did not say anything. That person was also in the divine underworld realm like them. If he was crippled without a sound, wouldn't that mean that they could also be crippled without a sound? Yin Nuashing blew out a strand of starlight on her hand and rubbed her fingers, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. You still made a move? Qin Yin could not help but laugh bitterly. They all heard the flustered voice behind them, but none of them turned back. Seeing his weak movements, their cheeks twitched. Lass, let's make a record. You talked nonsense for 10 minutes. It's 1 minute more than the previous record of 9 minutes. You broke the record. Yin Nuashing stretched out her hand and patted Ming's head as she said softly. Ming blinked her golden mane mao and nodded obediently, causing everyone to laugh bitterly even more. How long would this record take to be broken? If it were them, they would probably talk nonsense for half an hour, talking nonstop and retorting back dozens of times. You went easy on him? Qin Yin still glanced behind her, and saw that it was a mess. Although the person lying in a pool of blood was injured heavily, he did not seem to have died immediately. After all, it's the Qin family. Yin Nuoxing nodded. It was the same sentence, but it had a lot of meanings when said. Clang, who was walking at the front, was suddenly blocked by 2 spears. She could not help but scream and quickly stopped. The ear-piercing sound made Qin Yan's face turn gloomy. This was not an important area, so logically speaking, they should not be blocked. Then, the only reason left was she turned her head abruptly and saw a group of people rushing over aggressively. They were obviously the people who followed Qin Tian. Pucci, suddenly, 4 or 5 people in the group vomited blood and fell down. It was as if their bodies had exploded. The bloody scene was extremely frightening. Ding! Yin Nuoxing's finger flashed and pointed at the 2 warriors in front of her. Then, she waved her finger to the side. The 2 were shocked to find that their bodies were no longer under their control. They quickly retracted their spears. There was an even stronger force controlling their bodies, and they could not even give orders to their bodies. Stop them! A low voice was heard, making the place lively. However, those warriors only trembled. Not a single one of them rushed forward to block the path ahead. No matter how hard they tried, they could not even move a finger. Seeing that those soldiers only trembled but did not move, that person's face turned gloomy. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Yin Nuoxing and the others. A powerful and dazzling light circulated around his body. The energy pressure of a god and underworld expert made many people's hearts tremble. They turned their gazes in fear. You've gone overboard. That youth stood at the front and stared at them fiercely. The group of people were unfocused because they did not know who did it. May I ask what happened? Why do you say that we've gone overboard? Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and looked innocent. That youth looked at her coldly and ignored her. He turned to Qin Yin and asked, Goddess, do you want to watch them kill the people of my Qin family? Qin Yin looked at him indifferently and said, Qin, we don't have a single mid-level god here. You've seen it clearly. Her words made that youth's face twitch. Although his expression did not change, everyone could guess that he was very embarrassed. The people who had fallen behind him were all god and underworld experts, but the strongest one standing in front of him was only a god emperor. Moreover, it was an early-stage god emperor. If they really wanted to punish him, he would lose all his face. The surrounding people of the Qin family also looked over with interest. When they saw the situation, they could not help but shake their heads. Some people even sneered. Are these 10 idiots out of their minds? A few god and underworld experts suddenly exploded, and he went to find a group of low-level gods and a few demigods. Oh, don't say that. It's not good for them to admit that they made mistakes in their cultivation. After all, they're known as the 10 strongest of the younger generation. They can't put down their faces. How could they have a nerve to admit that they went crazy while cultivating? When they saw others getting up to leave, they found an excuse. Hey, it just so happens that I don't like those 10 arrogant farts. Yin Nuoxing's ears twitched. She smiled faintly and said, Look, everyone is saying that there's a problem with their cultivation. Why are you still looking for us? Hurry up and heal them. Are you going to abandon your companions? How can you be so ununited? Whether there's a problem with their cultivation or not, there will naturally be people who will go and check it out. But you guys, you came uninvited and ridiculed me. I thought that the goddess friends would know some propriety. I should have chased you away when you appeared, said the youth coldly. It seems that there's also a problem with your cultivation. You don't say what you think, and your soul is not attached to your body. Why don't you let me take a look at you? Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly and stretched out her hand. The youth's eyes flashed, and he took a step back vigilantly. Look at yourself. I'm just a demigod, and you're so vigilant. You treat my good intentions as ill intent. Yin Nuoxing shook her head and said, If there's nothing else, please leave. We still have things to do. We don't have time to play around with you. Stop right there. Before the results are out, you guys are not allowed to take a step out of this place, said the youth in a deep voice. He took a step forward and then spat out a big mouthful of blood. Pucci, the youth suddenly knelt on the ground, scaring Yor so much that she hurriedly shrank back. The former's entire body was bleeding, and his eyes were filled with terror. He couldn't feel any abnormal energy in his body. The only thing he could feel was that his blood wasn't listening to his orders and was rushing out his body. It was really as if his body had suddenly exploded. Another one has exploded. Another one has exploded. The surrounding people couldn't help but sneer. It wasn't that their Qin family wasn't united, but that they really didn't like these 10 fellows. Seeing them in such a sorry state, they felt that they had vented their anger. "Brother Yun, is this person sick? He's so pitiful." Yuer's innocent and sympathetic voice echoed in the surroundings. Many people didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they heard it. A dignified divine underworld expert was suspected of being sick by a little girl. Yin Nuoxing pressed Yuer's head and said very seriously, "Recently, young people have been a little impetuous in their cultivation. They're impatient for success, and it's easy for them to go berserk. You guys have to take this as a warning." "Little star, what exactly did you do?" Yuanshi couldn't help but ask in his soul. The others were also very curious. This kind of method was very strange and frightening. They had never seen him use it before. "No, it's just a little trick. I slightly tampered with the factors that made up their existence. Oh, you guys can understand it as a kind of attack on the level of laws. Well, I didn't disintegrate them on the spot, so I was being merciful." Yin Nuoxing smiled mysteriously. "When I make a move, even the divine underworld can't find the source. What kind of hero are you hiding? If you have the guts, then come out yourself." At this moment, Qin Tian also slowly walked over with his hands behind his back. The murderous aura on his body was constantly increasing, causing many people's faces to turn pale. Even the things that were happening on the battle stage below were not as eye-catching as what was happening here. "You caused a ruckus in the Holy Hall's examination field. Clearly, you don't put the Qin clan in your eyes. No matter who you are, don't even think about leaving here if you don't give an explanation," Qin Tian said indifferently. His gaze was locked on Yin Nuoxing. The others didn't know, but he was exceptionally sharp and felt that the most dangerous person here was probably him. Qin Yin frowned slightly. It had already become like this, but no one came out to stop them. The elders on the main stage also looked on with folded arms, as if they didn't see what was happening. However, now that half of the people were looking at them, it was obviously intentional. It was just that they didn't know who ordered them to do this. Without the permission of the higher-ups, why would the younger generation act so recklessly? Yin Nuoxing put her hands on Xian's shoulders and looked at Qin Tian with a smile that was not a smile. She said indifferently, "I thought you would be smarter, but I didn't expect you to be used as a tool. It's amazing that a young person can be as stupid as you. At first, I thought you would be a little different, but in the end, I really shouldn't have any expectations for people who think with their toes. I've had enough of feigning civility, and I hate it. Either fight or scram. Now, I've lost all my patience. The only reason I'm still suppressing myself is because this is the Qin clan. To me, there are only two kinds of people in this world, those who need to be killed and those who don't." "Then what's your choice?" Qin Tian's expression was originally cold, but at this moment, it became even more gloomy. "Why don't you make a choice for yourself?" Yin Nuoxing chuckled. Her diamond-shaped crystal eyes gradually turned into two burning fireballs, and an energy that was close to the law of destruction was crazily surging. "You bunch of brats. What are you causing trouble for? It's the Holy Hall's examination. If you want to cause trouble outside, you're disturbing Grandma." "Yin, why are you guys here? Didn't Grandma ask you to come to my place?" "Qin Tian, you brat, why aren't you scramming off to cultivate in seclusion? What's the point of coming here to make things difficult for the guests? Last time, you even brought a bunch of scoundrels back, and no one said anything about you. Yin, what's wrong with bringing your friend around? Is there a problem with that?" Suddenly, a voice that sounded like that of an old woman from the countryside rushed over. This pleasant voice was instantly ruined by such a loud shout. The group of people from the Qin clan trembled violently. Yin Nuoxing and the others were also stunned for a moment and collectively trembled. The law of destruction energy that she had crazily gathered just now also silently dissipated. Hundreds of people turned their heads in unison. only to see a beautiful white-haired figure at the edge of the Holy Hall's martial arts field, striding over in a majestic manner. Seventh great-grandmother. Qin Yin was stunned and hurriedly called out, "Seventh great-grandmother." Qin Tian and the others hurriedly bowed and cupped their hands. They were still rather respectful and fearful of this living ancestor of the Qin clan. Since she had already appeared, they could forget about doing anything today. "Move aside. I'm not looking for you, you unambitious melon child." Seventh great-grandmother glared fiercely at him, and her white hand slipped out from her sleeve. With a casual wave, she swept up Qin Yin, Yin Nuoxing, and the others and flew up. "You little brats are really troublesome. I've been looking for you for a long time, but I couldn't find you in the ancestral palace. Why are you so interested in coming here? Why are you so calculative with this group of brats? Come, come, come. Granny will bring you all to have fun." Qin Tian opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but no words came out. He gritted his teeth and flicked his sleeves angrily. He had lost all face today, and he didn't dare to say anything in front of the seventh forefather. If he did, he would be confined. Even if he didn't want to, he could only hold it in. Even if he didn't want to, he could only humbly admit his mistake. Everyone knew that the seventh forefather couldn't stand anyone, and the only person he doted on was Qin Yin. A sea of clouds rolled over, and Yin Nuoxing and the others only felt their vision blur. Not long after, they landed on the ground. They stood firmly on their feet and looked at the woman in front of them who was still walking like a dragon or a tiger. Along the way, she used a thunder palm to smash the palace into the wall, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone looked at each other and became silent. "Come in." Seeing that everyone was stunned on the spot, she turned around and urged them. Only then did Yin Nuoxing and the others slowly enter the palace, and the door behind them was slammed shut with a bang. "Io, it's finally a little quieter. Disappointing little brats. Other than fighting for affection, they only know how to cause trouble and never do anything serious. If they have a little bit of indifference like you, Granny will be satisfied." Seventh great-grandmother scolded as she led everyone to the hall. She quickly tidied up the messy hall, brewed some tea, and leisurely took a sip. Only then did she let out a long breath, looked at Yin Nuoxing, and said, "I say, Yin Yin's little boyfriend, were you planning to blow up the entire martial arts arena into the sky?" Did you feel it?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment, but did not refute anything. He scratched his head. Just now, he was only condensing the rule-breaking energy, and most of it was hidden in the void. He did intend to destroy that place along with the void, but after her voice rang out, he let the energy dissipate, and the others probably did not feel it. As for Qin Yin, Ziyin, and the others at this moment, they were dumbfounded, and the fear on their faces told him that they only knew about it now. "You're the son of God of the 9 deities temple. You're the only one here who can release the rule-breaking energy." Seventh great-grandmother laughed. Then everyone understood why she could immediately understand that it was Yin Nuoxing who had launched the attack. Presumably, the people of the temple had more or less mentioned it. Seeing Yin Nuoxing staring at her, seventh great-grandmother could not help but laugh and say, "Grandma, after I found out that those little guys were causing trouble, I did deliberately let you guys go to the martial arts arena to teach those good-for-nothings a lesson. With your strength, it would not be a problem for you to deal with high-level gods. Dealing with those little kids is just a matter of moving your fingers. You won't blame me, right? Yin Yin's little boyfriend." Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes, since she had already called him that, and Qin Yin seemed to be very close to seventh great-grandmother. He naturally could not say anything. He shook his head helplessly and said, "It's just along the way. It doesn't matter. You entered at the right time. If you were 5 seconds later, it would not be as simple as teaching them a lesson. Is that right?" That timing was very accurate. Actually, I wanted you to directly use your power to oppress them, and then I would appear and kidnap you guys. That way, they would be traumatized. I didn't expect you, little cutie, to use such a strange power like the rule-breaking energy, but the effect is not bad." Seventh great-grandmother laughed. When the word little cutie was said, Yin Nuoxing felt his hair stand on end. The group of people had goosebumps on their backs. Chapter 1082. The small-scale earthquake caused by Yin Nuashing and the others entering the Qin family only trembled for a moment before calming down. The higher-ups still turned a blind eye to it, and the elders who were the mainstay of the Qin family were too lazy to care about the matters between the younger generation. They allowed a group of Shanming to make things difficult for them, so naturally, they wouldn't interfere with what happened between them. After all, in the Qin family, even if the friction between the younger generation ended with a little spark, nothing would happen. Those few people who suddenly vomited blood were still lying in bed at this moment. They would have to lie in bed for half a month. Their faces were pale, they were foaming at the mouth, and their souls were about to collapse. Yin Nuashing felt that the main reason for this situation was that the seventh great-grandmother barged into the ward and nagged at them for 6 hours, making the group of young people wish they could dig their own ears. The matter regarding Yin Nuashing and the others was still a mystery. The higher-ups knew, but the rest didn't know, and the younger generation had a bellyful of anger. Although Qin Yan's prestige in the Qin family wasn't very high, she was still very popular. When a younger generation of the Qin family found out that the 10 young people from the Templar Church had teamed up to make things difficult for them, they couldn't help but sneer. Although it didn't lead to a big disaster in the end, they definitely wouldn't have an easy time in the future. After venting their anger and sneering, many people turned their attention to Yin Nuashing and the others. However, after learning from the mistakes of those who rushed up and were killed, most of them became abnormally quiet and didn't speak much. Now that they calmed down and thought about it, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. They remembered that the higher-ups were silent and seemed to have something to say. They obviously knew something, but they couldn't say out loud. Perhaps this involved the identity of that group of people or something, but since their own elders didn't do anything, it was basically impossible for them to find out anything. The 10 people from the Templar Church looked quite annoying, but they were really strong. They were in the Shunming realm and could fight against ordinary king of hell powerhouses. This was also the main reason why no one dared to act rashly. If they couldn't do anything, then it was even more impossible for them to do anything. Moreover, many people thought of an even more important matter. The engagement of their goddess was originally decided by the patriarch. The Qin family was such a big family, and any strange move could make the divine realm tremble. The patriarch who controlled it was naturally not a simple-minded person. Since he was so decisive, there must be some more terrifying information that these people didn't know about. That was even more reason not to provoke him. Previously, they only knew about this matter and didn't think deeply about it. Now that they thought about it, they couldn't help but slap themselves in the face. Then, this matter automatically calmed down under a strange balance. The storm that had been brewing in the sky above the sea for more than half a month dissipated on its own before it hit land. However, this kind of attention was destined to not decrease. It was just that many people were looking for a safer way to investigate, lest they offend someone they shouldn't offend and die without knowing how they died. That night, Yin Nuashing didn't stay at the seventh forefather's place for too long. After all, being picked up by her was just a way to leave. Not long after, they returned to the ancestral palace, which was Qin Yan's home. As for those miscellaneous matters, he wasn't in the mood to deal with them. He didn't really understand them, and he wasn't willing to understand them either. However, in the end, he couldn't help but sigh. The human brain won't change even after millions of epochs. This is the eternal problem of the number one race that dominates the void. Even if there's nothing in the brain, it's easy for them to let their thoughts run wild. There's no cure. The heavenly primal chaos deity Yin Nuashing sighed, and a group of people agreed. This illness couldn't be cured, and there was no need to cure it. It's better to just destroy this void. Yin Nuashing let out another long sigh, causing everyone's faces to become incomparably pale. What happens after we destroy it? There'll still be a lot of life after we rebuild it. Because of life, the void will become dazzling and colorful, Chu Yingzhan mumbled. She had more or less understood the void by now. The world will become colorful because of life, but it will also become chaotic because of life, a chaos that can't be controlled, and a direction that can't be controlled. Although many gods feel that this is the value of life, I'd rather cultivate an empty shell so that I don't have to worry so much, Yin Nuashing said calmly. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. This child's extreme thinking was already completely impossible to pull back. Even 10,000 heavenly deities wouldn't be able to pull her back. That night, Yin Nuashing didn't want to rest. She ran to the open space outside the palace by herself and looked up at the Milky Way outside from the mountainside. The Qin family sky was connected to the outside world, but this was still a self-contained space that couldn't be found on the map of the realm of the gods. It had the same nature as the 9 deity temples. Naturally, he wasn't the only one who looked up at the Milky Way. His little followers followed him wherever he went, and he was already used to it. Occasionally, he would be able to relax physically and mentally, and he would feel more relaxed than ever. They were also used to leaning on him, and their hearts would be unusually quiet and happy. However, it was different this time. Other than Xian, Feng Ming, and Bing there was also Qin Yin, who sat quietly beside them. The moonlight fell on her body, covering her with a layer of shimmering gauze. She was exceptionally beautiful, like a jade sculpture. If the girl didn't speak, they wouldn't even notice that there was someone else beside them. The silence didn't last long. The elusive little purple soul chased after them from the palace and pounced on Yin Nuashing. Little Moon and Yuer, who were in charge of taking care of this little girl, hurriedly chased after them, followed by Chu Yingzhan and the other two, as well as Yuan Shi and Feng. The quiet night suddenly became lively again. During this time, Little Moon suddenly pulled Yin Nuashing and rushed out. Xian and the others were stunned. If Qin Yin didn't explain that they were going to see Uncle Qin Hui, they would have thought that this little girl was up to something. It was only then that Yin Nuashing remembered that Uncle Qin Hui had followed Little Moon to the Qin residence. It wasn't that he was cold or anything. It had been a long time since they last met. Furthermore, he had retrieved a lot of memories, so he stuffed these relatively important things into the depths of his mind and treasured them until he almost forgot about them. It was only when Little Moon reminded him that he remembered them. The two of them arrived in front of a mansion. It was no different from the Qin residence in the past, except that it was more exquisite and larger. The Qin residence in the past was currently living here. On this huge, floating island, it was still in the middle of the ring-shaped mountain. It was considered the central area. It did not take much effort for them to see Qin Hui. Yin Nuashing looked at Uncle Qin Hui, whom he had not seen for dozens of eras. He could not help but let out a long sigh. He looked younger and more dignified. His aura was also many times stronger than before. They were a core clan member who had been separated from the Qin family. Even though many years had passed and circumstances had changed, and even their bloodline had become much thinner, they still maintained this identity. Back then, there were indeed some voices of opposition in the clan. However, a few elders and Uncle Qin Hai suppressed those voices, Qin Yu said softly. If the clan members who had been sent out as kindling and drifted about could only be reduced to ordinary members of the Qin residence when they returned, it would be too disheartening. Many people also knew about this, so they didn't allow such a thing to happen. They just needed to treat them well. A large clan like the Qin residence didn't lack resources or anything like a few hundred people. The little fellow from back then has also grown up. Qin Hui was very happy when he saw Yin Nuashing. It was as if he had seen his own family. He kept patting her on the shoulder and looked her up and down. It's just that you look more like a girl now. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and teased. Uncle Qin Hui, you've become younger. Are you still used to living here? It's okay. It's just that. I'm used to the experience of running around to do business. The first few years of stability made my butt itch. They all said that as a core clan member of the Qin residence, how could I personally do the rough work of running around to do business? If I wanted to, I could even manage a few cities. It scared me to death. Qin Hui laughed dryly. After sitting here for an hour, they had just chatted for a while and talked about what had happened in the past few years. Yin Nuashing was called back by a life-threatening call in her soul. Little Moon stayed here to spend more time with Qin Hui. They had not seen each other for more than 10 years. She also missed her father very much. Naturally, she had to spend more time with him. She didn't know when she would come back the next time she left. Yin Nuoxing's figure flashed, and he was teleported to the top of the immortal mountain in the ancestral palace. Qin Yin was waiting quietly in front of the bamboo house that was completely different from its interior. When she saw him appear, she quickly took his hand and walked into the bamboo house without thinking. Yin Nuoxing was so shocked that he was stunned. He thought that something had happened to Ya. It turned out that he had been thinking too much. Qinya, who had thought that it would take at least a day to wake up, had already woken up in the middle of the night. However, her body was still a little weak. Qin Yin hurriedly went to find Qin Yin. She then found him, and they went together. As soon as they entered the house, 3 pairs of eyes turned to look at them. Yes, there were 3 pairs of eyes. Qinya, who was still on the bed, also had her eyes come alive again. They were full of vigor and were extremely lively. Her eyes were like a stream of autumn water. They were exceptionally beautiful and sparkling. Yin Nuoxing was a little absent-minded. She was a little mischievous and lively, but also deep. She pretended to be quiet. He had inadvertently seen Qin Yin reveal such an expression. So, it turned out that she had inherited another side of her character from Yin. Greetings, Supreme God Yin. Qin Yin was still half lying on the bed. Her strength had not completely recovered, but she quickly cupped her fists and bowed deeply. There was a faint smile in her eyes. Yin Nuoxing was so shocked by those words that he broke out in a cold sweat. Just as Qin Hai and Mother Qin looked at each other and hesitated whether they should say something, Yin Nuoxing quickly waved his hand and said, "Stop fooling around." The family of 4 laughed dryly, leaving him speechless. Without wasting any time, Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and summoned the Book of the Era. He held the golden ball of light and swung it around Qin Yin's head. Then, under the nervous and expectant gaze of Qin Yin and the other 2, he slowly closed his eyes. "Little star, how is it?" Qin Yin whispered into his ear and asked softly. After waiting for about 3 minutes, Yin Nuoxing opened his eyes. The 2 sun-like pupils dissipated and returned to a pair of colorful eyes. His eyeballs were 2 spiraling spiritual crystals. Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and kept Qin Yin in suspense. When Qin Yin shook his body anxiously, he smiled at Qinya and said, "Congratulations, you found your body from the concept layer of rules. The damage to the rules and the scar on your soul were dealt with this morning. Oh, yesterday. You've done the last step perfectly. You found your body again, and your new body is at the level of breaking in with your old body. You'll be able to recover completely in a few days. You can even blow up a sun with a punch." Phew! Hearing this, Qin Hai and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Qinya also joked, "I've already said that I'm fine, but you guys didn't believe me. You even asked Supreme God to come over." Yin Nuoxing had just grinned, but when he heard that, he immediately jumped up and said, "Can you not call me that?" Qin Hai saw how anxious he was and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He patted Qin Ya's head lovingly and turned his head to say to him, "Little Yin, thank you for this time." Yin Nuoxing slowly calmed down and shrugged at him. "I didn't do anything. The one who saved her was herself, all of you, and all of you. Anyone who has a trace of obsession with life can turn that obsession into an indestructible force and forever stand in the concept layer of rules. On the other hand, as long as there's a moment of despair, everything will dissipate. So, I didn't do anything." When Qin Hai heard this, he only smiled. Although he really wanted to clean up the part where he had contributed, as long as one's brain wasn't wired, they would be able to understand the relationship between the 2. He didn't plan to compete with him in this aspect. Qin Hai, would just take note of this matter." Qinya pursed her lips and chuckled. Suddenly, she thought of something and raised her head to look at Qin Hai. She smiled and said, "Ah, Hai, I heard that Yinner and Yun, little Yin are engaged, right? It just so happens that I've recovered now. Why don't we find a good time to do this? I think little Yin is a good child." Qinya's mother could not help but roll her eyes. Yes, how bad could a person who is suspected to be a god be? She did not need to use her brain to figure out what was going on. However, such words were occasionally necessary, so she did not object to it. Yin Nuashing and Qin Yin were both stunned. The latter's pretty face turned red at a visible speed, while the former had not yet reacted. When he was about to think, Qin looked at him lovingly and said with a smile, "Little Yin, from now on, you can call me Aunt. Hee, it's a little embarrassing to be called something by a god." He was so shocked by Qin words that he jumped up. He did a backflip and leaned against the wall, assuming a fighting posture. Half of his pretty face darkened. "Damn it, please don't use such a tone as you reluctantly acknowledge me after passing the test with great difficulty. Okay? I'm with you. I, Yin Nuashing, am the world's most powerful." Cough, cough. Wait a minute. Even if I, Yin Nuashing, can't handle interpersonal relationships well in this life, and even if I have to be alone for the rest of my life, I will never call you. He was very agitated. His whole body moved wildly, and he fiercely pointed to the ground with an imposing manner that could swallow mountains and rivers. "Little star." Qin Yan's body swayed and moved in front of him. Then she looked at him with a pair of big, watery, and innocent eyes, which were crystal clear. "So, just because you don't call me that now doesn't mean that you won't call me that in the future, right?" Qin Yan gently squeezed his palm with both hands and blinked her big eyes. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and said, "Hello, Aunt. Aunt, have you eaten?" Qin Hai and the other two. "This little guy, little star, I will tell you about that." Qin Yan lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. At that time, her parents must have seen something. She didn't know how to lie. After being repeatedly questioned, it didn't take long for her to confess. Yin Nuashing instantly quieted down and stared at her quietly. His expression was very serious and serious. Qin Yan was so frightened by his serious gaze that she almost cried. He sighed helplessly. This was expected. Family members had a great right to know. Moreover, at that time, he couldn't cover up anything. It would be strange if she didn't say anything. She did say it, and he felt a headache. However, looking at Qin Hai and the others, it seemed that they didn't intend to ask anything. He relaxed a little. If they really wanted to ask something, it would be troublesome. He didn't feel that it was troublesome to say these things. In any case, he could just leave at any time. No one in this world could find him, so he didn't have to worry about anything. It was just that being chased around and questioned gave him a headache. It was even more troublesome to explain seriously. The more Yin Nuashing thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. With a frown, she pinched Qin Yan's cheeks and rubbed them repeatedly. "You brat, I'll deal with you later." Qin Yan lowered her head and mumbled. Her beautiful face was completely red. Seeing this scene, Qin Hai suddenly walked over excitedly and grabbed Yin Nuashing's hands. With a face full of excitement, he asked, "When do you plan to get married?" Yin Nuashing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "This, Ahai, calm down." Mother Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hurriedly pulled the trembling Qin Hai away. Then, she grabbed Yin Nuashing's hands with a serious face. "Do you plan to have a celebration or a low-key wedding? Nine Deity Temple or Qin family? Why don't you hold one for both families? You seem to have a few girls with you. Do you want to join us? Why don't we just pick a date? Why don't we?" Qin also chuckled and messed around. Yin Nuashing was about to cry. Throughout his long life, there had never been a moment that made him feel so annoyed. His mouth, eyes, ears, and nose were all filled with the word awkward. One person and one sentence tormented Yin Nuashing, the former heavenly god of primal chaos, to the point that his entire body turned gray. Qin Yan couldn't bear to watch and hurriedly rescued him from the demonic sea. She patted his back and pinched his philtrum. Even though this didn't work at all, it almost made him faint. After being tormented for a long time, Yin Nuashing finally came back to his senses. He saw Qin Hai and the other two chuckling and looking at him. The teasing expression in their eyes was gone. It was as if they were deliberately doing this to divert his attention. This made him smile bitterly. "Uncle Qin, I want to ask you something." Yin Nuashing straightened himself and spoke in a low voice about the Qin, Yu, and Xian families. He had always wanted to ask about this, but he just didn't have a good opportunity to do so. Qin Hai was slightly taken aback when he heard him mention this trivial matter. Then, A rare, serious expression appeared on his face. This is something that happened a long time ago. It can be traced back to the beginning of this era, or even the previous era. It's a problem left behind by history. Because of some major events caused by the constant turmoil in the God realm, they had no choice but to send the people of their families away from the places where the flames of war spread. Yin Nuoxing had also figured out a part of it. However, he needed an accurate answer right now. Qin Hai nodded. Something like that. Cough. You probably know more than I do about the matters of the God realm and the demon world. In the beginning, the ancestor left behind the great Qin family and many of his family and friends. This was the beginning of the Qin family's history. However, we still don't know where the ancestor and the others went. He only left behind this family. As time passed, although the Qin family appeared in the middle of the ancient era, after that, no heavenly gods appeared. Only gods were born. It seemed like the Qin family was slowly declining. Gradually, there weren't many sages left behind to protect the Qin family in these two eras. Until now, there's only one left. He is a god who was born from the power of the entire Qin family in the early days of this era. Now, he has sealed his origin and is buried in the depths of the Qin family. Qin Hai sighed. He didn't understand many things in the world, so he didn't know the origins of these things. The Qin family, which still looks glamorous on the outside, is actually only left with the sacred property left behind by the ancestor. The young people have never weakened, but there are only a few powerful beings left at the peak. The Xian family still has two gods. The title of being the number one of the ancient 8 families is not just for show. Even so, there are still many unstable elements in the god realm. Those elements are stronger than the 8 families. Although I don't want to admit it, we are no longer the inviolable existence in this world. In fact, if they all awaken one day, the ancient sacred objects left behind by the 8 families may turn from the sacred objects that protect the family into the root of the family's destruction in an instant. Yin Nuoxing crossed his arms. That's right, it's just a matter of time. That sacred and inviolable position was already a joke when we sent out a part of our core family members in order to preserve the kindling. The God realm has never been short of latecomers. No one can be invincible forever, and no force can exist forever. It's just as you guessed. I don't know if it happened in the previous era or the beginning of the current era. According to the records, it happened during a period of war. A powerful god was born, and the battle shook the heavens and the earth. That generation of the Qin family sensed the danger of extinction, so they chose the kindling and sealed it. The god of the Qin family at that time used a forbidden method to throw the kindling into the sea of time and let the kindling fall in the god realm that had calmed down many years later. A part of the kindling's memory was erased. After a long time, they became the Qin family, Yu family of Xingling City, and the Xian family of Xingyu City. I don't know if the other families have done the same, but the 3 of us are old friends with the 9 divine temples, so we share the same information. We all know about this. The only fortunate thing is that the kindling didn't come into use one day. Some time ago, I went through the family records and found these historical problems. So, I sent people to search for them and brought them back. Then, I sent the Xian family and the Xian family to search for them. Yin Nuoxing listened silently. The answer was not unexpected. It was also the answer he was looking for. This is the truth. Qin Hai nodded. That's it. It's very simple, isn't it? All the mysteries and unsolved mysteries are because no important information related to them has been obtained. This is how the world is. From the beginning to the end, it's a very simple matter. Yin Nuoxing smiled sweetly. Chapter 1083. Those ancient matters have been buried in the sea of time with the passing of time. There was no need to look too much into the lost past. The past was the past. The current situation was more important. Judging from the current situation, the Qin family was still strong and no one dared to provoke them. The same went for the Yu family and the Xian family. The once powerful ancient heavenly god families were also declining. However, they were not completely declining. They were still strong, but they did not have the kind of experts who could protect their families. Looking at the current divine world, there were 100 divine spirits and 5 heavenly gods. Putting the former aside, One of the 5 heavenly gods had already jumped out to cause trouble and wanted to unify the divine world. If someone of this level really wanted to make a move on the Qin family, they wouldn't be able to fight back. Even with the heavenly god array, it would only take a short period of time to break it. Huh? You want me to deal with the heavenly gods? In the main hall of the Qin family's ancestral palace, a group of people looked at Yin Nuoxing with anticipation. She pointed at herself with a dumbfounded expression. Her cheeks twitched, and she smiled bitterly. Don't think too much. It's not that I can't deal with the heavenly gods. As I said, if I use the Great Protective Array, the smallest range would be to vaporize everything within a radius of 100 million li. Do you know how many people would die? Of course, I don't feel guilty at all. After all, the lives on my shoulders are measured in units of trillions. I won't feel any psychological burden, even if there are billions or billions more. The question is why? Yin Nuoxing looked at them in confusion. It was Yuan Shi and Nightmare who started the topic. She did not know why it suddenly became about killing the heavenly gods. These 2 fellows had only gone back for a day. Did something happen? Yuan Shi and Nightmare looked at each other. They sighed and lowered their heads. The latter was not as crazy as before. Everyone was not used to seeing him like this. What happened? Chu Yingzhan asked in confusion. The 2 of them looked gloomy. Something must have happened. Yuan Shi smiled bitterly and carefully looked at Yin Nuoxing. He sighed deeply and said, I'm sorry, little star. I hid some things from you. We didn't risk our lives to escape. Nightmare's face was filled with melancholy. It was unclear what he was thinking about, but he gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. We were sent out. We were forced out. What exactly happened? Can you explain it clearly? Yin Nuoxing frowned. I spoke slowly to maintain a sense of mystery. At the same time, there are some things that you don't need to know. But if you don't make things clear, we can't take action. Yuan Shi flung his bangs in distress and said, A few days ago, didn't I hear that the God of Heaven wanted to unify the divine world? Everyone nodded. That God of Heaven was in the Ganyuan region, near the southern plains. Because of this, they had argued for a while. Nightmare finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He angrily slammed his hand on the table. That old bastard sent people to the Yuan family and the Nightcrawler Alliance. He wants us to surrender. Otherwise, he'll eliminate us as a potential threat. They must have gone to other places, but there's no news about it. Huh? Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh, the Yuan clan also had a god in the past. That was in the early days of the ancient era, right? Their overall strength isn't too far off from the 8 ancient families. A voice suddenly came from the hall, causing everyone to be stunned. They turned their heads and saw 2 people suddenly appear on the empty sofa. One was Qin Hai, and the other was a young man. His long hair hung in front of his face, and it was somewhat disheveled. Father, we were eavesdropping, Qin Yin mumbled. Her beautiful face was a little gloomy. Qin Hai scratched his head and laughed dryly. We were just passing by. We were just passing by. Then we heard some very important words. Don't look at us like that. We really were just passing by. The expressions on the faces of Yin Nuoxing and the others were as doubtful as they could be. Seeing this, Qin Hai could only laugh awkwardly. He hurriedly coughed dryly and put on a serious face. Since that god even dares to touch the Yuan family and the Night Owl Alliance, it seems like he's serious. The Nightcrawler Alliance? Xian and the others were stunned. Nightcrawler, Night Wanderer, those who don't sleep in the middle of the night, Nightcrawler. Do you understand? It's just another name. Nightmare shrugged. Everyone, father and elder sister threw me out. They said that it wasn't safe to stay in the Yuan family. However, that place needed someone to guard it. Although they've already started to move people, those with big families and businesses won't be able to run away in a short period of time. They only gave me less than 10 days. Moreover, a few days have already passed. There are only about 5 days left. Yuan Shi's face was full of worry. Seeing this, everyone felt a little sorry for him. This elegant and refined scum had always been smiling. He was a very humorous person. However, when he heard this big news, he became a little anxious. It was really difficult for him to play with them there yesterday. Clan leader, we also have to make some preparations. The Yuan family is in the south of the western region, while the Qin family is in the central region. If the news is true, they will also come to us. The young man with disheveled hair spoke in a deep voice. His voice sounded like a broken bellows that was operating with difficulty. We don't have time to prepare. It wasn't easy to find a clan member. Are we going to throw him out again? Qin Hai rolled his eyes. Gods can control the world with a single thought. There's not much they can do. However, you should quickly inform the Yu family and the Xian family about this. They are both in the northern wilderness, so they might receive the news a little later. The storm is already brewing. Before the demon world descends, the god realm will be in chaos. Hearing this, the young man nodded, and his figure disappeared in a flash. This is really worrying. Qin Hai sighed. Yuan Shi and Nightmare's expressions became even more gloomy. They sighed, "This is so annoying." The sudden appearance of this matter caused a group of very young people to be at a loss. The main reason was that this matter involved too many things. It was a big matter even in the god realm. Yin Nuashing calmly drank a sip of tea and burped. "So, you're telling me that you want me to do something?" Yuan Shi and Nightmare looked at him expectantly. "We just want to ask if you have any ideas. Although this is a little mushy, you're the only hope we know." That's really mushy. Please don't say it a second time." Yin Nuashing's face twitched. "Who can we count on for such a big matter? I can't count on anyone." Nightmare smiled bitterly. "Night Owl, bah, there are also gods in our alliance. I only found out about it yesterday. In order to welcome that bullshit messenger, one of them came out and the other one is still sleeping. I don't know the difference between gods and gods, but just from a name alone, I know that these two are not on the same level. Am I right, boss?" Post-God realm. Gods who are at the peak of God realm and gods who had just stepped into the heavenly God realm are living in two different worlds. Yin Nuashing calmly said. Everyone smiled bitterly. They had already expected this. I've seen the Qin family's heavenly God realm formation. Although it's quite powerful, it's not enough to completely resist a heavenly god. I think the heavenly God realm formations of the other families aren't that strong either. Yin Nuashing took a sip of tea. Forces that could transcend the great samsara purge naturally had their own defensive measures, such as God's Park weapons or heavenly God realm formations. However, these didn't pose much of a threat to a heavenly god unless there was a huge gap between the former and the latter, and the user was also a powerful god. Only then would they pose a threat to a heavenly god. Yuan Shi and Nightmare both nodded gloomily. However, in the realm of the gods, there is an absolutely safe place. Even a peak heavenly god can't break into it. Yin Nuashing smiled faintly and slowly put down his teacup. You can move your entire clan and hide there. Where? Yuan Shi and Nightmare both perked up. Qin Hai thought of something. Could it be the Nine Deities' shrine? Everyone also reacted. The space of the Nine Deities' shrine was created by the 10 primogenitors of the Nine Deities' shrine. In other words, they were 10 peak heavenly gods. Moreover, according to Yin Nuashing, he had already taken out a bunch of God Park weapons. That strange space was absolutely impregnable at this moment. Not long ago, the people of the Nine Deities' shrine were responsible for slowly unfolding the folded space. Right now, the space inside is very big. It hasn't been completely unfolded yet, but it won't be a problem to put a few more super clans in it. Moreover, you can move the entire space inside it. It's a world within a world, Yin Nuashing said. Yuan Shi was slightly delighted when he heard this, but he calmed down after 3 seconds. He looked at Yin Nuashing with a strange expression. You already expected this? Have you made preparations in advance? Not really. Yin Nuashing shook his head. His fingers unconsciously slid around the edge of his teacup. I did think about what that heavenly god might do. I also thought that they would find some divine spirit forces to do it. However, I didn't expect that they would directly rush into your clan and marry you. As for the unfolding of the Nine Deities' shrine space, that was actually something else. However, it won't be a problem. As he spoke, he suddenly had an idea and sat up straight. I suddenly have a very interesting idea. It can solve a series of crises. What? Everyone was very excited. They were so excited that they could not calm down. They were all frightened. This idea of this lord was not a good thing. Yun Nuashing chuckled. I will throw your entire clan into the Nine Deities Shrine. When that world fragment rushes over half a year later, I will forcibly retract the ultimate defense of the Pillar of Creation and let the fragment crash into it. This impact will probably smash the divine realm into trillions of pieces. Other than the area where the Pillar of Creation is located, there won't even be a speck of dust left. After it crushes over, I will put it back together. After an era, the great reincarnation will be able to stop it. I'm really a genius. Yuanshi was so shocked that he slammed the table and stood up. Then there won't be much left of the divine realm. About 1/10 of it will be left. Don't worry, there is still an area of more than 600,000 light years. Yin Nuashing shrugged. Furthermore, the matter in the divine realm can be considered settled. Please put away that idea. Let's think of something more healthy. Everyone looked like they were having a stomachache. Yin Nuashing tilted his head, muttered a few words, and drank his tea without saying anything. Seeing that he had calmed down, everyone wiped off their cold sweat. Yuanshi and Nightmare heaved a huge sigh of relief. If Little Star's every idea could destroy the world, then they'd saved the world countless times already. This was what the divine realm owed them. Qinhai also took out a handkerchief to wipe his forehead. There were many things that he was very concerned about, but it was probably not the time to talk about it. He did not care about it and calmly said, moving to the Nine Deities Shrine? I agree. This is a matter of life and death. It is a good choice. Anyway, the Qin family and the Nine Deities Shrine have been in contact for many years. In fact, we could be considered family. If not for the stubborn old men in the family who feel that this is inappropriate, I would have moved the Qin family there a long time ago. Qinhai grinned. This is a good idea. I will discuss it with Father and the others. The Yuan family and the Nine Deities Shrine do not have much contact. I don't know if Father and Sister can handle it well. If we move there and cause chaos. Yuanshi was a little worried. It's fine, it's fine. There are 40 suns hanging in the Nine Deities Shrine space. Each of them is a divine authority weapon of the heavenly gods. We created them together back then. Yin Nuashing continued to drink his tea calmly. Everyone was horrified. What on earth did you do back then? Chu Chen's face was full of shock. Won't the 40 suns heat death? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people pounced on him and gave him a beating. It is a body of strong energy that can be hot and cold at will. How can it die from heat? Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and thought about it seriously. Back in the day, little girl Guang asked me to build a galaxy of divine authority weapons. Old Shan and the others agreed and started working. Each of them built one a year. The initial plan was to build 200 billion suns, and the rest were either rocks or metal, all of which were God's Park weapons. Including the rest time, it took an epoch to build. Well, it wasn't finished yet. Everyone shuddered as they moved further away. This was truly deranged, completely deranged. How could there be a heavenly deity who would be bored to this extent? Moreover, they did not just think about it. They really did it. It was great that it was not completed. If they really did it, would the realm of the gods still exist? Then why didn't you do it later? Chu Yingzhan risked being scared to death and asked bravely. Later, Yin Nuashing frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and stood up abruptly with a face full of smiles. Hey, I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Later, we thought it was too troublesome to build them one by one, so we gathered all the power of 10 people and built a world. That world is still there, and it is set to not give birth to any life. The energy inside is constantly reborn and destroyed. The energy can be combined and evolved into even more powerful energy. That is a weapon, and it will continue to grow. We spent 100,000 years to build it. It's a godly weapon. I wonder if it can be ranked on the divine weapon ranking. Chu Yingzhan was so scared that she rolled on the ground. Everyone in the hall was petrified. Qinhai kept wiping sweat. This isn't something that can be described with the word crazy. Nightmare could not help but pinch his own face. He sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. It is not humane at all. No, it is not divine. The others glared at Chu Yingjian angrily. They were all using their eyes to question her as to why she had let this mobile, violent maniac think of such a dangerous thing. This was not just crazy. This was inhumane. This was not something that a god would do. How could a god do nothing all day and night and just create stars that could destroy worlds? They had every reason to believe that every star with divine authority could destroy thousands or tens of thousands of worlds without resting. Wait, is a divine weapon a higher level than divine authority weapons? Yuan Shi asked, his face covered in sweat. That's not how it is. Divine weapons are a special branch of all weapons. They are special, and their power can rival divine authority weapons. They can also fight head-on against divine authority weapons. They can simply become stronger without limit according to the will of their creator. However, the starting level of a divine weapon is higher than a divine authority weapon. The highest level of a divine weapon is comparable to a divine authority weapon, but its power can continue to grow. Just like us, we can continue to cultivate and grow. Divine authority and divine authority weapons, on the other hand, are fixed, so they can only be created once every time they advance to a higher level. The power they create is linked to the creator's divine authority and level. They do not have the strong ability to be molded and grow as a divine weapon, so we simply turn that world into a divine weapon and let it expand and grow without limit. On this day, they finally understood how shameless the so-called God of Heaven was. They also knew how much harm a god of heaven could cause to the world when he was bored. This is nothing. Yin Nuoxing frowned when she saw the strange expressions on everyone's faces. Heavenly gods who do not leave enough defense for their descendants are not good heavenly gods. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, and Qin Hai were all silent. They believed that there were two reasons why their heavenly gods did not go to the extent of destroying their divinity. First, they were not at the peak of heavenly god. Second, they were not that bored. Well, let's get back to the main topic. I've already talked to the 9 deities temple. The folding space is expanding at a faster rate. You can move there at any time. It doesn't matter if you move the entire clan or just bring a piece of space with you. It's not a problem. Just don't get into a conflict with my disciples. Qin Hai and Yuan Shi nodded. Of course. Yin Nuoxing patted her thigh and stood up slowly. That's it. Now we should move on to the second phase. What's the second phase? Everyone was confused. Moving and negotiating is the first phase. As for the second phase, of course, it is to find out how much trouble that boring guy has caused to the realm of the gods. Yin Nuoxing put her hands on her hips. Didn't little Chan say that there was a banquet nearby? It should be about time. Let's go and find out more. All right, what about the subordinate forces of the Qin family? Speaking of this, Yin Nuoxing suddenly remembered that the Qin family had many subordinate forces in the east of the central region of the western regions. That is not a problem. They are all loyal to the Qin family. Some of them can even be traced back to more than 10 epochs ago. We will open up a space and put them all in the Qin family. Then, we will go to your place. Qin Hai waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to worry. Knowing that they were preparing to leave, Qin Hai also had things to do. Moving was very busy, so he was about to leave. However, just as he stood up, he suddenly remembered something important. Yin Air, your bloodline hasn't awakened yet. You're now a beginner god. Go to the altar and do the awakening ceremony. Oh, Qin Yin was stunned. She had forgotten about this. But it will take many days to awaken a bloodline. As she spoke, Mei Mao leaned toward Yin Nuoxing. She was obviously not willing. Yin Nuoxing glanced at her. Without thinking, she said, "If it is only the awakening of a god's spirit bloodline, I can help. It is very simple. I'm just afraid that there will be other things in the awakening ceremony that you need to inherit." Yin Air's sky god bloodline is the thickest in the Qin family in this era. It is said that it is thicker than the current Qin family god's bloodline. It is at 60%. Many people in the family pay attention to it. If the young people in the family are found to have sky god or god spirit bloodline, they will have to go through the baptism when they reach beginner god level. But actually, we are not confident that we can activate it. Oh, There's a failure rate in the awakening of Sky God bloodline. We might only be able to activate 10 to 20%. Failure rate, my ass. That is because your awakening ceremony is not complete. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. She pressed her hands on Qin Yan's shoulders and said earnestly, Qin Yan, let me help you. It is a 100% success rate. I will also activate all the bloodline fragments in your Sky God bloodline. I can strengthen your body, strengthen your soul, strengthen your spirit, strengthen your elements, and strengthen your elements. When you have completely awakened Sky God bloodline, you might even be able to activate the language of the mythological era. So it's like this. We don't know much about the gods. Qin Hai helplessly scratched his head, but an extremely obscure light flashed through his eyes. Then I'll leave Yinner to you. We don't want this good seedling to spoil. Come on, do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. Qin Hai was not the only one who was old, but he stubbornly believed that he was not old. Qin Hai laughed and agreed. Qin Yin helplessly shook her head. Then that is it. I will not disturb you. I will go and deal with those old fogies. This time, I'll have to brew a pot of tea so that my throat won't hurt while talking. Oh, I'll also have to add some ointment and blood-dissipating powder. Slamming the table will probably hurt my hand. Qin Hai cursed as he left the hall. His words left everyone speechless. Chapter 1084. Don't you have to go back and take care of the situation? Are you just going to follow us like this? Thousands of miles up in the sky, they were outside the Qin family. They were floating in the sky of the western region of the Divine Prefecture and were rushing towards the south of the western region. Originally, they had planned to rush straight to the southern plains to participate in the so-called grand event. However, the Yuan family was located in the south of the western region, so they were currently heading toward the Yuan family. Leave those troublesome matters to father and sister. Yuanshi waved his hand and sighed. There was still some worry on his face. It was not that he did not care, but he definitely did not have as much authority as his father, the patriarch of the Yuan family. I've already sent the message back. Next, we'll have to continuously hold meetings. After the big meetings, we'll have a small meeting. At the end, the patriarch and the supreme elder will have a private meeting. Finally, we'll make a decision and move quickly. This has been going on for 2 or 3 days. I don't know if we can make it in time. Seeing his uneasiness and anxiety, Yin Nuashing sighed as well. That's why we're heading towards the Yuan family now. We'll be there in about an hour. Xian tilted his head and looked at the space around them. The scenery was stretched into a long and distorted shape. They did not enter the void to speed up their journey. Furthermore, they did not feel as fast as they usually did. Is the Yuan family very close to the Qin family? Quite far. One is in the east of the central region, while the other is in the south. If we use the teleportation gate, we'll be there in 2 or 3 trips. However, if we fly there, it'll take a lot of time. Qin Yin shook her head. I feel that our speed is slower than before. Xian looked at Yin Nuashing. Before she could finish speaking, he understood what she meant and said, Oh, it's not that our speed is slower. Right now, our speed is unprecedentedly fast. I've changed the laws within 100 feet around us so that our speed can easily break through the limits of light. At the same time, I've also changed some other laws and shortened the spatial distance. We should have teleported there directly. Oh, there's something I need to do. I'm sensing the laws of heaven and earth in various parts of the God realm. TSK, you can do whatever you want after mastering the laws. You can change the laws as you please. Yuanshi looked at her enviously. Don't think too much. Yin Nuashing glanced at him helplessly. Don't judge me by my current level. My principles and power of precepts are at the post-divinity tier. Furthermore, this is the realm of the gods, which is why I'm changing things so casually. In some worlds with weak precepts, I might create a loophole in the precepts, creating a flaw in the precepts of heaven and earth. In the worst-case scenario, that world would have to undergo a major cleansing by itself. Hearing this, everyone silently looked at each other and secretly wiped away their sweat. Did something happen to the worldly laws? Xian asked. When I was still in the dimensional realm, the heavenly gods made a declaration announcing the end of the era. The ancient era had become a thing of the past, and the remaining precepts had disappeared into the void. I've been observing the precepts of heaven and earth in the realm of the gods. The remaining precepts of the ancient era are like a few barbs on one's hand. You can't usually notice them, but if you deal with them roughly, they'll hurt you. But if you don't deal with them, they'll itch. Although they're a part of the body, they're useless. But the group listened to him ramble on about some very high-end topics, and after listening for a long time, they felt a little dizzy. Only Ming and Feng were interested. The former simply liked to listen to him talk, while the latter was one of the four celestial gods and had a very close relationship with the realm of the gods. Listening to this kind of information would give her some insight. As for the others, they were all dizzy and could not bear the stimulation. It was as if their minds were being bombarded by dozens of meteors. When the bombardment of knowledge came to an end, Yuan-Shi hurriedly raised his trembling hand and asked, "Are we going to my house now?" Yin Nuoxing nodded and said, "We should have gone there a long time ago. While we're at it, I'll help you move. There should be a lot of people in your family, right?" "There are a lot of people, but it's not that troublesome. The Yuan family doesn't have any offline forces, and only our family lives in a space. It's a portable space, so we can just put it in our pockets and take it away. The premise is that there's a safe space to store it." Yuan-Shi shrugged. The other party was a heavenly god, and although the space in their house was also left behind by a heavenly god, it definitely couldn't block people of the same realm. "All right, my father and sister just told me that they don't have any objections." After saying this, his expression became a little strange, and everyone was stunned. Yin Nuoxing asked curiously, "Are there really no objections, or have all of them been suppressed by you?" Yuan-Shi turned his face away and took out a token from his bosom. Then a voice came from it. "What? Inappropriate? 80% of the entire family is in favor, and the remaining 20% are against it. What's the point of that? Do those who are against it want it effect? Or do they want to fight to the death with the heavenly god forces? I don't want to be under them. It's quite comfortable to live in the little boy's house. Those who are against have all been isolated by me. They're definitely... Father, hurry up and make some space to lock up those 20% lunatics. For the next 10 years, those lunatics in that area won't have any right to speak. Let them out after they've thought it through. Supreme Elder? F***CK them. At percent, 11 Grand Supreme Elders couldn't even suppress one person. At percent, call them bullsh***. They want to fight to the death with the heavenly god forces. I don't want to play with them. I don't want to throw the entire Yuan family into it. The kind of god of plague should stay as far away as possible. Throw him in there for me. Take turns serving him with the 18 great tortures, and burn him with live fire for 60 hours every day. Oh, you've compromised, right? Then let him out. Treat him well. Get him 2 spiritual herbs to calm his nerves." In short, these were the words that were released for Yin Nuoxing and the others to hear. The aura of a queen that assaulted their faces made everyone who heard it fall silent for a long time. They didn't know what to say. Qian is as energetic as ever. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh. It had been many years since they last met, and that girl was still so energetic. Is it really okay to make such a hasty decision? Yuan-Shi couldn't help but look at him. "I'm worried that there will be objections from the 9 Deities Temple. Sister Jean and Hall Master Jean have already informed the upper echelons of the 9 Deities Temples. Those who live in the 9 Deities Temples are absolutely loyal to the 9 Deities Temples. Those who know me won't object to my suggestion. It's just that there aren't many of them. The 9 floating islands only have the area of 4 or 5 large cities. 80% of the land is still unused, not to mention the empty skies. It's good that some people are here to liven things up. As long as there's no conflict, there's no problem." Yin Nuoxing waved his hand. "With 40 suns overhead, I don't think anyone can start a conflict." Chu Yingzhan's pretty face twitched slightly. She tugged at Yin Nuoxing's sleeve. "Idiot, what about my Chu Yingzhan? Leave it there first. If it doesn't work out, move it over. The empty space that the 9 Deities Temple has opened up is very large. It can fit 1/5 of the origin region. There's plenty of space for you to put it there." Yin Nuashing glanced at her and said, Nightmare, what about your alliance? Yin Nuashing looked at Nightmare. The Nightwalker Alliance was very scattered. He didn't even know where its headquarters were. Naturally, he didn't know how the latter was related to the people in the Alliance. Moreover, Nightmare's family wasn't the only ones in the Alliance. It would be a little troublesome to deal with them. I guess they'll get involved. Nightmare shook his head helplessly. The Alliance used to be divided into many parts. Now that they've gathered together, they each have their own power. Although I'm the son of God, I don't have that kind of strong decision-making power. Less than half of the higher-ups in the Alliance can be directly ordered or influenced by me. Those are the brothers of that annoying old man of mine. Nightmare frowned and said with lingering fear, Old man and the others don't plan to get involved. Whether it's cooperation or war, nothing good will come out of it. However, the others don't think so. Those people feel that they can do anything for the sake of profit. They don't understand the people who have reached the divine tier. They don't understand the heavenly gods. Boss, you also said that the heavenly gods are too ambitious. Getting close to them is even more terrifying than making deals with demons. Yin Nuashing glanced at him, then turned to look at the others. Am I more terrifying than demons? Xian and the others laughed dryly and whispered, Under certain circumstances, yes. Yin Nuashing glanced at everyone faintly. Only Ming was there arguing with the others with a red face. Yin Nuashing held down Ming, who was almost out of lines, and looked at Nightmare. Then we'll see how it goes. The Alliance is not very independent, so it's very difficult to deal with it. It's not like the Qin family and the Yuan family. Their own families can just close the door and argue with each other. It's easy to move them, so we'll go to the Yuan family first and move. Yuanshi repeated. When he saw Yin Nuashing nod in confirmation, he smiled faintly. Well, normal people don't understand how terrifying the heavenly gods are. Even if the Yuan family once had a heavenly god and a divine spirit, it's probably the same. Fortunately, we've been with a heavenly god for a long time, so we understand a lot. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had some understanding of the heavenly gods who were outside the norm. Furthermore, they knew that they would not have a good ending if they got involved with them. Looking at them now, they knew that they had boarded a pirate ship and could not get out. No matter what, I'll say thank you first. Yuanshi patted Yin Nuashing's shoulder and smiled elegantly like a gentleman. I don't really care. Yin Nuashing shook her head. I've been planning to travel alone for a long time. It's rare to meet people, so I'll bring them along. As for whether it's one person or hundreds of millions of people, I don't think it matters. After all, I'm not in charge in the end. I'm just a warrior-type mascot. Everyone laughed dryly. This declaration of being a hands-off boss was really straightforward. Yin Nuashing shrugged and raised her head to look in front. Ah, we're here. I have to retract the distortion of the rules. The space formed by the fixed distortion of the rules is very obvious. As he spoke, he exhaled lightly. Everyone only felt that the thin and long space around them slowly became round and smooth. After a few seconds, it returned to normal. A huge city appeared in front of them, and there were many subsidiary towns scattered around the central city. In addition to the city and towns in front of them, there was also an unexpected thing. What the... Nightmare opened her mouth in shock. Yuanshi turned his head away awkwardly. Everyone's gaze swept from the ground to the sky. In the end, they looked at him speechlessly. In the center of the city, there was a huge iron pillar that they all hated. It was illusory and untouchable. It was like the bright moon in the water. It could not be touched, but it really existed there. The Yuan family is so domineering, so domineering. Nightmare bowed to Yuanshi and clasped her fists. You actually built a city around Boss's pillar. Yuanshi smiled bitterly and scratched the back of his head. I saw it when I came back 2 days ago. I didn't know about it before. Although the pillar of creation cannot be observed by people who have never seen it before, the place where it is located in the real world where it overlaps with the hidden space will be condensed by the pillar of creation. After all, it is an energy hub. All kinds of energy are concentrated within a few 100,000 miles around it. The space is stable, and the rules are stable. This range will only weaken drastically when it extends beyond 100 million miles. The space within 100 million miles is rich in energy, so it's not strange for a city to appear. Yin Nuoxing's expression was calm. He already knew about this. Also, this pillar is not mine. I'm just a poor maintenance worker. No wonder there are so many cities around the pillars of creation. No wonder I always felt that the energy at home was a little strange. Yuanshi scratched his head and laughed dryly. Yin Nuoxing continued, but this kind of city that is built around the pillar of creation is probably the only one in the entire realm of the gods. Everyone looked at Yuan, she even more strangely. The latter smiled bitterly. The progenitor of the Yuan family really knew how to find a place to build his nest. The combination of the city and the small towns below was not the same as other common cities. It did not have towering walls. If one wanted to reach this city from all directions, they would first have to pass through many small towns and cities before finally reaching the large city in the center. The transition of the terrain had directly changed from yellow soil to green brick flooring. There were also many ancient trees in this city, which looked very lively. There was an energy shield that enveloped the entire area, and there was also a faint divine aura that spread out from it. This was obviously the work of the progenitor. This kind of protection was necessary. Most of the city walls were used to stop demons and the like. There was a time when the realm of the gods was in a barbaric period, and there were countless powerful beasts running amok. The city walls could be attached with many talismans and magic circles, which were excellent carriers for both offense and defense. However, this city is a little interesting. Its protective magic circle is engraved in the void and the real world, but the ratio is not uniform. The void only takes up 20% of the magic circle. The real world takes up 70%, and the remaining 10% is caught in the spatial crevice. But no matter, the magic circle is complete when it operates, and its defensive power is increased by several times. It also has the ability to confuse people. Even a magic circle master can only see 70% of the magic circle that appears in the real world, and they have never misjudged its power. Yin Nuoxing's tone was somewhat admiring. Is it that difficult to engrave a magic circle in the void? Yuanshi could not help but feel a little proud when he heard this. After all, this was where his home was. Of course, if you want to forcefully create a magic circle in a place where there are no concepts and no rules, it is not easy. However, its concealment and power are also great. You can also use a part of the power of the void to fight against your enemies. Using the power of the void is a very difficult operation, and it would be difficult for a deity to do it if they did not specialize in it for millions of years. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and explained as she brought everyone down from the sky. There was a deity's barrier here, so they could only walk over from the ground. Engraving a magic circle in a void is also a very difficult operation. In the primordial era, only a few divine magic circle masters could do it. In this era, there's probably only one person who can do it. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. There was actually someone with such power. Who is it? Yin Nuoxing was stunned. She looked at everyone speechlessly, then pointed at herself. Isn't he right in front of you? Everyone smiled bitterly. All right. They had almost forgotten about the person in front of them. He was a heavenly god who was unimaginably powerful. He had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves and was beyond the norm. At this moment, the city was heavily guarded. This was very normal. Now, every place in the divine realm was heavily guarded, and people were frequently mobilized. In the past, small and medium-sized cities without emperor gods were now guarded by emperor gods, and there were many magic circles protecting them. Such a large-scale mobilization of experts naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Those who knew about it would take a minute or two to sigh as they hurried along. Those who did not know about it would continue to live in a daze and pretend that they did not know anything. The higher the level, the more mysterious things became. This was because they could not come into contact with things of that level. The influence was also greater, and they could not take it to heart. They just went with the flow and lived one day at a time. With Yuanshi's identity, Yin Nuashing and the others easily walked into the city that had no city walls and was protected by a powerful energy formation all year round. They noticed that when Yuan she showed her token, many people trembled and looked at her respectfully. Another group of people slipped into the Yuan family's residence or took out their tokens directly. They were probably passing on information. This way, come Ugh. Yuan Shi waved his hand. Before his expression of "follow me" could solidify, his body froze. All the hair on his body stood up like a wave from bottom to top, and then returned to normal. What's wrong? Yun Nuashing glanced at him. Ugh, it's nothing. I just shivered. It scared me. Yuan Shi laughed dryly and shook his head. However, he frowned slightly and said, But I feel uneasy. Forget it. Let's go home first. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed toward the center of the city. The others looked at each other in confusion and hurriedly followed him. They did not care about what he felt just now. After all, Yin Nuashing did not say anything, so it should not be a big deal. The Yuan family, like the other ancient forces, was located in a huge space that formed a world of its own. The laws and plans of the ordinary heaven and earth were not as they wished. Almost all the gods and deities with powerful creative abilities would choose to create a space that met their requirements so that their forces and descendants could live in it for a long time. The Yuan family was no exception. Oh, it's also a semi-evolved space. After Yuan, she led everyone into the Yuan family through the teleportation array. Yin Nuashing looked up and said casually, Oh, what's that? Yuan, she was stunned. The sky is the sky of the outside world. The space is a self-created space, and the earth is a self-evolved land. In other words, only half of this space was created by the gods of the Yuan family, and the sky was borrowed. Yin Nuashing pointed at the sky and said, The Qin family is the same, and so is the Chu realm. Chu Yingzhan scratched her head in confusion and said, Aren't they all the same? There's not much difference, right? Yes, there's no special difference. I just mentioned it. Don't take it to heart. Yin Nuashing smiled and nodded. Chu Chun, who had become a little hyperactive ever since he followed Yin Nuashing and the others out, had already flown around the surroundings. Then, he went up to Yuan Shi excitedly and said, Brother Yuan, so your home is a palace. It's so grand. In a land of the Yuan realm, mountains spanned thousands of miles and were thousands of feet tall. Dazzling palaces were arranged along the mountains. Although it was called a palace, it was not arranged in a complete and orderly manner, nor did it have any special symbolic meaning. It was just dazzling and glittering. Some of the palaces spanned thousands of miles, and the huge palace in the center was almost 10,000 feet tall and 10,000 miles wide. Chu Chun was just intimidated by its grandeur. In the next second, Chu Yingzhan and Chu Xianling each pulled one of his ears to the side and explained to him about being reserved. Oh, don't worry too much about it. It's just that those boring show-offs in the Yuan family dyed it gold. They say it looks grand, but at least the facade is like that. It was still green a few years ago. Yuan Shi chuckled and waved his hand. Also, don't be fooled by how big the palace in the center is. In fact, many of the long corridors on the left and right sides are empty. Also, there's a huge pile at the back. The real practical area is only the center and a few side halls. Everyone, why do they only do these flashy things? Yuan Shi laughed dryly. There was nothing to see near the teleportation platform. Yuan Shi led everyone around and was about to fly directly to the center when a strong whistling sound, accompanied by an extremely powerful aura, came from afar like shocking thunder. Yuan Shi's body instantly stiffened. Xian and Ming also trembled all over. They recalled what had happened in the past and hurriedly pulled Chu Yingzhan, Feng Er, and the others back a few steps, leaving only Yuan Shi and Yin Nuashing in front of them. Sister, wait, puff. Yuan Shi had just turned around and was about to run for his life. He had only spoken a few words when his entire body flew through the air and rushed out in front of Yin Nuashing and the others. A faint, sharp, mournful cry could be heard as it disappeared into the horizon. Yin Nuashing scratched her face and laughed dryly. Qian is as energetic as ever.